Who the heck is Peptalks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Peptalks. 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 Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Peptalks. Peptalks.
Who the heck is Peptalk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Peptalks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Peptalks.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Peptalks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Peptalks.
We found weapons of mass
Peptalks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Peptalks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to High on Politics Tuesday edition. Hope you guys are doing well. Welcome to the show, and I hope y'all are in full recovery mode from yesterday, because I'll tell you what, oh boy, I had me a pretty solid sleep. I'll just say that much. Holy crap, I had, like, seriously, the most sound sleep I think I've had in a long time. So yeah, I was feeling it yesterday. So if you guys were hanging out and it was a little bit goofier than usual, I hope you guys had fun. It was definitely what I wanted it to be. So I hope, as I said, I hope you guys had a good time. I know I had a good time. But since I am here to entertain you folks, I want to make sure that you guys, we're the ones that were entertained. Oh, Josh, horizontal, no way. Yes, we are back on horizontal. So I'm just going to say that for VOD purposes, I am going to be trying to maintain the horizontal. But as far as the bandwidth thing, it is kind of it's a double-edged sword. So I'm figuring this out. No matter what, Twitch is always going to remain on the horizontal side of things. But yeah, if you guys if you guys want to chat in the horizontally, feel free. I know that personally, when I'm watching certain streams, I've actually become more of a fan of vertical, because yeah, you don't always have to you don't have to do this like that. I gotta give some credit where credit is due. I love yesterday's show. Oh, nice. You were super funny. Thanks. I really appreciate that. Yeah. So I kind of covered this on this space earlier, but I think that I might have offended some people. I'm not sure. It kind of seems that way, because I saw that there are a few people that did not seem very happy with me, and I had one person announce their departure, where I was kind of I was a little taken aback by it, where I was just like, really? I thought we just had so much fun. Just because of Pep, I now own the name Josh the Heretic on Twitch. Hey! I don't have Twitch. You should get I hate to say this because I know as a streamer, but you should, just in case, Rebecca, if you enjoy this show. It's always good to have my backup platforms on there, which I hate to call it a backup platform, but realistically, that's what it is. I try to focus, because I focus my content towards YouTube. I'm pretty much good on the TOS side of maintaining my Twitch. So yeah, that's why it's there. It's just in case. I have had a scare where, unfortunately, I was not able to access my YouTube. So yes, definitely take a look. And also, if you have a Amazon Prime account, you can gift subs with Jeff Bezos's. He gives you I think it's $5. It's enough for a tier 1 sub. So if you guys want to spend your Bezos bucks, to quote TYT of all people, I know, but it was one of the better ones that they coined. Hey, what's up, bud? Yes, don't be afraid to drop a sub over there. It really does help me out as far as getting farther in the Twitch algorithm, whatever the algorithm is. According to them, they don't have one. I don't buy it, but whatever. I'm not going to challenge it that hard. But yeah, if you guys could also follow me on my socials, been doing a lot more over there. So yeah, really appreciate you guys hanging out and just having fun. Oh my God. Speaking of fun, yeah, that 420 show, dude. Okay. No joke. I think that was on like the most, how do I say this to keep it TOS? That was the most lifted I have ever been. At least in my adult life. Yeah, I'm not sure how much I would have been able to continue. I wish you had a pay ID. Technically, so I can just say that my Streamlabs account is technically like a PayPal. It runs through PayPal. So if you guys ever want to donate through the description, you guys can. But I also, we do have the memberships here. I am doing more members only content. I think that I have something scheduled coming up for this Friday. I already put it up. Little surprise for y'all. Also, yeah, I got the whole Trump store thing coming out, and the members get exclusive access to the Trump store. It's almost like a mini documentary at this point. I just realized that I have enough footage and material that I could probably do it as like a mini documentary style. I might have to do that. I'm sorry, guys. When Josh Worm 1 told us the sad day about his dog Daisy, I had to close the stream, so I didn't make push. Oh, yeah. Well, hey, man. Yeah, shout out Daisy again. That dude. Anytime that somebody loses an animal, I just gotta say, like, that hits me kind of special. Like, losing an animal it's so fucking rough. And I can say this with certainty: it is actually just as bad as when you lose a family member. Because when I lost my mom last year, and my dog died in October, because my mom died in March 7th. Kind of sucks that I have to, I always have that day just now, but yeah, I can say with certainty that it does hurt just as bad. And dude, I miss my dog so much. She was such a good girl. I had the most loyal yellow lab. I really wish you guys could have gotten to know her on stream, but unfortunately, by the time I even started this, she was already too old to teach her how to go down the basement stairs. Not like she wouldn't use stairs; she would go upstairs just fine. It was for some reason just she wouldn't go downstairs. She hates basements, so I'm sorry. Oh, hey, I appreciate that. I'm not trying to bring the stream down or be a buzzkill in any way. I do genuinely want you guys to understand that a pet's love is something that is just it's the closest thing that you can get to unconditional love. So I'm so sorry I've had a lot. That's why when somebody tries to make an excuse, it's weird. My whole perception of Batman has completely changed. Where I'm just like, man, what a bitch. Seriously. I am the night. I had a tragedy happen when I was a young boy. So I held that depression deep down, and I decided I'm going to become the scariest, strongest person on the planet. I don't know what that Batman voice is. Tell me where he is. There we go. All right. Realistically, like I said, though, I do want you guys to know that I don't. This is gonna sound weird. I may not even know that your pets exist, but I have a special love for your pets. Guys, you guys can do me a favor. More pets in Discord, please. I have that pet section. I would rather have the pets over the general. And I'm not saying the general's not fun. We have fun in the Discord, which, by the way, if you have not already joined the Discord, here, I'm gonna open it up. We're doing the thing. I'm gonna open the Discord for y'all early in stream. Seriously though, we do have a lot of fun. Yeah, so join it. Also, like I said, yes, we have the horizontal up. You guys can please go check that out for a little bit. I'm seeing that I made a mistake by not putting it up for a while because I don't know how this works in the algorithm. I really don't. All I know is I'm trying to play this. I'm trying to play the game, and I'm trying to get the stream out there. So with that being said, if you guys can also share the stream wherever you guys can, like I said, any little bit helps. So thank you. You can't click on it. Really? Wait, you can't click on the horizontal stream? Really? Hold on. All right. Let's figure this out in real time. All right. Let's see. Oh. What is going on with this? electronic is this? Oh, he's a staffy. Oh, whoa, he's got a cute little, yeah, bunched up face there. Let's see. Is there any dog that I don't like? I don't think so. Nope, you had to screenshot the Discord link. Oh, right. Yes. Right. Okay, right. I think that I might not be able to even share links through my own chat. I don't even know anymore. Well, yeah, there you go. Screenshot it or copy paste it and then just go try that. I don't know. If it doesn't work, then I'll figure it out. This has been a bane of my stream, is figuring out how to get people over on the Discord, because I don't want to leave. I don't want to have an open Discord. I already tried that, and that turned into a shit show. We already had, like, I've already gone through, I've had 2 death threats. I've had a guy threaten to dox me. Not even just threaten, like, he totally, like, he tried to dox me. Thank God I fucking jumped on that as quickly as I did. Also, that was back when I was running a 9-second delay. Now I'm a little quicker, so I don't have to do that, but yeah, man. I had some asshole try to dox me, and then on top of that, I got my my Discord reported for something that was completely bunk. But yeah, that's why we are not going to deal with any of that bullshit. That's why I like to call it the sling ring invite, where it's essentially like me using the sling ring for Marvel, you know, the Marvel circle. And when the Marvel circle appears, you guys can come and join the Discord. I'm trying to make it a little easier. God. But we have a cool-ass community that I don't want to upset, you know? So, speaking of that, going back to what happened yesterday, yeah, I'm not sure what happened. Because it seems like, I'm not sure if it was because I was using the Australian accent, but I kind of feel like that might have played into it. Because I don't think I said anything that was, like, totally out of pocket. Shit, I said some pretty harsh things on my propaganda show today that I thought was going to be a little bit, you know, more controversial, but whatever. Hey, lurkers. Hey, yes, indeed, lurkers. Lurkers are awesome. Hello from Liverpool. Holy shit. Michael Kennedy, I appreciate you being here. How you doing, man? Welcome to the show. Sorry that I missed your chat there at the beginning. Yeah, welcome. Always appreciate newcomers checking it out. Hope you are enjoying the content. I know I just started show. Also, anything look a little different to you guys? If you guys are chilling on the vertical, yeah, I changed up a few things. I changed up my schedule. Also, I think this is better because at this space TV is literally the handle, so that you guys can find that. How could the Aussie accent cause you issues? It was hilarious. I don't know. See, this is where I'm like wondering. Maybe I'm not sure if it was that or maybe I said some shit. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. But I know that I have lately been kind of in a weird place on YouTube and just in like the political sphere in general. So, without saying too much, because I really am trying to get better about this, guys. I got to get better about this. The thing is, I don't think I was ever able to conceptualize the fact that I would kind of make my way in entertainment. And, you know, because of that, I had a very shitty attitude about it where I was just like, no, I am the way that I am. You can't change me. It's like, no, I can still be me. I just got to know when to shut the fuck up. So, yeah, I've been having people kind of contact me and giving me like advice on what I can do to kind of make my content a little more accessible to people that don't usually watch watch even just comedy. But yeah, that don't watch like the news, politics, any of that kind of stuff. And I don't know, like I do kind of find myself always getting a little in trouble. Like I hate to say it, like it's not like canceled or nothing like that, but it is just like the amount of times that I've had somebody tell me that like they really enjoy my show up to a point, like the poop episode, actually, we'll just call it the poop episode, where we started talking about poop just in general. Like it was an everybody poops kind of revelation episode. We started making some jokes and automatically they were just like, nope, bridge too far. I don't understand the ones where they're just like, I cannot participate in that. But then I also had something weird happen over on this space today where I just told a guy legit, like, hey, don't use the R word in chat. Like, because over on this space, just so you guys know, it is different than here. Like, I know that I'm also a personality over there, and I do an exclusive stream, but I think most of you guys understand this, but realistically, I should explain. This space has a different set of rules. Like, they're adamant that there are no slurs, and they want everybody to feel like it's an inclusive place. So I try to respect that as much as I possibly can. Like I said, trying to be a good boy. I'm trying to actually do this thing where I can play well with others. Yes, I always want to maintain this, and I never I'm not interested in ever evolving this into something that is like a podcast with another host or any of that kind of stuff. Like, I love this, but doing collabs and being on other I got to get better about this. So go through what I've gone through, and poop is a regular conversation. I mean, maybe that's why I just went for it, because it is just such a topic of conversation in this house. Although uni, let's be real, it's not like the cancer is what, all of a sudden brought those jokes out. We've been, I'm pretty sure that, that's one of the things that, like, you could, how you can almost, like, break down, like, things that you can identify things that, like, are like staples of your relationship. Yeah, fart humor has definitely been a staple in our relationship. I don't think we ever had that, like, little like, I'm not, oh, girls not supposed to fart, like, none of that. Which, hey, I'm not gonna go into it. I'm not going into this. I'm not falling for the trap. But yeah, poop jokes are mandatory for adult life. The thing is, this kind of plays into what I was about to say. Is I try not to take myself too seriously in any capacity. And I know that, again, that's not the greatest thing, but it also kind of, I think Rebecca can maybe understand this, because you kind of said it, like, you've gone through a lot of, like, I've gone through some stuff. It's what keeps me going, man. Like, besides, like, this does help. I'm not gonna lie. It just, not taking myself too seriously, not taking life too seriously. That's one of the things that my mom gave me. And when she was, she always would kind of break that down, where, like, no matter how serious something was, she would always have a joke. That's one thing that I think that her and my dad, like, I always wondered how her and my dad, like, came together, where I was just like, phrasing. But for real, like, I always wondered how they stayed together even for as long as they did, because my parents are polar opposites, man. Like, now that, like, the more adult I got, the more I realized, I was like, dude, they are, me and my sister are lucky to even be here. Like, for real, they were so different. And, like, seeing how happy they were, and, like, my mom, she remarried, and my dad, he remarried, and seeing how happy they are in their current relationships. Well, okay. Wow, haven't had that happen in a while. Yes, my mom's a widow. God, he's a weirdo, though. I hate to say it. Like, he is. He's just a weird dude. Oh, hey, 420. Perfect timing. Woohoo, that's a good one. I gotta get one for my scaredy bear. It's weird having it just, like, bear. It's a bear. Anyway. I was serious there for a second. Jeez. Let me finish my serious point. God. No, but for real, I have no idea, like, how my parents, like, I look at my existence and even just go, like, oh, I don't know how that happened, because I think I told the story. My mom and dad met at an AA meeting. So yeah, that was crazy. When I found that out, I was just like, wow, that tracks, and also just it kind of makes for a beautiful relationship, doesn't it? Wakey bakey, Rebecca. Yep. I'll join for one. Oh, hey, by the way, speaking of joining, I need to do this a little bit more. God, I don't have my chat bot up still, because, yeah, dude, I think I discussed this I have to like do something that I don't necessarily want to do, where it's like I have to essentially give it mod permissions. I'm like, nah, I'm good on that. I'm good on that one. Poop jokes are mandatory for adult life. Oh, I just realized that my chat doubled up. That was weird. There we go. Here, let's do this. There we go. Okay. I think it's because I have 3 chats running right now. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on for one more day. There we go. And let's do a test. Hey, what up, Hermit? I just saw you over here. We're going to test Twitch. Yes, got it. All right. Twitch is back. You screenshotted that too? Oh. Oh, geez. Okay, that's really weird. Yeah, no, dude, I have it, like, where I should be able to post these things. That's kind of crazy. And go. All right. That account has 0 subs. Lie harder. Oh. Whatever, man. Again, dude, if people want to troll my fucking view count, go ahead. I don't care, man. I genuinely don't give a shit. I made a decent little chunk of change yesterday. That, you know, it's going a long way. Thank you for everybody that has donated to the fund and the stream in general. I really, really appreciate that. Seriously, guys, it means a lot to me because, number one, I am a little humbled, where it is kind of crazy that it's like, oh, geez, you guys actually, like, you feel that my content, you know, is worth that, and that's great. Like, that's crazy. That's so insane to me. So, again, I really am, like, kind of, like, flustered here. I'm just like, oh, that's fucking, like, it, without being too corny, that is the shit that, like, gets me. Like, where I'm just like, oh, fuck, man. This is so real. Like, people enjoy my content. People, like, you guys enjoy being here. I can say this. I know that I'm biased, but I have one of the fucking best YouTube communities that I've ever been part of. So, like, it's weird to say as the streamer, but also just legit mean it, where I'm just like, no, my fucking community is awesome. Like, you guys are, seriously, like, my regulars, you guys are solid fucking people. Like, you guys are, dare I say, real ass people. And that means a lot to me, because I think that that's something that's kind of missing. Is just people that you can look at and just be like, that's a real ass dude, or that's a real ass, you know, real ass chick, or like, you know, that's just a real ass motherfucker. There we go. Non-gendered all the way. I have like 2 friends IRL. I'd be stoked if I had 15, 20 people watching me. Oh yeah, dude. I mean, you know, I think I covered this at the end of my stream yesterday. I actually have like a pretty, you know, healthy social life. I've maintained my friendships since I was before high school. Like, I legit have the same friends. Like, my oldest friend I've known since I was like 2. You know, I talk to him at least, you know, twice a year, but he lives like far away. But my other friends, like, yeah, I spent Christmas with a friend that I've had since I was like 8 years old. Spent this last Friday with another friend that I've known since I was 11. Like, yeah, I've known my friends for a long, long time. And like I said, it's been celebrating the 420 with my old roommate, Dash. I guess I hate the whole like best friend thing now. I really do. It was like in your teens and 20s, it makes sense, but as you grow up, you're just like, they're all my best friends. You know, they really are. Like, they're all my family at this point. So, but yeah, broader point is that, even with that, I appreciate being here. That's so cool. I have no long-term mates. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, my dad actually said something cool to me recently, actually, too, where he was just like, yeah, if there's one thing that I have, like, to have my dad say that he was jealous was kind of cool. Because he was just like, yeah, if there's one thing that I'm jealous of that you have been able to do is you've been able to maintain friendships and like cultivate new friendships in a way that I never did. I'm like, oh, cool. But I've never, let's put it this way, I can go anywhere and essentially be comfortable. I'm not sure if it's a gift or maybe it's part of me, like in just the way my brain works. But Goblin, hey, Nene? Oh. How are you? Nene Goblin. Howdy. Do I know you by a different name? Because you seem to know me. But also, yeah, welcome to the show. Appreciate having you here. And, let's see. I'm trying to think. Is there any advice I could give? One thing is, because I've seen this a lot with like Gen Z and even like, I guess my sister's a millennial. That's weird to think. She's always going to be like my baby sister. So like, I don't know. We're in our 30s now and I still look at her that way. So, let's see. Watch her whip. Now watch her in it. Really? Oh God. Speaking of millennial coding. Advice, don't be a dick. Yeah. Well, I was about to say about my sister, like I watched her go through like this weird thing where she was very bad at maintaining her friendships because a lot of it was superficial bullshit. And once I just told her, I was like, you guys need to just stop with that. I'm like, you do understand this isn't like a guy-girl like thing at all. Like it's you. Like you guys are jealous of each other, and it's like you guys are always looking for affirmation, but it's the wrong type of affirmation from each other. Like you never just enjoy being with each other, where that's all it was. Like for us, like me and my friends, we genuinely just enjoy each other's company. Like, yes, there's some shit talking. Yes, there's always that kind of thing where you're going to be, there's going to be some talking behind the back. I try to not do that as much. But yeah, you got to acknowledge that sometimes you fail and you're shitty, but you've stayed friends with a good chunk of yours. Hell yeah. See? That's awesome. And that's where I just want to say, the other thing about this is online friendships, they aren't as useless. They aren't as meaningless as like a lot of people try to like say. Again, bias. I'm an online creator, so I know like, oh my God, like you have a channel, blah, 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 blah. All right. Taking myself out of that, if I'm just going to put myself like in Majority Report or any of these other places, like this is also how I know, like, because I've hung out in other chats where I'm like, nah, I really do have like one of the coolest chats. Like I said, you're solid fucking people. And you guys know how to like let some stuff roll off. You guys know how to deal with like I've seen like a lot of you guys deal with trolls in a very funny way. Now don't take this one and run with it too far, but I think you guys are also pretty fucking funny. You guys have made me like laugh just organically so often and so much that you guys gotta. I'll give you a little credit. You're funny motherfuckers. Like, I think that this is also something that I don't think I've ever brought up, but you guys are. Like, chill maxing. This is chill maxing. Yeah, this is... Dude, after the day I had yesterday, you think I'm going to just go right into the news? Like, what is this, propaganda? Come on! Oh. If you guys are wondering what propaganda is, I have another show on @ThisSpaceTV, which you guys can check out on YouTube. It's like a little TYT-esque, like all day we run a channel, working class streamers all working together to try and bring some joy to people's lives. Pep, your personality allows for such great commentary. Oh, thanks. I appreciate that. Yeah, again, this is where I might get a little down on myself, but I'm going to be for real with y'all. I never thought I was going to make like anything in entertainment. Like, I thought that I'd always be even a middling comic. I didn't think I'd even make it that far. You know, one thing I've always struggled with is having, you know, some what's the word I'm looking for? Positive views on myself, self-esteem. You know, I've always had self-esteem issues. Imposter syndrome was a big one. I'm not sure if I talked about this, but when I first started this and I actually had a degree of success, I remember like when I first started having even like more than 10 people in my chats, I started having a problem with that where I was like having imposter syndrome where I was just like, oh God, like somebody else deserves this more than me. Like I don't belong here, you know, like, and then I had, I think I brought this up, but without beating the dead horse, I had a chatter that he had watched me from pretty much day one, stayed with me through my mom's death, but then something happened. It was like right around an election or like a protest or some shit. And he decided at that point to let me know that what he really thought of me. And he said that he was just like, yeah, you're not cut out for this, blah, blah, blah. You know, you don't take things seriously enough for politics. You don't, and it's like, you're not funny enough to claim to be a comedian. I was just like, God damn, for this to come from like an audience member, that was kind of like, that was hurtful. That sucked. It did. It sucked. But because I have actually had like extensive therapy and I've also just in general, kind of changed that aspect of me where no, you know what? I don't deserve some success. I'm a good person. I'm good at this. I deserve this. And you know what? God damn it, people like me. But yeah, man, like I struggle with that. And that's where you guys really, wow, cutting deep there. It did hurt. Like that one actually, no one is ever cut out for things. We just make shit work and roll with the punches. Well, that's kind of where it is. Like the thing is, I also, like, I've told this story so many times with my comedy where I just didn't want to do it. I didn't want to do traveling comedy. I didn't want to go to the airport all the time. I didn't want to drive all over the fucking place because it was already not worth it. Like, yes, it was awesome getting laughs. Yes, it was, but I also, like, I'm kind of lucky that I did kind of, like, come up in a city. You know, yes, we're not New York or LA, but we do have a comedy scene. We do have just, like, you know, I was able to work on stuff. You was beautiful. Thank you. You was smart. You was kind. You was smart. You was beautiful. Well, thank you. I is what I am, and I is what I ain't. Wait. I am what I am, and I am what I'll be. No. That, you know what? That's actually nice, Goblin. Do I know you by another name, by the way? I want to make sure, like, if you're new here, then I give you a proper shout out. But if I know you by a different name, you don't need to dox yourself. If that's, you're trying to keep yourself, hidden there. But yeah, for real. Like, that's why whenever somebody attacks my view count, don't give a shit. I really don't. It's like, I'm already surprised that I have as many people here as I do. I really do think that, I wish they didn't make this so difficult for people to break out, because I know people, like, I could argue that Alex, Devil's Advocate, shout out Devil's Advocate, guys like him, man, that guy wants it so bad. And, I don't begrudge him for it. He wants to, like, make movies. He wants to write movies, and, like, he wants to do, like, commentary. Like, that guy is a go-getter, like a mofo. And I gotta say, like, when I see guys like that, I want to see them succeed. And, like, maybe that's another thing. Like, that's why I love this space, whether it be this or at this space TV, is because that's what it should be. It's like, I want to see my fellow content creators on the left, or just in general in this political commentary space. I want to see them grow. I want to see all of us grow. I think that I've been very upfront and honest about what I want out of this. I want to make enough so I don't have to do a job. I would like to make enough to where I can pay my bills. And that's about it. Like, having a little extra would be great, but, I'm not looking to buy a new house or buy, like spend it on stupid shit money. But yeah. So glad to see a proud gay man out of the closet. Okay. I want to engage because I'm just like, no, I'm not. It's like, wait a minute, I'm not gay. I mean, if I was, I would be out of the closet with it. I have a very loving, accepting family and loving, accepting friends. I'm just not gay. I sorry. But if that was meant to be a rip, well, bad rip, because you're just saying that you're happy that somebody would love and accept themselves. You're just wrong about who it is. Sitting here trying to have a heartfelt moment, dick. But whatever. Don't act like you ain't a fruity boy. I mean, I might have a little bit of, a sweet taste or something like that. More, but yeah. Not a lefty, but not a right, but Pep makes it okay. Well, that's what I try to do here, man. Like, I try to... Listen, I knew what I was getting into when I started this channel, that no matter what I was going to be dealing with trolls, no matter what I was going to be dealing with people that don't like my politics, whether they be leftists, or from the right, or even the centrists. Like, I had a feeling I was going to be taking shit from everybody, which I was kind of right about. But you don't see enough people online willing to engage, like, with the other side. Unfortunately, trolls do make it difficult because, like, I don't know. I understand that sometimes you're just trying to be funny, but, like, sometimes, like these guys, they're just mean-spirited fucking pricks that have nothing else better to do. Like, I remember when I was 13 and I was very insecure in myself and my friendships and just in my life in general, so I thought, hey, you know what? I'm gonna go be an edgelord. I'm gonna be cringe. I'm gonna use, like, the R word, and I'm gonna use a bunch of racial slurs because it makes people upset. Like, yeah, dude. Most of us grow out of that when we hit about 14, 15. But some people never outgrew that shit. Like, dude, I've met grown-ass men that I was like, oh my God, you actually exist. Like, you're an online troll who just admits that that's, like, what brings you joy. It's like, damn, you're broken. And they'll just admit it, too, or they're like, yeah, I'm broken. I use gay as an insult only when Republicans act like spurgs, because I know how it gets to them. Oh, yeah. No, I do the same thing. I've also, like, it's funny because I've had, like, right-wingers just be like, I thought you guys couldn't do that. I used to do the same thing with the R word. I mean, used to. I literally had this conversation yesterday, and then it was just like, dude, Pep, you used it within the first 10 minutes. Because I had to go for the joke where I was just like, yeah, I wanted to use the R word, and then some people were getting mad about it, but some people, they were getting mad about it disingenuously because they're right-wingers, which is retarded. See, I can't help myself. But the whole reason I even brought that up is because, like, it's the tactic of the enemy, I guess. Now, I had this argument with another leftist content creator. I will not say their name because they might actually, like, be part of this space in the future, and they're cool. It's just, I've had a disagreement with them on something. Which, we did get, like, into an online back and forth about, was the use of the R word. And in general, like, again, pointing out, like, that they jerk off to trans prawn, like, same thing, where it's just like, no, dude. Because that's what bothers them. The fact that they don't see that they're protecting them at that point. And also, they're doing the thing. You want to know, and this is where I do get in trouble with the left sometimes, is you want to know what pisses people off? When you fucking micromanage their fucking behaviors in their lives. It's stupid. It really is. Like, goddamn, man. It especially if they're not coming at it with bad intentions. Like, I'm sorry that at some point, like, in the, like, mid-2000s, it became, like, Twitter brain bullshit, where you couldn't read the, like, context behind something. So it's like, you missed how it was a joke. Like, Clayton Bigsby from Chappelle Show would literally be, like, just instantly cancelable. Because it's just like, he can't... What... We can't do this. Like, what the hell? He's using the N-word, like, just, and, like, we can't do this. We can't do this. And it's just like, dude, in this world that we're living in, why are you looking for things to be outraged by? Like, that's what I've always, like cancel culture, like, it did kind of have its, like, ridiculousness. Because, yes, there were some merits, obviously. Like, the Me Too movement coming from that was great. But sometimes they took it too far. Like, I'm just going to be honest. Like, the Taylor Lorenzes of the world, that, like, they made it their lives' missions to just focus on, like, what you said on Twitter 10 to 15 years ago and then hold you to that. I mean, look at, and then the left all of a sudden gets mad when they start doing the same thing to, like, Zora Mamdani's wife. You know, like, yeah, it's kind of a bitch, but I wish you would have said something when they were doing this, you know, in the early, 2000s, or like the late 2000s, or mid 2000s to late 2000s, or aughts, whatever the fuck they're called. God, I just say, like, anything post 2000s is like, yeah, that sucks. You know, 80s, 90s was so easy. Now it's just like aughts. Ugh. Like, it's such an, like, aughts. Do you like Revenge of the Nerds? I didn't like that movie even when it came out. Revenge of the Nerds, and it actually Animal House too. Animal House had some funny scenes, but dude, when it has like grape scenes, and at some point they were normalizing that. No, that was just problematic behavior. Like, and that's like, there's a difference between cringe comedy and problematic behavior, where it's like, no, you talk about toxic masculinity. If you normalize SA, that's a problem, man. And that was on the generation before. And you know what? I hate when Gen X pulls that shit where they're just like, oh, you're just the offended little nerds. Like, the millennials were the ones who started being offended by everything. It's like, no. Like, we had American Pie, which is also cringe in its own way. But you know what it didn't have? Great. Like, it didn't have an SA. Like, they knew at that point in the, like, even in the, like, mid 90s, like, yeah, you know what? I think that one went out with the 80s. But crazy to think that they actually made Revenge of the Nerds. I mean, not really. Not when you understand what they were making in the 80s. Like, dude, really? Come on. Lewis from Nerds recently. Oh, he did? That sucks. Well, whatever. Also, yo, what up, Bandit? Sent chili for 6 jewels. Bandit, I hope you're doing well. Also, I hope you had, Bandit. Hey, check it out. I got a new tea. So what is it? Puka Supreme Matcha Green Tea. It's very, very good. It doesn't need any sweeteners either. And by sweeteners, I mean, like, just a little bit of honey. Drew, come on, man. He's saying that shit in my chat. Here. I'm gonna remove that comment. Dude, come on, TOS. Like, seriously. I hope you guys understand I would actually have my chat on my screen. Like, so you guys could see Twitch chat as well on vertical, but, you know, we got some numbskulls that just can't behave. Not calling you a numbskull, Drew. Just saying that we do have some of that. Let's party. Dieter McBusiness, what's up, brother? How you doing, dude? You think AOC will run for POTUS or Schumer's seat? That's a good question, because I keep seeing what's wrong. Oh, you said the word, you know, the one that grape. You said the word, which Drew, just so you know, like, I'm also trying to, like, keep this, like, off you. Technically, you as the chatter, they will, like, you're not going to see it right away, but YouTube does kind of keep track of those types of comments, and you could just have your account, like, flagged for it. So just be careful, guys. I don't want you guys getting your stuff flagged as well. I mean, as much as I am trying to protect myself, but I don't think she's executive branch material. I kind of agree. I don't know. She's having problems. I don't agree with Crystal's assessment of AOC recently. But let's see. Like, I could see her running. I mean, somebody even said, like, if it was Jon Stewart AOC on a ticket, I'd vote in a heartbeat. Like, vote for that in a heartbeat, I should say. I know, dude. I know. No. Drew. I hate the fact that I have to do this, bro. Like, I hate the fact that I have to use the term grape for something that's fucking it's serious as fuck, man. Like, I feel like I do. I feel so weird when I have to say that shit, and I don't like it at all. And I think that it's a censorship move that it's going to end up hurting discourse in the long run. Because now you have an entire generation that doesn't even know how to say it. So I gotta say, man, like, but I just appreciate if you just keep it to the coded thing. I understand you want to have a discussion, man. All right. No, when you're supposed to be Bernie's heir, you have at least close. I mean, she's intelligent. She's having some. Honestly, I think that it's because everybody has too high of expectations of her. Realistically, I think, dude, this is what sucks about being a leftist is we hold all of our politicians to like this perfect fucking or this idea of a perfect politician that they never meet. Meanwhile, the Republicans saw Donald Trump, heard him, and were like, "Hey, he's funny and he kind of speaks like it is. Fuck it, we'll get behind him." Like, that's realistically what it is, man. And I'm kind of tired of it. Like, I'm just gonna be honest. Like, once they actually start like announcing who's gonna start running for the primaries and stuff like that, he's right. YouTube will do you dirty over that word. That's what I'm trying to I'm trying to help you, motherfucker. Like, seriously. But this is what this happened in my fucking this space chat. This happened during my propaganda show. A regular got mad that I called them on using a slur where I was just like, "Hey man, can you not? It's kind of against the rules here." But god damn, sometimes, man, I understand. Like, and this is my thing. There's a difference between cancel culture and just being like, no, dude, we have like terms of service. Like, we have rules to engage here. Mine, like I've been saying, are not as stringent as everybody else's. So goddamn, if you can't work within the framework, that's on you. All right. But yeah, Dieter, I do think that she's actually just as intelligent. I just don't think that she has as much, obviously, experience. That's a big one. She's still in her fucking, like, dude, she's younger than me. So yeah, being in your mid-30s, Ilhan Omar, high expectations. I mean, dude, shut up. Shut up, dude. You literally have, like, the likes of fucking Anna Paulina Luna, who can't fucking talk her way out of a paper bag. So shut up. No, dude, it's exhausting the way that you guys can't even like, that's my point, though, right here. We're too busy focusing on what's wrong with our politicians instead of propping up what's right with them or saying, hey, this is some good ideas that we could work on, and she could probably work on this instead. Instead, we just fucking do this defeatist bullshit where we're just like, meh, might as well throw in the fucking towel. Because who else is it going to be? Oh, well, I guess it's just going to be Chuck Schumer all the fucking time. All right, fine. Like, God. This is why it is nice to be me and not take the shit too seriously. No offense to either, but her competition will be Pritzker, Moore, and Newsom. I don't agree with that necessarily because Pritzker running for governor again, that really does kind of put a dampens that. He's not going to just win the governor's seat and then leave to run for the presidency. I don't see it. I mean, if that's the case, then sure. The Leering Center. You know what's funny about the Leering Center? That wasn't even one of the ones committing fraud. They just can't spell. And yes, that's on the parents sending their kids to a Leering Center, which, hey, politics aside, that is fucking stupid. MAGA states are the poorest in the country and most uneducated in the country, so why do these dumbasses vote for the least interest? Wait, Trump does the least for them? Oh yeah, I mean, that's true. It sucks. Like, no, dude, and it's not just Trumpers, man. It's not just MAGA, stop it. It's like right-wing states it's always been like this. All hell breaks loose as far left controversial streamer Peptalks TV blows the whistle on the poop knife. I'm Ben Mycelis, and I feel personally called out. I thought everyone had a poop knife. It turns out that it's not normal to have a poop knife. Sorry, I need to stop. Florida owns your ass. Yeah, sure. Okay. That's funny, because you guys are actually losing like a whole bunch of people and you can't get insurance, but sure. Whatever, man. Whatever. Yeah, 0 days since the poop knife. Hey! Welcome to Pep Talks. I appreciate that breakdown, though. Her but yeah, Dieter, damn, I almost feel like just bringing you on. If you got time, I mean, what day is it? Tuesday? I don't think you're on, right? Unless you're going on with Alex, which I know Alex is on coming up here, or he might be on now. But either way, yeah. Yeah, I actually just have like a minor disagreement with you on this one. I think that right now too, like the things that we're getting mad at AOC about, like I was kind of saying, it's almost like we're looking for a reason to hate her. Or like people on the left are looking for a reason to hate her. People, I can already sense the Trump or like the Maga comments coming in and just being like, we already do. It's like, not you. Okay, we're talking about us right now, you know, like, hey, yeah, we're dealing with a family matter. If you guys could just kind of see your way out, that'd be okay. You know, let us deal with our stuff. You guys go deal with yours. That's actually part of the problem with our country right now, is the fact that you guys are still focused on leftists and Democrats and not focusing on getting anything done by the party that you guys support or the president that you guys support, which that is just objectively true, by the way. You guys, you're so hyper fixated on trolling that you never hold your party to account. So that's why they constantly fuck you. That's also why they get away with, like, lying the way that they do, but whatever. AOC is loud, and I don't think she understands much good enough to be... You wrote... Wait a minute, you wrote this out in this phrase? It literally, like... You typed this out, you were just like, AOC's so stupid. She can't speak. She can't type. Wait a minute, that actually made sense. I don't even know how to do what you just did. Like, I have dyslexia and I can't even do that. That's crazy. I have a question. Why don't your two sides come together for a powwow? Well, because they do. Lucas, I mean, that's the thing. You got, like, a lot of people that, ironically, like, from MAGA that I could agree with, where they see the uniparty. Yes, the Unimoogle party. Everybody gets a unicorn, and everybody likes Final Fantasy. Dude, that'd be awesome. Anyway, AOC, that's disgusting, and I think that that's actually part of the problem right there, is the fact that you guys can't see past your sexism. This is why you're lonely, Jesse. Like, dude, no self-respecting woman is going to, like, have a dude in her life that genuinely thinks like this. Like, you're not going to stay around very, very long. Like, this is why you're, like, lonely. You know, this is why your best friend is your hand, which not sure if you've ever, you know, done the stranger, but I probably should save that one for people that, you know, are actually cool. Yeah, but you have a wife, loser. Yeah, sure you do. Yeah, it's called your left hand. As I said, I'm assuming you're a lefty. That's why it pissed you off. That's why you hate the left so much. It's just because you were born left-handed, and all of a sudden you were just like, God damn it! Now I have to smear everything I write. You know how I know this? Natural lefty. Yeah, I found out that I was one of those, like those kids that my mom, like I was left-handed, and my mom taught me how to write with my right hand. So like I do a lot of my other stuff with my left, which we're not talking about some other stuff, okay? I'm good, gross on me. But that's also why in hockey, I was one of those rare players that if you could hand me a left-handed stick or a right-handed stick, it didn't matter. I'd be able to get the job done. You'd never survive in Australia? Dude, you got big, scary spiders. What are you talking about? I definitely wouldn't survive in Australia. Whatever. I got Rebecca here. She's from Australia, and she loves me. So, I don't know. I don't know, Jesse. Seems like you're a lonely person who kind of needs to prioritize his life. I feel like Why you gotta be so mean? Oh, look at that. $20 Australian. What's that, mate? Boy.
At
This
Rebecca
guy
Green
over here is being a little bit of a cunt.
Australian
Gotta
dollars.
say, not
This way
exactly
is easy
a
for today.
shining example
Much
of
love to
us
you and
Australians,
Louise.
but
Kissing face emoji.
thank you, Rebecca, for the kind 20 quid. I appreciate that. That's going to go right into insulting this other Jesse. Jesse, you got a girl's name there, you do. Is that what's going on? Well, maybe, just maybe, tell your dad to stop making fun of you, eh? All right. Sorry. I just realized that could have like contributed to something. Yeah, maybe I'll stop it. You're a lesbian asshole. Yeah. Oh God. I don't know. Actually, Nene Goblin, I don't know. I don't know if it, like, in chat, it might. I know that for me, like, because I register my stream the way that I do, and I also just say, yes, I'm gonna have some naughty words, it tends to be okay. Also, it's not like I'm using it there. Okay, you got me laughing now. I win! All right, see? This is how I turn people, where it's just like, oh, damn it, now you got me laughing. There's nothing funnier than when somebody that, like, I've had it happen with some trolls in chat where it's just like, oh, I don't want to laugh at this, but that was just objectively funny. Try a cherry stem, not, whoa. You converted Jesse? I mean, hey, that works for me, man. That was funny as hell. You'll drop a like for that. Hell yeah. See, look at that. We can get along, Jesse. I appreciate that. That's awesome. Thank you very much. Also, yes, double tap that screen and hit the like button if you guys are enjoying, and sub to the channel if you guys are having fun. Yeah, Jesse, I mean, honestly, like, I don't care if your politics are different than mine. I like to have these conversations. I like talking to people that don't agree with me, man. I really do. Like, life is boring when you just have a bunch of people agreeing with you. And also, you don't understand your opposition at all. Like, I think that realistically is kind of part of the left, like the problem with the left, where it's like, and I hate saying that because you're just generalizing. You're just as bad as some of the right-wingers because you generalize the left. Whatever. True. So, can I ask you a question? Do you like ass? Yes, you like ass. Sorry. I realize that none of you understand what I just did right there. There's a song out there that it's actually called "Do You Eat Ass?" And it starts with that, or she's just, I have one question: do you eat ass? It's one of the wildest songs. You get it! Oh, you get it! Hey! I wouldn't be friends with Jesse at this stage, but I would talk with him. I don't need to be friends with everybody. I can literally talk to people that I don't agree with. Like, you ever had a job where you have, like, some real shitheads on your team, and you understand that you're stuck there, like, with these assholes for a long time? You know, at some point, you just kind of got to make the best of it and figure it out. I can't tell you how many times I've gone, okay, so without doxing or anything. So I had a situation, and I kind of talked a little bit about it, where this guy, he was like, you know, on the job, and red hat, like, you're not supposed to, like, wear political stuff when you're working. I know, right? Because it could cause problems, but this guy just didn't give a shit. And while, like, he didn't give a shit, and he was obviously rocking his, you know, I love Trump gear, he also had this thing where, because I was, like, the only white dude on our team at one point, he would come up to me and say, like, under his breath, some of the worst shit. And he'd just be like, right? And I'd be like, no. and I'd like just let him like hang with it and bomb. But it bothered me because I was just like, dude, the fact that he sees me as just a white dude and he's like comfortable being just so openly racist, I was like, wow, that's just a lot. Do you think abortion is a human right? And if so, should men have the right to allow? I mean, honestly, I think it's women's bodies, man. Women's bodies, women's choice. And if we're going to have this conversation, how come mandatory vasectomies are not a thing? Like, if we're going to be very okay with having this degree of control over women's bodies, I'm sorry, men, same thing. Same thing. Where's the men's accountability in this? Where's the men? Like, they always talk about, well, don't open your legs. Don't fuck, and don't whip it out, motherfucker. Like, seriously. You want to talk about chastity belts? It would actually benefit you better to have a fucking chastity belt. Like, seriously, I hate these shits. Like, I really do. I always have. Like, God, go back to fucking high school with this shit. And I'm just, like, I remember when I was, like, a Christian and they kept telling me, they're like, you're a Christian. You're supposed to, you're supposed to be pro-life. I'm like, yeah, but God wasn't exactly pro-life in Deuteronomy. Like, what are you talking about? Nobody killed more babies than God did. What are you fucking talking about? But no, it was his plan. Well, his plan sucks. He seems like an asshole. Like, what the fuck? This vengeful God that you guys are out there just like, ooh. Oh, God's love. Yeah. Very, very very conditional love, too. Which is funny because they actually say God's unconditional love. That's hilarious. I believe it is. It will haunt you forever. It's a trade-off. I mean, whatever. As a dude who, I don't have kids, and you know what? It's because I've been good about this. Realistically, man, like, it's the woman's choice, and they're the ones who I hate to say this, but they're the ones with the internal incubator, so it's kind of their choice when they want to have something inside in the womb. I don't know. Maybe I'm an idiot. I sometimes I am. Most of the time I am. But I think on this one I'm not too far off. I think that it's fair. Anyway. Shouldn't be used as a contraceptive. I mean, whatever. No, vasectomies actually, I think like mandatory vasectomies would be a great way to solve this problem. It seems like they don't care about the complications or any of it when, childbirth is actually happening, but outlaw genitals. Make us all into the Metatron. I'm an angel, you idiot. Oh, man. One of these days, that's what it'll be, though. Like, it'll just... Dude, you see that thing about, like, how they want to matrix us, like, essentially? Where it's just, like, they want to take, like, the whole doing it part out, and they're just like, we will deem who has children with their actual genes, and it's just like, wait, what? Like, we're playing that game now? Oh, that seems dangerous. I believe in a higher source of light now, Josh. That's my God. Most states here that allow it have strict limitations on how late you can. Yeah, like in Illinois we do. I know that we have very strict limitations. If you carry it to the point where the baby is mostly there, you might as well just put them up for adoption. Well, I think that that's how most states work. Funny enough, I know like one of the states that has like later term is Kentucky. Like, and everybody talks about the fucking blue states and how it's just like, you guys believe in baby, like, you guys are baby killers. It's like, what? What? The fact that you guys are morons and you think, like, this is... you always, like, have this really weird way of thinking about the world, where you think, like, every school's trying to trans your kids, and every fucking buddy's trying to, like, the Democrats, it's just, like, literally babies. But then you ignore the shit. Like, again, Jeffrey Epstein and the people that were implicated in actually doing this shit, like ritualistic bullshit. Nah, can't be bothered, literally. But you believe every single motherfucker that comes out and says, did you see what the Dems did? Did you see what they do? They're evil. They're trying to trans all your kids. Fucking morons. Like, seriously. it's a lack of critical thinking. It's also just it's like a massive need of confirmation bias that you guys can never break from. That's literally, like, without that, MAGA wouldn't even be a thing. That needs to be understood. It's about making it so legislation or legislators can't make laws that prevent doctors from making the best choices for their patient. Yep. Well, I know. Texas knows nothing about that, though. Yep. Alien technology. Why are people so weird? Like, what the fuck? What happened? Like, here I am acknowledging my fucking, like, weirdness. Like, trust me. And I'm happy. Like, I'm actually, like, I used to struggle with this, as I said, imposter syndrome, all this shit. But now I'm happy. Like, I'm genuinely happy with who I am and just how I approach things, and that I didn't take all my misery and turn into one of these hateful assholes. Like, it could have been so easy for me to black pill, but I'm just so glad I didn't even bother. I'm delving into that thought right now as well, Josh. I love it, to be honest. Don't get angry. It's just my belief. I don't really give a shit about what you care about, Jesse. My priority is bodily autonomy for already living beings. I don't think she's mad. I mean, she's just saying, like, she's saying her piece. Wait a minute. Like, see, this is the thing, man. No. See, this is, you're trying to, like, that's a gaslighting tactic. That's bullshit. She's giving her opinion on this, just like you were giving yours. And you're just like, God, don't be so mad. Like, shut up. You're the one in here that came in perceiving like you were going to be all offended by my fucking politics. What the fuck? You wouldn't survive a day in Australia. Like I said, you got them scary spiders. Also, you got them koalas. And their weird koala chlamydia. Can't believe that's a real thing, by the way. Well, I mean, that's crass, but at the same time, it is kind of funny because that's what came from, like, the Bush era. So. Wow, you do suck. You suck. They have a cure for herpes? I thought that was not true. Reset, chill stream. I'm still in chill mode. What are you talking about? Everything's fine. I mean, we're just kind of having, I'm letting chat flow and just do its thing. Like, it's fine. Also, hello, everybody on Twitch. I hope you guys are enjoying the show. If you are just hanging with us and lurking, I really do appreciate that. Also, going to be doing a Twitch exclusive coming up here. So if you guys don't already follow me on Twitch, I highly suggest you do so you guys can come catch the Twitch exclusive. It's going to be a lot of fucking fun. So, anyway, all right, push the button, Pep, hit the re-chill button. I mean, I think everything's fine. What am I supposed, I mean, Mitch, are you saying, like, hit the re-stream button? That's not how it works, bro. I don't care. Like, again, and honestly, dude, like, it is easy. We could just ignore these people and they would go away. You know, sometimes, like, you just have to admit, like, yeah, they're here. You're joking. I know you are. I know you are. Mitch, I know your humor. That's also why I kind of try to meet it with a little bit of dryness. But that was like, you know, I almost made a very crass joke. Anyway, I'll just leave dudes in the chat. Just trying to debate you fuckers. You're not really debating, though. Like, you kind of came in here, like, already all amped up, but I'm going to listen as I get ready. You know I love y'all. Hell yeah, thank you. But, yeah, realistically, guys, if you don't agree, just let them be. As long as they're not breaking TOS, you know how it goes. But anyway, I do have stuff I need to get to. Like, Kash Patel. It is actually a very, very funny story. Oh, there's breaking news. I forgot about that. Here, let's do this. Whoa, what the hell happened here? Hold on, I gotta fix this. What is happening? Whoa, what the fuck? Yo, this is weird. I've never had this happen before. Give me a second, guys. Huh. I've never had my reset screen or my little waiting screen ever do that before. All right. Just another thing with the Fun Windows update that happened. I think it was, what, 2 days ago? God. I think I covered this, but holy shit, did that fuck up my computer. I think it did. You know what? I was looking it up. It did that for a lot of people. Which, not saying like I'm glad that, like, I'm not trying to do the misery loves company thing, but I'm going to admit, you know, at least it wasn't just me. I was like, oh God. Oh, Pep broke stream. Yeah, I tend to do that. Let's all talk about how corrupt America is besides Donald Trump. Oh, yeah, dude. I mean, this is the thing about being a leftist is, like, I've always been, like, told that I hate America, apparently, because I bring up how it's not perfect. Like, I'm not a nationalist. I don't do American exceptionalism. Never have. I've always pointed out that it is really fucked up that we have to have this undying devotion to this weird idea of a country. Like, what? It's a bunch of land that they don't even take care of. God damn it. Our roads suck. Our infrastructure sucks. If you've ever traveled outside of the fucking country, you would realize how much more, like, how much just better run other countries are, whether they be European or an Asian country. Like, they know how to get shit done and make their people's lives better. But we don't demand that. But we all bitch about it. Do you know how many people bitch about the fucking condition of the roads, but they don't do anything to vote to do something about it? Again, taxing billionaires, even raising taxes on themselves most of the time would do so. But also, like, we've just gotten so comfortable with the idea of our politicians fucking us that we literally just let Citizens United just roll over us. Now, the good news is Citizens United's days are numbered, because there are a bunch of states that realize that they have power to deny super PACs. So we're going to see how that plays out. But I know the Supreme Court is already kind of insinuating that they're going to look at it, which that doesn't mean that they're automatically going to vote in favor of the Republicans, because you know what? We've had that happen a few times already with the 14th Amendment. Nothing came of that because they were just like, yeah, this is a bullshit challenge. Like, what are you doing here? That was the latest one with Gorsuch and the marijuana gun laws. Like, they are at the end of the day, they are federal judges. Like, it is steeped within, like, legalese and just a whole bunch of that shit. It's never as just cut and dry as, like, you know, a bunch of us online try to make it out to be, because sometimes, you know, you do have those people that try to fearmonger. SCOTUS is fairly packed. Yeah, they are, but at the same time, they've also made some decisions that surprised me. They also, like, there's been some votes that have been genuinely surprising. Like the 14th Amendment one, if they vote to get rid of that, then I will believe that it's like, oh no, you guys are so steeped in your ideology that you did politicize the court. Good job, by the way. I remember when Republicans were so afraid of that, when they were just like, we can't politicize the Supreme Court. But the second that Donald Trump not even Donald Trump, fuck that. Dude, they would have done this with Mitt Romney. Fucking Mitch McConnell, this was like his whole shtick. Like, I am getting tired of that too, where it's like, Trump didn't come up with all this shit. Like, the GOP is, like, they are pieces of shit. And they have totally fucking planned for this. And, you know what? This other thing. Fuck it, since I'm talking about this, I might as well watch it. We're gonna do some streamception, because I got to watch, like, a part of this video. Where is it? What? Are you telling me I don't have this in my... Oh, never mind. I thought I had this in my saved file here. Or history. Oh, what the fuck? Did he get rid of the video? Alright, hold on. because he's all right. This sucks. So Vosh kind of covered it where we were saying it here about how there was a there's like been here, I fucking told you. Here it is. All right.
I'm not going to be satisfied until everyone who watches me understand that everything happening right now would be happening if Kamala Harris won. Not exactly the same, but fundamentally the same. And if you can't see the difference between those.
All right, Vosh. Would we really have attacked Iran if Kamala was president? Vosh mentioned that we probably would at the start at this video. I, for one, disagree. The argument was at times she was pretty hawkish, but I don't agree that she would attack Iran. Not at all. Not sure why he had that insinuation. I feel like he thinks that there is more of an agreement on Democrat, Republican on war in the Middle East than there actually is.
Those two things, I genuinely don't think you're mature enough to understand the content that I produce in this channel. Because I keep having arguments about this where people are like, if Kamala Harris was a president, then this little thing would have been different. Yeah, but the nation of...
Man, I'm glad that I'm not big enough to where, like, I have a subreddit and all that. Like, that seems like, that seems a little annoying, but...
The United States has been on a long terminal decline for decades, and it's not been up to the whims of the President Trump, okay? It has been a product of a bipartisan consensus in certain policy decisions, one of which being our deference to Israel. Remember how people gave me a bunch of shit for saying that the Biden/Kamala Harris administration, as if there's a difference, would have attacked Iran too? Have you seen this? Former Biden administration senior advisor Amos Hochstein said he supported last summer's Operation Midnight Hammer.
In July 2024, Secretary Blinken claimed Iran was 1 or 2 weeks away from having enough fissile material breakout capacity to eventually make a weapon if Iran had decided to do so. There were indirect negotiations that the Biden administration did, but it went nowhere. So when President Trump argues that he did when no other president would, is it just simply that... I'm not
going to watch this whole video. I just want to hear what this guy has to say.
I do think there's a certain element to that, and that's why
you guys.
Jesus, he's almost a 600K.
Fucking flamed me. There were posts in the subreddit. YouTube chat was mad at me when I said this. I said that the attack on Iran was almost inevitable because Israel was pushing it, and Kamala Harris and Biden were completely subservient to Israel, and that the Democratic establishment was happy that Trump did it in his term because they wouldn't have to take the flak for it.
Was supportive of President Trump joining in June to take the strikes that we had thought internally in the Biden administration we may have to take if there was a second term. We thought that the spring, summer of 2025 was probably, we may have to be there in the same place. And we...
Oh, dude. Oh, uniparty bullshit. There it is. That really is. It's just uniparty bullshit. I said it a little bit different than Vosh, where I was just saying that, the uniparty or whatever the fuck, like the deep state is, like, yes, they were this was always going to happen, and that the oil cartels were technically the one. I mean, they're the ones who benefited the most.
We did war games. We did.
Hi from Russia. Would you like to ask me a question? Not necessarily.
Did, some practice runs on what it would look like to look into it.
How you found the channel?
And because that may have had to happen under our watch as well. But he said we
may have had to happen. Like, they're not even treating it like a political decision or anything that the anything like that the voters get to have an opinion on. You know, like, oh, you don't run. It just happens. Yeah, like it would have happened. War with Iran. Yeah, you know, like it was gonna happen.
Mountain
no matter
time.
What. Just in inevitability. You know, the product of inertia. We were hurtling towards conflict with Iran. No matter. It doesn't matter what the voters want.
Obliterated their nuclear program. The question then is not about what he did in June. This war we were in now did not attack the nuclear facilities again. This was not about the nuclear. So the question now becomes, can you do a deal with the Iranians? And the maximalist positions that both sides have are right now very far apart, despite all the rhetoric that we're almost there, or we are there, but if we're not there,
happy 421.
Hell yeah.
It's Peptalks Day.
This guy was literally...
It's 421 because Peptalks.
Born in Jerusalem. Yep, he identifies as a moderate Orthodox Jew. Also, he worked as a lobbyist. So, you know.
Oh, that makes sense.
You know, who...
Yeah, no, so, yeah, the Israel lobby was always going to fucking do whatever the hell they were going to do. That's kind of, yeah. I mean, to sum it up, Bosch wasn't wrong. And I know, painful to say. But I wasn't wrong either. Because I was saying the same shit. Man. But yes, also, yeah. Happy Mountain Time. Let's see. Sorry, I'm setting up the next segment here, guys. All right, so we're going to start going into the news segment. We do have some breaking news. It looks like, well, I kind of did. I put it in the title of the stream. It looks like Trump did it again. He tacoed on the ceasefire. So let's get some information on that. Seriously? There's no mainstream source right now? Oh, God, don't make me go to Twitter. Oh, here we go. Here we go. All right, we'll get Pondering Politics on this one. As much as I'm not usually... Like, I'm trying to get away from going to other people's channels to get their commentary on this because I'm a commentator. You know, I can look up Twitter and I can look up, you know, other... like Mediaite and other news sources, and I can commentate on it myself. Also, I have been having kind of fun doing like the speed read the news, so I think I'm gonna make that a segment where I just speed run the news of the day that I wasn't able to get to. So we're gonna do like the normal segment. I think what we're gonna do is we're going to go to the 420 fun half, just so I'm nice and, you know, rippy ripped, and then I'm gonna do my speed read of the news, or maybe just not speed read, depending on how, you know, potent it is. Yeah, and then it's just gonna be fun. So we do have fun here. I do try to keep like a structure, like a radio host kind of does, you know. But Trump should have consequences for this and a lot of other things, but it will never happen. Nope. What up, Ravy? How you doing? Morning. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, that's what sucks. Like, dude, none of these people are going to get punished. We're going to watch everybody, like, get pardoned. There's just... And the next administration is not going to do anything. Like, I'm just... Yeah, whatever. But the thing is, I've spent too much of my energy getting mad about things that I can't control. Like that. Like, I can try and get you guys to be informed about it. That's about all I can do. Hey, Horizontal is back. My son and I went, to IMAX to watch Speed Racer. Hell yeah. That movie is unironically really good. I love John Goodman as Pop. Also, yeah, that was actually, like, it was just really well done. Man, I just thought about that. The visuals in IMAX had to be pretty sick. Did they upgrade the visuals at all? Like, I'm sure they, yeah, I'm sure they did. They had to. Or did it look weird at some points where you're just like, well, that looks like early 2000s CGI. About to have a coffee. Nice. The pain scale is out of whack today. I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks, but I do hope that you are able to manage your pain. Jokes aside, I think Russia and our domestic issues should have been sorted out years before we started another shit show in the Middle East. Yeah, because that's how it works. All right, here we go. There we go. We got, all right, so we have breaking news. Trump tacoed again. Let's get the breakdown.
We have some major breaking news about Donald Trump's disastrous Iran war.
That's why I couldn't find
dropped.
it. It's from fucking Twitter.
With mere hours left in the window of the alleged ceasefire,
I hate this new media landscape we have to live in.
Trump having repeatedly threatened to unleash hell and war crimes and genocide against the people of Iran if the Iranian government doesn't capitulate by the end of that ceasefire, Trump has now done a 180. He is backing down and just abruptly announced that he is extending the ceasefire indefinitely at the behest of Pakistan's military. This just dropped and we have to talk about it. But before we do, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go. Folks, on the one hand, this is excellent news because it means no war crimes or genocide, which Donald Trump has been threatening, at least as of this moment, right? You never know with Trump. He could change his mind in a day.
I hear it's
but this is the announcement. As
December.
Yashar Ali and others note, breaking. Donald Trump says there will be no military action against Iran and the Islamic Republic due to the intercession of Pakistan's Chief of Army Staff, Asim Munir. He adds, quote, "We will therefore extend the ceasefire until such a time as their proposal is submitted and discussions are concluded one way or another." Trump did not include a deadline or proposed timeline in his post. Let's look at the post itself. Based on the fact that the government of Iran is seriously fractured, not unexpectedly so, and upon the request of Field Marshal Asim Munir and Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif of Pakistan, we have been asked to hold our attack on the country of Iran until such a time as their leaders and representatives can come up with a unified proposal. I've therefore directed our military to continue the blockade and in all other respects remain ready and able, and will therefore extend the ceasefire until such a time as their proposal is
still going on, but the blockade and the strait are still closed.
Admitted, and discussions are concluded one way or the other. President Donald J. Trump. Now, folks, this is, again, not an entirely unexpected development given that Donald Trump has a history of escalating and then backing down, escalating and then backing down, escalating and then back.
The thing that probably really pisses him off is that this happened on Tuesday.
Backing down,
he couldn't pull us on a Friday
after another. But again, I can't stress enough that this is still good news because it means no war crimes and genocide and no further escalation of a war, which has not only claimed the lives of 13 American service members at least, wounding.
The thing that sucks is the second that he does like get to declare victory or just like pull out, like when he pulls out, he's going to declare victory and then his entire base is going to love him for it. Like, that's what really does suck is that he has poisoned the American consciousness into just being so fucking like day by day that they forget about all the atrocities. They forget how bad the gas prices
dozens
are.
Of others killed at least 160.
But somehow Biden, literally every single thing stuck. And this is where I was saying, I think that that was also because they did weaponize the left into constantly just being like, yeah, he does suck.
Iranian elementary school girls, as well as hundreds of civilians in both.
Trump loves that everybody has to pay attention to him. Yeah.
Iran and Israel, but is also exacerbating economic tensions here at home. We don't want this war to escalate. But it is Donald Trump backing down from his threat. That also must be noted, okay? Now, the reason, in addition to Trump's past behavior, that this was not entirely surprising is it was reported earlier today that J.D. Vance, who was the lead negotiator in the previous rounds of negotiation in Islamabad, Pakistan, Trump initially said, J.D. Vance isn't going to Pakistan. The Secret Service doesn't think it'd be safe. And then it was announced actually he would be going. And then Trump's like, no, he's not going. And then the White House is actually, no, he is going. And then earlier today when he was supposed to go, it was reported that his trip was delayed. J.D. Vance's trip to Pakistan for Iran peace talks is delayed. J.D. Vance's flight to Pakistan for fresh peace talks and the Iran war has reportedly not taken off as scheduled on Tuesday, raising new speculation over a peace deal with the regime. CNN reported that Vance will instead attend policy meetings at the White House on Tuesday and will not travel to Islamabad as scheduled. So that happened earlier today. Of course, there have now been 7 new updates on the New York Times ongoing war in the Middle East thread. Luke Broadwater of the New York Times said it was a starkly different tone from the American president who just this morning had threatened a military attack if Iran did not agree to U.S. demands. Quote, I expect to be bombing, Trump said on CBS this morning. The, quote, the military is raring to go. He said that in an interview with Joe Kernan of CNBC's Squawk Box. Let's refresh the page. Trump extends the ceasefire indefinitely. The pause in hostilities between the United States and Iran had been set to expire on Wednesday in Iran. Trump said Pakistan, which is trying to mediate an end to the war, requested that he hold off any attacks. Let's see. With the 2-week truce set to expire Wednesday in Iran, it was unclear what steps, if any, Iran or the United States would take next. Talks could resume at a moment's notice, though Donald Trump has suggested he did not want to extend the truce without a longer-term agreement. He has since walked that back. Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson said Iran had not decided whether to even go to Pakistan. He blamed it, quote, on contradictory messages, inconsistent behavior, and unacceptable actions by the American side, according to the nation's state broadcaster, the IRIB. But in private, 2 Iranian officials said Monday that an Iranian delegation was making plans to travel to Pakistan on Tuesday and to resume talks. But then, of course, we learned that J.D. Vance, his flight was delayed. Even if sides return to the negotiating table, many sticking points remain on Iran's nuclear program, for instance, and on the Strait of Hormuz, a strategic conduit for oil and gas. The threat of Iranian attacks has throttled shipping traffic through the strait, prompting an American blockade of Iranian ports that the U.S. Navy says has forced 28 ships to turn around. Here's what we're covering. Oil prices approached $100 a barrel, and stocks faded on Tuesday as uncertainty clouded the possibility of cease talks. That's a major example. Xi Jinping, China's top leader, called for the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, the first time he's done so, underscoring the war's impact on Chinese economic interests. So again, major developments every which way. I want to see if there are any other. No, that's the most recent update that the New York Times has. I want to see if there's anything else in social media, because as shitty as social media can be, particularly X, it is pretty common for breaking news. Like, breaking news does tend to manifest itself on social media.
Yeah, but that's the problem, bro.
Let's see here.
God damn it. I hate that I have like a level of responsibility
Ron
that he doesn't
Filipkowski
even
of
have.
Midas Touch responds, I'm sure Trump has put the U.S. in a very
Dear
strong
God.
bargaining
All right.
position by issuing 2 ultimatums.
Dude, fucking Christ. You know what? I have been overthinking this content game way too much. This motherfucker is literally just doing like some of the stuff that I do, where it's just, but he's like scrolling Twitter. Even I don't do that.
With
trying to bring you like curated Twitter. Man, sometimes I think I put too much thought into this
hard
show.
deadlines, only to back down both times.
I hope you guys enjoy that.
Times after Iran called his
Josh, you taking off? Grandkids are here. Love you guys. See you tomorrow. Hell yeah, Josh the Heretic. Shout out to you. Appreciate you being here, man. And I will catch you on the next one.
4D chess from the cult leader. Again, that's
he's so monotone.
My thought.
Yeah,
like,
I know.
This is just, again, objectively good news. A ceasefire, an extension of the ceasefire.
Yeah, this is, I don't know, guys. Like, okay, he's repeating himself too. I'm just kind of fucking over it here. I'm gonna go back to chill mode for a second, then we'll go back to watching. I do have to say, like, yeah, like Midas Touch, Jonah, him, like all these guys. This is why I like Kyle Kulinski. At least he puts his personality into it, man. Like his personality, like he doesn't care. He'll add some comic flair. He'll say some out of pocket stuff every once in a while. And it's more interesting than Josiah. Like, just before we unpack all that, if you could hit the like and subscribe button before you go. Like, I don't know, guys. It's the same with Jack Cottrell. But when I know about these guys, I'm just gonna say this. Okay, this is why. This is what you get, or this is what you get when, like a certain entity starts, going out, getting, curate, like they start curating their own fucking media sphere. I don't know. It's just, Midas Touch is getting harder to watch. I've been getting flooded with channels like that guy, just AI generated face, voice talk. I mean, he's not AI generated. I'll say that much. Josiah is an actual person. I used to date a girl with a huge... I used to date girls with huge personalities. Hey. Oh, God. I'm going to go out on a limb and guess that, Mitch, you're at least a millennial. At least. Because that comes, like, straight out of, like, the 90s book of dating. Oh, no, no, he's not that, but the style of content. Yeah, but that's, like, he should be kind of bothered by that. Like, the fact that you guys could... Like, he could be replaced by AI tomorrow. Me, I at least have this where I'm unpredictable, motherfuckers. Like, yeah, all right. I know my worth. This is what you get when you have I'll just say personality. I'm like, I'm not sure if I should rip on myself or actually, like, try to be genuine about this, where it's like, no, I know what I bring to this. I at least bring a little bit of fun. Also, like I keep saying, and I hate the fact that I'm repeating myself a lot on this one, but it's because I like to have fun. Serial shit talker pep talks. Hey, let's in a little close to home. Serial shit talker. I'm trying to be better about it. God damn it! All right, well let's do some more. Let's do some news. More news breakdowns.
The satirical news site The Onion is launching a new plan to take over right-wing conspiracy theorist Alex Jones' web.
By the way, I did cover a little bit of the Alex Jones stuff that I'm not going to do here. I'm going to keep it to Pepaganda. So if you guys want to see the first 2 hours of my stream that I do over on this space, which, yes, guys, no matter what, when I go to 4 hours, I've already done 6 hours of streaming today. Like I said, man, please, let's, I hope that hard work, pays off thing really is true. I'm just going to say that much. Otherwise, what am I doing?
Website, InfoWars. The goal, to transform the site that was used to peddle lies into a parody.
the host being just being a guy really helps make the news a bit less horrific. Well, yeah, because you kind of feel like we're going through this together. It's like, hey,
The Rock Johnson will run for president.
I get it. It's like, whoa, I'm mad.
Human pig. Is that what God comes from?
You are being lied to.
Wow.
Jones was forced to give up InfoWars after he went bankrupt. He was ordered to pay the families of Sandy Hook victims $1.4 billion for falsely claiming that the 2012 mass shooting was a hoax.
That was one of my favorite things. Like, that trial, that was hilarious.
Chris Maddy, attorney and partner at Kossoff and Bader. He represented Sandy Hook families at the Alex Jones defamation trial. Chris, it's good to have you back on the show.
Oh, he's the guy that Alex has been talking about, like how he's a demon. He's a demon incarnate.
Plans still need to be signed off.
Not going to let the demons get me.
But I wonder what the thoughts are, what you're hearing from Sandy Hook families.
Well, we feel really good that we're one step closer to achieving one of the primary goals that the families had when they brought this litigation, which was to prevent Alex Jones from ever inflicting the kind of harm at scale that he had inflicted upon them. And to do that, they needed to see this case through to a verdict that was big enough to create the leverage that they would need to shut him down. They've been through a fairly circuitous.
The fact that his lawyers sent the defense attorney, or wait, no, the defense lawyers sent the prosecutor a bunch of their discovery shit
through the banker
that they weren't like supposed like, or not discovery, but they sent a whole bunch of like shit that was like pertinent to their case. It was hilarious, man. When he just was like, "What now?"
To a point where the Onion is going to be able to license all of InfoWars IP as an interim basis before purchasing InfoWars outright, and so we are very close, we feel, to achieving a very important non-financial goal here.
And I want to go back to that, but Alex Jones said on his show just last night he plans to keep the exact same show just on a news site. Are the families concerned that he will simply go somewhere else and pick up where he left off?
Yeah, the problem is because it does sound like then the onus is on InfoWars to pay out the plaintiffs.
Well, it was always true that Alex Jones, if he had a microphone and an iPhone, would be able to film himself. And so that was never something that was achievable from our perspective, is to prevent him.
Which I have to be honest, I think that a lot of people were fooling themselves.
What we are going to do is to prevent him from having the business infrastructure that he has spent 20 years building up, all of the customer data, all of the video inventory, all of the supplement supplies, all of that is going to be liquidated. What he may have is another outfit that is willing to put him on the air, but every bit of personal income he receives going forward is going to be coming to the Sandy Hook families because his debt is non-dischargeable.
That's fucking wonderful.
And so if Alex Jones wants to continue to work just to fork over every nickel he makes to these families, he's certainly free to do that, but he will not have the corrupt business infrastructure behind him that he has for the last 20 years.
Yeah, and he wasn't able to sell it to his dad. Like, realistically, I'm not sure if you guys know the ins and outs of this case. So he did this really shady thing. He split his company into two factions. So he had the supplement company, obviously separated from InfoWars. But he also put like the main like beneficiary or whatever, like the head of the company, as his parent, like his dad. So he was looking to have all of his assets turned over to that company, and then he would essentially buy it back from his dad.
I also want to play for you,
which every lawyer and judge was just like, fuck no.
Some of what the CEO of The Onion, Ben Collins, told my colleague Rachel Maddow last night.
Well, the way people get their information now has changed. They get it from people who tell you that you're like one enema away from solving world hunger or something. That's not actually
I'm
true.
I'm going to just say it right now, and I know I'm not going to harp on it after this, but Kat Abu Ghazaleh not being honest and not having been out there helping her, that actually hurt her.
But no one has really made fun of these people professionally yet. We look forward to infesting your social media feeds with caricatures and grotesqueries of the very people who have ruined our media ecosystem over the last 10 years.
Is that the hope that those caricatures and grotesqueries, as Ben puts it, offer not just laughs, but a counter to the misinformation that's been out there, put out there by people exactly like Alex Jones?
It depends on how far they go with this. It really does. Like, it depends. Like, if they do just blatant over-the-top parody the way that The Onion does, then that's not going to actually inform people. They have to play a game here where it's just like, all right.
One of the reasons that we wanted to bring this case to trial is because we hoped that his audience would see him for the fraud he is.
Are you actually going to go for it?
The evidence we presented in a courtroom would show that despite years of shoveling lies to his audience, that he never really believed them. And so we also think that The Onion's use of humor and satire to reach that same audience and perhaps bring some of them out of the dark could be a really beneficial use of a platform that has been used for, really ill purposes for a long time.
Chris Maddie, keep us posted. It's always good to have you on the show. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right, here's a hell of a freeze frame. This was literally the start of the show, too. I didn't have to, do anything fancy with this one. I just started the video and paused it. So, hey, we're going to learn about the Apple sale. Yeah, or not even sale. So they appointed a new CEO, and I don't know what's going on. This was so under the radar. I was like, why? Why is Tim Apple or Tim? Why is Tim Cook leaving? Hold on, it's not working. It just wants to keep the pause face on.
Apple, the company, has announced that John Ternus will be the company's next chief executive. Tim Cook stepping down. Mr. Ternus is currently the SVP of hardware engineering. Now, my gut says that that's a very tedious sounding title that carries an enormous amount of power. Tim Cook, who will be stepping down as CEO, will become Apple's executive chairman.
This guy is aggressively British.
The transition will take place on September the 1st.
Right before the new iPhone drop, huh?
Brian Stelter is with me. Regardless, Brian, of the end of an era nature, which we can get into at some point, the smoothness, the elegance by which this has been done, compared to, say, the Disney Bob Iger shambles, or or even our own companies.
Did anyone watch House of L?
I don't see shambles
tried.
at all times. But this is grande elegante.
Right, Apple
You're
wants
talking about the sci-fi show that was the prequel to, I think, Man of Steel?
to get this right. It's one of the most important moves in the company's, look, so far this century, right? Yeah, Tim Cook
Yeah, if you asked Sora to make a British man reading the news, this is what you would
very
get.
seamlessly took over
You're
for
not too
Steve
far
Jobs.
off.
Now you have John Ternus taking over. And if you looked at the press in recent months, the trade press about Apple, Ternus'
didn't both these guys used to work for Fox News? I'm pretty sure they both did.
name was being signaled. He was in line. It was clear that he was likely to be tapped. We didn't know it was going to come today, but we knew this might happen
I haven't
at some
gotten to
point
watch
soon.
Project
and it
Hail
comes, as
Mary
you know,
yet.
Richard, at a time when there's been an investor narrative, a media narrative, fairly or unfairly, about Apple falling behind in AI, leaning too heavily on those incredible iPhone sales year after year. Bloomberg recently quoted sources saying John Ternus knows he needs bolder products and a strong approach to AI.
Ooh.
So today, Cook in a statement.
All right,
calling
I'm going
him
to
a
have some live updates from Virginia coming up here in an hour.
brilliant engineer and thinker, someone focused on
There's a prequel to Man of Steel. Yeah, it was a show on Sci-Fi. I know that there was some ambiguity as to whether it actually tied into the Man of Steel franchise, but I mean they did use I think it was the footage from Russell Crowe. So
possible way we can make things better, bolder, more meaningful, and more beautiful. He's the perfect person for the job. So far, though, Apple stock down just a little bit in after-hours trading. Maybe that just signifies people expected some new CEO relatively soon, and they expected John Ternus for the job. But that's the news so far, Richard.
Brian, I'm grateful.
As I said, I watched a episode.
Our chief media. There, Lance.
I watched the first season of it.
Editor at large at Tech Radar. Look, Lance, you know this whole thing has gone full circle. I remember, of course, when Tim took over.
Oh, House of L is not what I think it is. The House of L is a YouTube page called House of L. I'm L, PhD in computer science, storyteller, system Power AI. So is she actually AI?
It was Steve Jobs past.
Yes.
And
She an
we
AI
had
creator?
those
Okay, I'm
first
so dumb. I thought we were talking. Yeah, no. House of L is a YouTube creator.
2 or
Got it.
3 years was
Well, now-
Tim up to the job. You know, he didn't have a polo sweater. He didn't look like that. He wasn't as cool. Was he up to the job? And again and again and again, that was the question that was, well, clearly he was. I mean, he took it to the most valuable company in the world. And now we're asking
Krypton. It was called Krypton, not House of L.
same questions. Plus ça change, ces mêmes choses, as they say.
Yes, and it was based in the same universe as Man of
Yeah,
Steel.
I mean, look, I think Turnus is certainly up for the job. We've been talking about John Turnus taking over for, I don't know, the last like year. There've been inklings around it. Cook, there were internal, we knew that there were certainly internal talks about the succession plan, but Cook was basically, the outlook was like, I'm sticking around as long as I can do this. He wanted to stick around. He
Yeah,
just
it's a
went
little
through Apple's 50th
weird.
anniversary where he gave so many interviews. But, at the big kickoff at Grand Central, the people who were there was Tim Cook, John Turnus, and the head of global marketing. Those were the 3 heads of state who were there. Cook took the stage briefly, didn't say anything. And at the most recent, biggest product launch they've had in a while, which was the MacBook Neo, there wasn't even Tim Cook in the video. So I think there were all these signs. But as far as Turnus being up for the job, he understands Apple. He's obviously a really hardware guy. Apple's last 5 or 6 years have been all about services, massive business.
Your intelligence is your problem-solving skills, and you guys suck.
Makes a
What are you talking about?
lot of money. Tim Cook's done the right thing, but it doesn't feel innovative. It doesn't feel exciting. So maybe it's time for a little excitement, hardware excitement under John Turnus.
Not even a Democrat, dumbass.
Does it matter?
You're just shouting out into the void. You're not even trying to have a conversation. Shut up.
Name recognition to the
There's nothing lamer than trolls that come in here and they're just like, I'm going to be heard.
general public.
Get fucked.
And I mean, well, I'm going to challenge you. You're not moving. You're not budging. You're not budging on this. I'll tell you what I'm asking because company.
Everybody just kind of wants to say it. Hey, this is a little sus. What the hell's going on? Is there an investigation coming? What's going on? Should we be worried about Apple?
Rely on cachet. They rely on cool in this particular case. And to a certain extent, do you need to have somebody who's known? You're still going to say no.
I'm glad you said that, because you're right. It does rely on cool. But you know what's cool? You know what has the cachet? Apple. That's been the thing. That's the reason why Tim Cook was able to step in 2011 and the company didn't implode because it had been baked into the company that built the iPod and the iPhone and the iPad. It had that from going back, decades. And I think that it's intrinsic to the company and not necessarily the leadership. And I will say that Tim Cook over the years kind of went from who's Tim Cook to, oh my gosh, it's Tim Cook. Come here, let me have a selfie.
Exactly. Now, I just wonder, one other thing about this whole business. How would you grade?
He's a weird looking dude. Yeah, I mean, he's just a weird looking dude.
Cook's tenure.
B+ to A. I think that
I'm glad you weren't marking my homework.
Look, from a business standpoint, he has grown this company in ways that I don't even think Steve Jobs could have imagined. But the fastest growing part of the business, as I said
Weird
before,
though, because everybody I know has kind of gotten away from
services. There have been some, Apple Watch, the focus on health. Really, really exciting, innovative, probably one of his signature moves.
Fair.
Vision Pro, AI.
Literally wearing one.
I think that's where we see some stumbles. And the AI is really kind of hung around, is not the most important technological innovation. And Tim Cook hasn't quite solved it for Apple.
Now, Lance, I want to finish just on a more personal note with Cook, of course. He came out in 2014 in an article as gay, and it was. I mean,
who cares? Why are you even bringing this up?
Everybody knew, so it wasn't like, I mean, anybody who knew.
What is this?
Knew, but it was considered a major moment, just because A, he said it, B, he made out how important he was, and then he left it alone and got on with what he was supposed to do.
Yeah, like most people who aren't weirdly fixated with like this stuff.
Which was run Apple. He didn't sort of wear it on his sleeve on a daily basis. And I think that is something that he
oh my God, is this guy really doing the thing?
The LGBT.
Like, if he didn't say that he wasn't gay, then I wouldn't have known. Maybe it would have been better had he kept that in the closet. What is wrong with this fucking guy?
Gender in the corporate world.
With number one, get the fuck out of my country, you fucking cocksucker. Seriously.
Well, quite considerably.
I'm back at that point. Like, fuck any British commentator anymore. Like, fuck you. Go fucking report on the Queen's business. Or the king, or whatever the fuck you guys have in your stupid monarchy.
Important moment for business, for the tech industry, for leadership. I think it's, I think Tim Cook's sort of casual openness, like you said, people knew, but it wasn't something that people were like, so what? And then he said it because I think he felt that it maybe would help other people. That was fantastic. I think that in recent years, there have been some questions about, where Tim Cook has stood as far as support of diverse communities because of his closeness,
John Oliver can stay.
Closeness.
He's an actual American.
The Trump administration, but for the first time, you noticed he answered that.
He got his green card. He's good. I'm not sure if this guy has it, even if he does. I don't know. There should be a level of British
people.
Where it's
if you look at Apple, they've kept their DEI, and I think that's because of Tim Cook. A red line that he's going to continue to have that as part of the company.
And I'll tell you something, it's very easy for everybody else to criticize when you cozy up to the administration or whatever, but you don't have the responsibility of hundreds of thousands of jobs and families and incomes and things like that. Lance, grateful that you're with me tonight. Thank you for coming on so quickly. Just what we needed to hear tonight.
He's a weird fucking guy. Just gonna say that, like, damn, that's coming from me.
If you found out someone you were considering for a job on your team or in your house or coaching your kids or walking your dog or
Let's speed this up
driving a
just a
school
little
bus,
bit.
if you
The
found
fucking
out that
news segments need to go a little bit
got
quicker.
so drunk that people had to use a battering ram, normally used by SWAT teams, to get into his room and wake him up.
Ah, here we go. Okay, so this is one of the ones in the thumbnail, the Kash Patel thing. Kash Patel really fucked up, guys. I'm not sure if you understand this. I'm not, even if you're a fan of the guy, which, how? Even if you're Maga, how in the fuck are you a fan of that weirdo? But aside, this guy is just a fucking he is just a pure embarrassment to Donald Trump and the administration. So the fact that this dude, his first reaction was, I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue you. Not thinking that it's like, dude, you're suing the Atlantic. It's not like you're suing fucking InfoWars, right? You're not suing somebody that's usually known for just doing speculative news. They have sources. They have they have definitely done their homework on this. So this fucking weenie went out there and said, I'm gonna sue you. I'm gonna sue you. Like in his most like his dumb fucking I can't do a Kash Patel impression. I mean, let's see. There, this is my Kash Patel impression. Oh no. Oh no. Oh God. Oh God, I'm going to get fired. Oh God, any minute now. Oh God. So yeah, that's why he's freaking out that he's going to get sued or that he's going to get fired. And so that's why he's like, I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue you. But not realizing that even the Atlantic was just like, dude, that means we get to take you to Discovery. What are you talking about? That's not a great thing.
Hire that person?
Not for you.
For any job? Babysitter, dog walker, assistant? Well, how about the head of our nation's top law enforcement agency? There's extraordinary, alarming, brand new reporting on how many people inside the FBI allegedly fear that the current FBI director, Kash Patel's erratic behavior is now a threat to public safety, with allegations that have led Kash Patel to fire back against them with a defamation lawsuit against The Atlantic. Citing more than 12 sources, The Atlantic is today reporting.
Yeah, the Kash Patel, the guy who refused to disembark the plane from the Kirkening until they brought him a woman-sized Kevlar. No, it wasn't a Kevlar vest. It was a jacket. It was the FBI jacket.
A series of alarming alleged
no, it wasn't a Kevlar vest.
episodes during Kash Patel's tenure at the FBI that have led officials to fear that the FBI is not ready to handle.
It's not that he requested a women's size. It was the fact that that's all he had, and then he had to be like, this is all we have.
Handle the many national security threats the country's facing, especially at a time when the Trump administration has launched a war with a regime that is a state sponsor of terrorism around the world. Here's just one of the alarming episodes reported. Quote, on Friday, April 10th,
They're banking on Discovery not being allowed to include presidential privilege.
FBI
Good luck with that one.
Director Kash Patel was preparing.
You have to prove actual malice.
For the week.
Now you're just going to be like, I'm going to have a presidential pardon.
Again, he struggled to log
Like, dude, you're the one who accused them of something. What do you mean?
onto an internal computer
He's
system.
very angry.
He quickly became convinced he'd been locked out, and he panicked, frantically calling aides and allies to announce that he'd been fired by the White House.
I just
That's
love how
according to
everybody in the
9 people
FBI
familiar with
allegedly hates
his
him.
outreach. 2 of these people described his behavior as a, quote, freak out. News of his
Go
emotional
far with that.
outbursts ricocheted through the Bureau. The White House fielded calls from the Bureau and from members of Congress asking who was now in charge of the FBI, end quote. And then there's the allegations around his drinking. Multiple officials telling The Atlantic this, quote, he is known to drink to the point of obvious intoxication. Early in his tenure, meetings and briefings had to be rescheduled for later in the day as a result of his alcohol-fueled nights. On multiple occasions in the past year, members of his security detail had difficulty waking Patel because he was seemingly intoxicated, according to information supplied to Justice Department and White House officials. A request for, quote, breaching equipment normally used by SWAT and hostage.
Hey, easy with the Oompa Loompa comments. You know what?
Rescue
Like, come on.
teams to
Can't be disparaging Oompa Loompas like
to
that.
gain entry into buildings was made last year because Kash Patel had been unreachable behind locked doors. That's according to multiple people familiar with the request, end quote. Now, as we said, in response to this reporting, a spokesperson for the FBI called it a, quote, sweeping, malicious, and defamatory hit piece, end quote. Kash Patel claimed that it was all, quote, false. This morning, he filed a $250 million defamation lawsuit against The Atlantic. A spokesperson for The Atlantic said this, quote, we stand by our reporting on Kash Patel. We will vigorously defend The Atlantic and our journalists against
Yeah, they're not
this
bending over
meritless
for this.
lawsuit. We're back with Liz and Glenn.
Like, bet, motherfucker.
This builds on things we've seen with our own eyes. Kash Patel using the taxpayer-funded
working class.
airplane
Yeah.
to go to the Olympics in Milan and guzzling beer like he's in a, 80s
By the way,
movie, I
guys,
guess.
if you are enjoying
Those
the
scenes are
stream,
popular.
hit
They're
that
really
like
not very
button and
modern.
double
There he
tap the
is.
screen.
If
I do have
he's
to run
not
upstairs real
drunk,
quick. My
I'm
dog
sorry
is
for him.
barking at something.
But he's certainly guzzling beer.
Sounds like he's
again,
outside.
on camera before
Here,
our
enjoy the
eyes.
cat.
I know from interviewing Fred
cat
Trump
and dog
that
bed.
Donald Trump finds alcohol
Look at
rather
him, he's so cute.
loathsome, which
Yeah,
is
you
just
are,
interesting. I know Pete Hegseth viewed as sort of a condition of being accepted, saying publicly to Megyn Kelly on her podcast that he would, quote, stop drinking if he got the job. He said that when his confirmation appeared to be on the rocks. How does this story play inside Trump world?
Good question. Let me start with a 2-hour disclaimer. No, we have not, I should just say before I say anything, that we have not verified any of the allegations regarding his drinking. I and I think a bunch of other reporters that Friday were chasing the story. We had heard that Patel had been locked out of his system. I have not been able, and I've reported extensively on this, to ascertain whether or not he was freaked out. I know that throughout the administration and other circumstances, folks have been freaked out in similar circumstances. But as you said, Nicole, Donald Trump, and I covered him for a long time, does not like people who drink to excess. He's had a family history of this stuff, and throughout his entire career, he has expressed an aversion to people who get intoxicated in public. This is just a fact. So this is a story, regardless of Patel's pushback on this, and he claims that none of this was true, to be clear, is likely to at least raise questions in Trump's orbit at a time when Patel is not necessarily in the greatest standing. That said, since this published, and really for the last couple of weeks, we've been asking people about Patel's stability and his potential to stay on as director, really in the wake of the Bondi firing. We do not at the moment have a sense that the White House and that Trump are looking to fire him. That said, things in the last month or so have moved very quickly, and even people around Patel say that while they feel like he's in pretty good shape right now, that can change fairly quickly. And it is entirely possible to read a lot of what he's done in the last 24 or 48 hours, including this announcement that he was kind of getting back in the Wayback Machine on the 2020 election as a way of him reminding Trump of why he picked Patel in the first place. So it is a very interesting story. It comes at a particularly vulnerable moment for Patel, but I think we're just going to have to.
Is he friends with the I like beer guy?
Let me show you Kash Patel's response on Fox News when the story broke.
Let me ask you about the mission, because every time I see President Trump, he says this repeatedly, that the election was rigged in 2020. I mean, he says it all the time. We all know that. And it's almost getting lost because he says it so much. You've been at the FBI now 14 months. Have you done anything about that? And do you have anything to tell us about that?
Absolutely, Maria. Look, I've been with the president nearly since day one on this. We have found all this information. We are working with our Department of Justice partners, and I am never going to let this go because they not only personally attacked the presidency of the United States and President Trump, but they tried to thwart our elections and rig the entire system. And that is not something that is going to stop on. That is not something I'm going to allow on my watch. But you just have to remember, they built this disease temple over 20 and 30 years. We've got all the evidence. I can announce on your show that we've got all the information we need. We're working with our prosecutors, the Department of Justice, and our Attorney General Todd Blanche, and we are going to be making arrests. And it's coming, and I promise you, it's coming soon.
Let everyone render their own judgments about that performance. They built this disease temple over 20 and 30 years, and we've got all the efference. I can announce on your show we've got all the information we need. Blah, blah, blah. It's coming soon. Liz,
Nobody's taking him seriously.
What is in public about the current director of the FBI, Kash Patel?
It is shocking to hear the FBI director commit to making arrests, to talk about making arrests that have not yet occurred. That is a massive breach of any protocol to announce that people are going to be arrested before all the pieces
It's
are
almost like it's all for show.
place to actually conduct the arrests. That's not how law enforcement works. It seems very clear that Kash Patel is in desperate self-preservation mode, so he's making these promises that he thinks will help to keep him on the job, and he very well may come to regret those. I think he also very well may come to regret the announcement that he made on Fox News that he was going to bring a defamation lawsuit against The Atlantic. He did that today. He's seeking $250 million. But the first
dude, he fucked up so bad.
thing that Kash Patel has to prove to win that lawsuit is that the statements that were made by The Atlantic were false.
Actual malice, man.
That means The Atlantic will be entitled to conduct discovery into the truthfulness of the statements that they made by interviewing witnesses who made.
How did nobody stop him? That's my biggest question here is how did nobody be like, hey, maybe don't threaten to sue.
May not have wanted to talk with reporters, but who will be.
Also, I've kind of learned, like, once you threaten to sue somebody, like, for legal reasons, they could just stop interacting with you altogether.
Forced under oath to talk with the reporters about whether these statements are true. That would include members of Kash Patel's security team who would have firsthand knowledge of the inability to wake him up, the need to get breaching equipment to get him out of bed. So it seems like Kash Patel could very quickly come to regret.
Welcome to the show if you're just joining us.
By filing a defamation lawsuit.
Happy to have you here. All right. Yeah, we're just covering some news. If you missed that last bit, we just covered Kash Patel kind of biting off more than he can chew. All right. Elizabeth Warren had a pretty decent back and forth with this, what is his name, Warsh or something like that. He's the guy that's up for controlling the Fed after what's-his-face is done. So I got to give Elizabeth Warren some credit. At least she's not just kind of just letting this one go through, because apparently that's what you do. Like, if you're a Democrat on any of these committees, is you just push through every single person and you don't try to put up any interference, or you have guys like John Fetterman that are the tie-breaking vote that usually, like, they'll just step in and vote where a Republican decided to have principles for once. God, our politics suck, and John Fetterman's the worst. Can we just say it? Like, John Fetterman fucking sucks, that big ogre. All right, well, this was hilarious.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
This happened earlier today.
The Fed has been plagued by deeply disturbing ethics scandals in recent years involving at least 6 Fed officials. So it's critical that the next chair have no financial conflicts, none. You have more than $100 million in investments that you have refused to disclose to ethics officials and to the public. So let me
right there, that disqualifies him.
ask,
I think that if you're a Republican in my chat, which doesn't seem like we have many, I think that you could agree with that.
Fund or the
Jesus, what the fuck is going on?
THSDFS LLC invest in any companies affiliated with President Trump or his family, companies that have facilitated money laundering, Chinese-controlled companies, or financing vehicles established by Jeffrey Epstein?
Senator Warren, thank you. So let me first share a point of agreement with you. The Fed has 2 tools. One is its monetary policy, and the second is its credibility. And the scandals that you talked about, the ethics problems you talked about, went to the core of the credibility that has hurt the Fed.
Could you answer my question, please? I asked, You have $100 million in undisclosed assets.
If you're going to get combative with them, that as the Fed chair, where you're not supposed to be political.
Are any of those with this outfit that invests in companies affiliated with President Trump or his family, companies that have facilitated money laundering, Chinese-controlled companies, or financing vehicles set up by Jeffrey Epstein? It's a yes or no question.
Senator, I have worked tirelessly with the ethics officials at the Office of Government Ethics.
And you have not
come to an ethics agreement with them and have
assets.
agreed, Senator, to sell all of my financial assets, including the Duquesne assets.
Are you refusing to tell us if you have investments, for example, in vehicles set up to advance Jeffrey Epstein? Is that what you're telling us? You just won't tell us?
Senator, what I'm telling you is that those assets that you represent at Juggernaut will be sold if I'm confirmed before I take office and sign the oath of office.
Let me follow up on that. Will you at least disclose how you plan to disclose and divest these secret assets? I'm sure you.
I gotta say, she's cooking.
Understand that the public might question.
Not the biggest fan of her,
if,
but
for
goddamn, she's
example,
cooking here.
Billionaire Stanley Druckenmiller, who you honored in your opening statement, and who makes a living guessing what the Fed will do next, cuts you a massive check for $100 million as you take the oath of office to become the new Federal Reserve Chair.
Senator, as you know, it sounds like your fight might not be with me, but the Office of Government Ethics. I have come to full agreement with them and have agreed to divest all of those assets,
I'm asking you
especially
a very
those that you
straightforward
referenced
question,
before I
Mr.
take
Warsh,
the oath of office.
And that is, will you disclose how you divest those assets, or will you just collect a check for $100 million from someone whose whole business is betting on what the Fed will do?
As I said to the ethics officials at the Federal Reserve
Busted,
and
dude.
the Office
He's
of
like-
Government Ethics, and they agree.
God, when can we just like fucking normalize hearing this shit and just being like, no, next.
Take that as a
Fucking next.
Redeeming my
God, again, this is where the Democrats, like, for all their faults with this, at least they do have the ability to just be like, nah, fuck this guy.
Donald Trump has made clear that he does not want an independent Fed. In fact, he has said, and I quote, anybody that disagrees with me will never be Fed chairman. And he's made clear that you are his sock puppets, saying last week that interest rates will drop, quote, when Kevin gets in. Yeah. I think they
It's almost like Trump kind of fucked his nomination up.
Change will get lower rates, not when the economy needs it. Nope. He said, when my guy, Kevin Warsh, is in there, we'll get the interest rates that I, Donald Trump, wants. So independence takes courage. Let's check out your independence and your courage. We'll start easy. Mr. Warsh, did Donald Trump lose the 2020 election?
We try to keep politics, if I'm confirmed, out of the Federal
I'm just
Reserve.
asking a factual question. I need to know, I need to measure your independence and your courage.
Senator, I believe that this body certified that election many years ago.
That's not the question I'm asking.
So that you're
I'm
not
asking,
answering
did
the
Donald Trump
question.
lose in 2020?
And I'm suggesting you in 2020, the
suggesting you
Fed
can't
made
answer that.
a huge inflation problem, and you certified the election.
So
You
let
need to
me
keep
ask
politics
another
out of
question.
monetary policy.
In our
What
meeting,
does the inflation problem have to do with that?
you said you would be
Humana,
independent
what?
because you're, quote, a tough guy. Words, tough guy. And you will be able
all
to
his Norman, dude, but MAGA loves him. Fuck the Democrats.
stand up to President Trump.
Whatever,
So
bunch of
let's try it again.
morons. You're getting
Name
worked.
one aspect of President Trump's economic agenda with which you
There are
disagree.
some fucking Dems that, like,
Well, Senator, the federal...
even if they're in it, even if they get paid by fucking lobbyists, this is just objectively bad for everybody. Having a Fed that is blatantly politicized is bad.
Reserve in recent years has wandered outside of its remit.
But sure, Trump is doing such a good job with where we're at right now that we really should trust that if we just give him the power of the Fed, then he'll fix everything. Jesus fucking
Wandered
dude.
into other
I'm asking
areas.
for something
That's
you
not something I'm
disagree with
prepared to
Donald
do.
Trump on.
If I'm
Just one
confirmed,
economic-
the Federal
one
Reserve should stay in
economic
its
issue.
lane.
Just one little place where you disagree with Donald
Well, I
Trump.
do have a disagreement, actually, Senator, with the president. I think even this morning he said that he thought I was out of central casting. I think central casting, I'd look older, grayer, and maybe show up here with a cigar of sorts.
quite adorable. But you know,
Ooh, spicy.
we need a Fed chair who is independent. That's the only way we preserve the independence of the Federal Reserve. If you can't answer these questions, you don't have the courage and you don't have the independence.
I agree with you on independence, Senator.
Damn. Damn, he agreed with the fact that it's like, she cooked your ass. I agree. That was pretty funny.
In conservative media world, the legend of Kash Patel, how does that read?
I just realized that I mixed up my segments. Oh, well.
Look, I think there's, going into this, even before this, he was having some trouble because there's a lot of animosity directed toward him.
It's not getting rid of the Fed, numbnuts.
The way that the Epstein's...
Sorry, didn't mean to call you numbnuts. Don't even know if you're, I'm just saying, in general, it's bad.
Situation was handled.
No, like, right now, if you do that, then you understand that that's going to, like, cause major destabilization in the economy.
They feel like he participated.
So, if that's what you're looking for, great. You're not going to get your fucking stupid gold standard back, you dumbass.
He wasn't honest and forthright about the
like I said, I'm being a little too
files that were available when there were
mean right now,
opportunities to disclose this information. He didn't. That's how they feel. And they feel betrayed.
You'd call me a liberal. I'm technically a leftist, that it doesnn't fit into the
fundamentally
liberal or conservative mold.
And so they were willing to carry water for Patel for quite a while. That totally threw it off the rails. And
also not a communist either.
He's never quite gotten back his place within the larger right-wing ecosystem.
It's almost like there's more to, politics and more nuance than people want to give credit for, because it's so much easier just to say, I don't like you.
Ecosystem as he had going into this. There were a lot of high hopes that he was not going to come in there and just be a weapon for Donald Trump and the DOJ, but that what he was going to do was get them access to a whole bunch of this information that he said wasn't available. And not only did he not do it, but then he went out there and did that sort of video with Bongino about saying that Epstein he saw all the evidence and he absolutely didn't kill him. So, that he absolutely killed himself. There was no really suspicious stuff there.
Yeah, they say our words, really think that socialists and communists are the same. Yep.
And for them, they've never gotten back their footing. In the current moment, though, what they do see him as
celebrate
a useful
58. Tool. Happy 58. Happy 58th birthday to Carl. Appreciate you, man.
He's still carrying out parts
Happy
of
birthday,
what Trump needs and wants at the DOJ. They still have some hope that he's willing to break norms and sort of, get pushed for accountability in places where they think is necessary around election work. And, they're willing to ignore, not weaponize, but ignore a lot of the reporting that has come up to this point, like the stories about how he's, used resources for his girlfriend and, some of the use of the jet and the hypocrisy there.
Dude. Okay, so I apparently had a good enough one where this is a building, right? I thought it was a boat, and I thought that was waves, and I was just like, "Whoa!"
Trump is right now, which that he doesn't have
that's a big boat.
Then that's an important indicator for Trump. So he's sort of out there a little bit by himself, and he
really
is now speaking to an audience of one.
He's still wobbly, but as far as he's concerned, he's good because he ain't going nowhere, and because he serves a purpose in that job. That Donald Trump needs service. But here's the problem. Here's the problem with this lawsuit, Michael. He is a public figure, has been a public figure for a while.
Bingo.
And the bar to allege, defamation and all of that as a public figure is hella high. So let's take a look at what that looks like. Public figures such as Kash Patel have a high legal bar in lawsuits that allege defamation. The Supreme Court, in a landmark 1964 ruling in a case known as New York Times Company versus Sullivan, said
why do we always have to go through this?
Public figure must show that the
every time they bring up defamation, it's like, yeah, dude, this is the law.
Publisher acted with actual malice to prevail in a defamation claim. The court, in that opinion, defined actual malice as making a statement that, quote, with knowledge that it was false or with reckless disregard of whether it was false.
So there's an important caveat we have to add in whenever we talk about Sullivan v. New York Times, and that is that a number of the justices, most notably Clarence Thomas on the Supreme Court, have said that they feel that case needs to be reconsidered. We are very much living in a world where the Supreme Court, decades later, as they did with Roe v. Wade, for example, revises an earlier opinion not because anything other than
to save his behind.
To save his behind, or because the vibes have changed, for lack of a
But that's
better
not how
phrase.
the system works. I'm sorry. The vibes don't just change because Clarence Thomas now feels differently or has felt a certain way about the law. I don't mean to take...
The vibes change because a federal judge rejects Donald Trump's defamation suit against the Wall Street Journal, and all of a sudden this fundamental question is in the ether more than it's ever been. I'm agreeing with you.
I know you are.
Because you have something we've never had before, which is a hyper-litigious president who then also has all of his underlings operating out of the same playbook.
And they're all coming to the table, Michael, looking for cash settlements, looking for the government to pay them. So Kash Patel files this lawsuit, and his expectation is, yes, I'll probably lose in a lower court, but we're going to work our way up to the Supreme Court. And to your point, you get, Alito and Thomas sitting there go, oh no, we don't agree with this. And with that crazy supermajority they've got, they turn the thing on its head. He walks out the door with $250 million of taxpayer money, and everybody's like, a good day at the office.
But there is one thing very much working against him, which is why I do not think this is going to make it to the Supreme Court. And that is the discovery process.
Oh, that's where I wanted to go. Thank you.
What we know about Kash Patel already.
This guy's very intense.
Publicly verified stories is not flattering to his character. And I would just say, if a reporter from an esteemed magazine like The Atlantic, this isn't a tabloid, this is a magazine that is over a century old.
They're built for this.
Emerson Thoreau. They're built for this. And if a reporter there has, as she says, over 24 sources, if I'm Kash Patel, I really don't want everything she found coming out in public. So I would be slightly
just that alone.
If this actually moves forward.
They're gonna play it in court, bro.
I think it goes nowhere.
I mean, it's also, we should note, Sarah Fitzpatrick is a very accomplished reporter who's done groundbreaking work on uncovering things about the Epstein files far before other reporters started digging into it, and is a former 60 Minutes investigative producer. But let's actually because it's not even about what is in the discovery process, right? It's the public record, too. Let's go through some of these controversial headlines. Last 11/17, Kash Patel's girlfriend being protected by FBI SWAT agents as a security perk. House Democrats are investigating Kash Patel's use of an FBI jet. Trump told FBI Director Kash Patel he didn't like his Olympics hijinks. And we have video of those hijinks as well. Let's watch that. How much do things like this play into a court case?
I think a jury could look at that video and believe that this is a plaintiff who occasionally engages in excessive drinking.
Oh boy. And oh my God. When you got the lawyers coming out and just being like, yeah, I could probably sell that as excessive drinking pretty easily. Yeah, he does kind of sound like Patrick Bateman a little bit, doesn't he?
CNN has also learned that last week, the U.S. and Iran were closing in on a deal. But Trump's social media frenzy and media interviews hurt the negotiations.
Go figure.
Some Trump officials privately acknowledged to CNN that Trump's public commentary has, in fact, been detrimental to these talks.
My sense is that the president doesn't have a clear idea of what he wants. He has a general idea. I think if I were chief negotiator for Iran, what I would do what the Iranians always do. I would just lie. Say, we're going to give up our nukes.
For a walk? Hell yeah.
Take them.
My wife wants to try doing that.
We'll negotiate the means, and we'll get this done. And then the reason being, the real nuclear weapon is the Strait of Hormuz. You don't have to go and mess around with A-bombs. You have a choke point where the Iranians have humbled the whole free enterprise system. They panicked everybody. Every American watching this program and walking the streets that has a car is looking every day at the price of gasoline, and their lives are ended. This was a war that they had no idea was going to last this long. It's so messy. And no one knows really when it's going to end or whether the president will drag his heels and pull as much as he can, temporizing, ad hoc, improvising.
So, Horace, to Geraldo's point, I mean, there's been, Reuters had an interesting story about European allies being afraid that an inexperienced U.S. negotiating team is pushing for a swift, headline-grabbing framework for Iran that would entrench rather than resolve deeper problems. The concern, according to the diplomats, is not that there won't be an agreement, it's that there will be a bad initial agreement that creates endless downstream problems. Another negotiator said, "It took us 12 years and immense technical work. Does anyone think that this can be done in 21 hours?"
I'm really surprised to hear that the chocolatiers of planet Earth are complaining about the leadership that is being shown in this effort. We now know.
What was the chocolatier jab there? Wait a minute.
That they have.
You don't follow that up with like a Willy Wonka joke or something like that? Oh,
had
dude.
developed a missile capacity that actually could reach the greatest
Anybody else stuck there?
croissant and coffee bars in Europe. And yet, only America stepped in to act.
I was wondering where the chocolatier thing came from. I was wondering if I missed.
Thank you. Fucking Geraldo said it. Fucking Geraldo said it. Geraldo.
Well, I mean, look, as we've discussed before, that may be true.
Dude.
But
that reference was as empty as fucking Al Capone's tomb. I can play this game.
It also begs the question, why didn't the Trump administration even bother to involve the Europeans in a decision to go into this war? But then secondly, on the issue
he just
of
wanted
whether
to say
Trump
chocolatier. I don't know, like he's got chocolate on the mind.
Is it
like apparently he's just like, yeah, I saw the new Willy Wonka is going to be animated.
Risk here that he might.
It's called Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
Get a headline, but that the real work of verifying, removing nuclear materials, all of that gets left for someone else to deal with, or gets left for the indefinite future, in which we're just going back and forth.
He just breaks down, starts going oompa, loompa,
Iranians for years and years and years about how to actually make sure that this thing is verified.
Yeah, this gives new meaning to loose lips sink ships. I mean, literally, he is putting our safety
it does. Oh my God!
Risk by not.
What do you mean? I listen. Have you not noticed that I make a little pursy face every time that I talk? Every time. So, and I've also got the dentures. So, my lips have not really touched in years. In years, gotta say.
And what concerns?
So my loose lips, they're always sinking ships, according to her. So you know what? She's just wrong.
What concerns me most of all is that as I'm moving around Georgia and talking to people, the affordability issue is still not being addressed. Gas prices are still going up across this nation, and there is a concept for a plan of war. There is no plan, and it is creating chaos in the lives of people. And I think you're going to see this reflected in the way that people show up this election year, this midterm cycle.
Yes, it is. Also, welcome to the show.
Their frustration with Donald
Hope you all
Trump.
are enjoying
the president
yourself.
himself
like and subscribe
seems to
if
be
you
getting
haven't
frustrated.
already. It does really help me out.
The Wall Street Journal had a piece about this, as we talked about in the introduction
smaller
here.
YouTubers some love,
he's
please.
distracted. He wants to get back to the
Also,
ballroom.
follow my
he,
socials.
At one
I
point,
know that my
mused
links
that
aren't working, apparently.
He should award
so.
himself the nation's highest military honor, the Medal of Honor.
Was it?
I don't know.
Yes, it was a joke.
Maybe
That's
it
how
was
we
a joke.
joke. I mean, come on.
Maybe it
that
was a
clearly
joke. But Trump wants this thing done, and it's not done, and it may not be done. I mean, he did extend the deadline. He extended it probably another day. So it may not be done, even with that extended deadline.
That's the biggest disadvantage he has in this negotiation. He wants it resolved because he wants the oil prices to go back down. He wants the gas prices to go back down. Yeah. He wants inflation to go back down. And he doesn't have any control over that. Iran still controls the Strait of Hormuz. So that means he's in a position to make a bad deal. And I don't think he wants to be in that position. But that's the reason why you have decisions that are being made where they're keeping him out of the room because they're afraid he's so mercurial.
No, that's not why. That's not what the reporting said. That's not what the reporting said.
He's concerned. It sounds like he's nervous that whatever comes out of this might be compared to the JCPOA. He's been sending.
But he should be concerned about whether or not we're going to revert back to a plan that wasn't particularly serving this country.
But
it's the same goddamn plan if you know how to read it.
He thinks that it's even a close call.
Yeah.
That what he might get out of this is substantially similar enough that people might compare it to the thing that he pulled out of. That seems to indicate a state of mind here.
The Wall Street Journal,
when the international community is just like, yes, it's pretty much the same plan. If anything, it gives more fucking leeway to them.
Made it clear that he's actually really involved, and he's been hesitant.
Also, let's just not mince words here. Without him doing this, they wouldn't have had the Strait of Hormuz. Like, dude, everything is worse off because of him right now. And the fact that you guys can go out there and put all this energy, at least I take solace in this, where it's like, they know they're lying.
Make moves that could cost American lives.
At some point, you just
He's
have
doing
to admit
the opposite of what we were told by a lot of Democrats early on, that he was impulsive, that he's a warmonger. The reporting suggests completely the opposite. No. I mean, part of the reason why they wanted to pull him out of the room for some of the conversations on the rescuing of American pilots was because he was eager to get minute-by-minute updates because he actually wanted to protect an American citizen. That's actually something that we would want from our president, although it can't get in the way.
They were worried that he was going to fuck.
We've all been in positions where maybe we're a little bit too eager for an update.
He was going to fuck it up.
God knows what, but that's the reality.
He thought this war would be over in days. He had no idea.
He said from the beginning.
He had no idea that it was going to be this protracted struggle, and this fight, this gutter fight, this knife fight. He had no idea. And because it is improv, you never know where sometimes it's genius and other times it's disastrous. What's going to happen in Islamabad if the Iranians say, you have to blink first in terms of the Strait of Hormuz? What's going to happen? And there'll be an impasse. What's the president going to say? You're going to wipe out your civilization?
Well, we have the leverage right now over Iran. We don't have to worry about anything beyond right now the politics, which is an important piece of all of this. Well, we have double the amount of air forces right now
and yet we're
in and around the region.
So you could say that the whole Western of Europe has an advantage over Iran. If you were just talking about the United States muscle compared to Iranian muscle, of course the United States.
Okay, so then we do
have. It's the question of whether or not you really want to use all that to what? What do you want to do? Blow up the bridges?
When the Strait of Hormuz is slowed down or stopped, does it hurt the United States as much as it hurts Iran? Economically.
Really loud right now.
That's a big piece of that is a very big piece of the leverage that we have.
It's
not like anything. But I'm sorry, but we do have an economic leverage point.
Dude. I mean, does it ever get fucking exhausting having your nose up his ass all the time? Jesus Christ.
We're in that place right now where the Strait of Hormuz is shut down.
It is.
And we will find.
I couldn't imagine being this loyal to anybody. This is fucking crazy.
Exactly how much leverage that gives us, because it's been a minute since the blockade has worked.
Americans are better than this,
but
overall.
Iran is still, we're not at a deal
yet. They wouldn't ever get behind somebody like this. But I guess,
we're not at a deal yet.
Iran has more cards than
Was it like, hey, for my boomer and like my Gen X audience, was it like this in the 70s and 80s where people like this gung-ho about politicians? I can't really think of anybody like before Reagan that everybody was just like, yeah, this guy, woo.
Was ever willing to admit. And we are the world's greatest military power.
What are the cards? We have one, right?
That's what it seemed to become like a personality thing where it's just like, he was the greatest man ever. It's like,
$1 trillion military budget. We spend more on our defense than the next 10 nations combined. Iran is not even in that list. They're a middle power. And yet after how many days has it been now? 48 days we've been at war with them, and we 51. Still have 51. We still haven't been able to defeat them because
I like how he knows. I thought you guys said that, what was it, 6 weeks? That's over 6 weeks last time I checked.
Control the Strait of Hormuz. Something that
everyone said that they would abandon Trump if it was over 6 weeks.
Knew that was likely to happen, except Donald Trump was so mercurial again that he was willing to rush in without thinking about the consequences.
No, I know that is a piece of the talking point.
No, that's the reality.
But the reality is, from a military perspective, we could, in fact, destroy Iran. We're choosing not to do that because that would be,
because
in
that's
fact, a war crime.
genocide.
Exactly
and
my
Trump
point.
is threatening genocide on a regular basis.
No, he's
he
not.
did so on Easter.
No,
Jason, let me let you finish your point so we can understand.
Where I'm going is that we
Jason,
had clear
yes, he did.
military objectives, which we have achieved. We have a greater vulnerability. That's not just for the United States, but for the world, that the Strait of Hormuz has been under the control of Iran. That is not in the best interest of anyone. This right now is making that point. The Strait of Hormuz is supposed to be open for every single country to travel through. And if we're able to...
That was not a military objective. The Strait of Hormuz was open when it started,
so it's not. So
yeah, but if it was, would that not be a win for the globe?
Yes, of course.
Yes, it would be.
But that would
so
also,
that's where we're trying to go.
Hold on, your theoretical falls apart.
Thank you. Prior to the war.
No, prior to the war, Iran had control of the Strait of Hormuz. It was a different kind.
No, they didn't. No, dude. This is my fucking problem with all of these fucking Republican assholes and these diehard MAGAs is that they can't ever admit it. They can just never say, yeah, this is a problem. The closest they got to was when he thought he was Jesus, but I thought I was a doctor, and then they were like, oh, see, he thought he was a doctor. Fucking retards, dude. I can't even get. I can't comprehend it.
Prior
I really
to the
can't.
war was that there was
Jesus Christ.
Free travel.
What did your parents do to you where you need this level of authority in your life? What happened to you?
But maybe to your point, Iran could have utilized perhaps control over the Strait.
That's always the threat. But that's always the threat.
Yeah, but they didn't. But they didn't. So getting us back to where we were on February 28th. That would be sort of like the minimum baseline consequence of this conflict.
Not true at all. Okay. Oh yeah, this was actually pretty funny. So here, I'm gonna skip the Josiah part. We'll just go into this
for 1 second and make an analogy.
This dude. All right, pay very close attention to his face.
You saw what inflation did to...
You're back, but somehow on a different stream. Oh, shit. Hey, you're on the horizontal. Hey, welcome to the horizontal stream.
The Biden legacy and administration. So 22% price increases.
Vertical is still up and live. You want to go there?
Leaving, it was down to about where it is now,
Dealer
about
choice.
3%. But not a single.
It was down to 5%. It wasn't down.
But not a single
and the reason
person.
it was down was because I had won the election, and it started falling after I won the election, and I started getting prices down.
Jesus Christ, dude!
This
is Biden. This is Biden level. I'm gonna just keep saying it, man. This is Biden level cognitive decline, where it's just like it's so obvious.
Right after November.
He just sounds awful.
Do you see?
And on top of it, it's just like he keeps spewing out the same bullshit.
Yeah,
well, not the same bullshit. It's just different. It's bullshit, different bullshit. But somehow it's also like it never ties into what he's actually talking about too.
Uncomfortable.
It's just everybody is always just like, yes, sir, sure.
Joe Kernan there is, oh my God. Like, yeah, it's at 3%. No, it wasn't. It was 5%.
It was at 5%. Yeah, it was at 5%. What are you talking about? It was at 5%. Joe Biden's, he had it at 5%. No, it wasn't.
Did get down to 3. It was because of me, because I won the election. Look at how uncomfortable dear and
I do love that. Like, that's hilarious. And here, there's a little bit more I do know. Hey, you
won the election while Biden was still president, which means, I suppose, by your logic, you're responsible for increased inflation even on Biden's watch. But regardless, what Kernan was trying to do there was tee Trump up in real time. Like, come on, man. Like, aren't you really motivated to get inflation under control? But Trump is too stupid and too dishonest to do anything other than deflect to blaming Biden and lying about Biden's numbers. Embarrassing. Here's another embarrassing moment.
Very successfully, and the blockade has been a tremendous success. They said 2 days ago, we will open the strait. I said, no, we're not going to open the strait until we have a final deal. No, we want to open the strait. They said, we're not opening. We totally control the strait, just so you understand, for all the fake news out there.
And
so can you hear Joe Kernan? You can't see Kernan's face, but you can imagine it.
Like,
No, we don't control the Strait of Hormuz.
No, we don't. What?
We wanted the Strait of Hormuz open after insisting we didn't care if it was open because we don't rely on the Strait of Hormuz. According to Trump, it has no effect.
It's kind of funny that his brain is gotten this bad, and it's not even like we're not fully through the second year.
Donna, so that's Europe's problem.
Like, we're not. Are we even halfway through? No,
NATO's
we're not.
problem.
See, my brain's cooked.
It's not our problem.
But after yesterday, that is not a surprise.
But also, it is our problem. So we want it open. Actually, we want Europe to open it for us. Actually, we're going to go in and open.
I want Europe to come in and do what they need to do
ourselves. And Iran shut it down. The Strait of Hormuz is not
opening up the strait that's already open. I totally opened it yesterday.
Not open for business, and Trump is now saying that it is because he totally controls it. But actually,
and I love how this is Cardi. Like, dude, Cardi's like super fucking MAGA.
We control it, but we're the ones shutting it down. Again, it's just total inconsistency.
Cat's watching
and
this.
Joe Kernan, the MAGA host in question, is not stupid.
Like,
he's much smarter than Trump. And so the reason he was stuttering and stammering there is because he knows everything Trump just said was absolutely wrong. That Trump is either lying his ass off or Trump is incredibly stupid. And so then Andrew Ross Sorkin tried to jump in. Here's another clip.
I think regimes only respond to certain things, and I understand your threats to bomb the bridges in the electric grid, but I don't think the
the war crimes
regime cares about the people
potato. Hey, you say potato, I say war crimes
of Iran, and if you did that, I'm sure it's the last thing you'd probably want to do, but it would hurt at least some of the people
really struggling
that
here.
we care about and why we embarked on this in the first place.
It's just so funny how he's having to do this.
Yeah, it's like, he really is.
It's just, sir, I know. Look, I know the last thing you want to do.
Dude, this is like watching one of those like Lord of the Rings movies where it's just like you're watching the king just completely literally, it's like the last Lord of the Rings where it's the guy, at the creepy eating scene. We all like guys when he's singing, he's like
he was commit a bunch of war crimes against 90 million Iranian civilians.
But yeah, it's like that. And what happened to him?
Really don't want to do that. And if you were to do that, it would probably hurt like human beings, like people.
Yeah, Boromir's
civilians,
dead.
right? And sir, wasn't that like? Remember that wasn't that like the whole? They infantilize this man. He's 80 years old. He's the president of the United States. He's the most powerful person on earth, and they have to talk to him like he's just an ADD riddled third grader. You're trying to get him to do his homework, like, right? We want to do our homework first, right? Before we get ice cream, right? That's
the cherry tomato.
Because we want to, we want to, do well in school, so we can, get good grades, and it's so embarrassing. It's pathetic. It's an indictment of Kernan and MAGA and Trump. But the truth is, Trump doesn't give a damn about the Iranian people. He never did, because his predicate for starting this war was all over the damn place. He's explicitly threatened them with
the fucking sunk cost fallacy.
Genocide. Yep. And now with all that in mind,
I mean, you're watching it in real time with Carney.
Again,
like, dude, look at him. Like, that's a perfect pause face for this, because he really is just like,
teeing it up for him, sir. We don't want to commit war crimes or genocide, do we,
sir? Sir, you don't want to commit. Yeah, exactly. You don't want to do the war crimes, do you?
That would be, I'm sure, a last resort for you.
It's not my choice, but it will also hurt them.
They're not crimes if I do it. Supreme Court said so.
It'll hurt them militarily. They use the bridges for their weapons, for their missile movements. They're trying to move the missiles because we've obliterated most of their missiles. And
so he just refuses to commit to not committing war crimes.
What is wrong? He's literally giving him an out
to not commit war crimes.
Just like, no, sir, you're not going to commit war crimes, right? Yeah, no, I totally am.
It's again,
just like Peptalks did the impression of just a minute ago. Totally.
He's teed up with the most softball. 2 + 2 is 4. Isn't it, Mr.
No, it's not. It's potato.
Mr. President? Well, that's what the liberal media says, Joe, but I think it's 5. I think it's 5. It's like, I call it MAGA math. I call
MAGA math.
Make America not do math again. I mean, it is.
You know what X equals? My balls.
Embarrassing on a level that should also prompt self-reflection in Kernan. And again, you can see the shame and guilt and embarrassment on Kernan's face. But I promise you,
it's fucking carbon.
In a post conversation with Andrew Ross Sorkin, who's considered the more liberal of the 3 hosts on Squawk Box, He's just going to double down. Kernan's going to double down. What about Biden? Remember, we've done some recent videos on Kernan just having a total freak out. Pete Buttigieg put a collar on
How many
Kernan's
times
neck
can you
and a
just
leash
make
on
it
the
about
collar
Biden?
and just dog walked him around the studio on live TV. And Kernan still hasn't learned a damn thing.
So to be clear, you're saying that you need at least the prospects for a signed deal today and tomorrow.
OMG, Coke in a
or
glass
else
bottle.
You would resume bombing Iran.
Well, I expect to be bombing because I think that's a better attitude to go in with. But we're ready to go. I mean, the military is raring to go. They are absolutely incredible. You know, I built the military.
You see that 1,000-yard. So again,
he's just so fucking.
Kernan is MAGA. Kernan is a
How is it not just embarrassing to listen to this guy just drone on about how great he is?
Conservative.
I'm the greatest. You know, I rebuilt the military. That Joe Biden, Sleepy Joe, he didn't do anything to really bolster the military, even though I did this in my first term. So that means that technically it's the same people.
Kernan wants the stock market to perform exceptionally well, and so he wants Trump to not talk about bombing the shit out of a sovereign country or escalating the war and teeing it up. And when Trump's like, actually, I think I need to expect to be bombing. I think that's a great attitude to have. We're raring to go, man. We want to fuck some shit up. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? And then he wants to chest bump Kernan. He's like, Joe, come in here for the chest bump. Come on, man. And Kernan's just like, this is not what
it looks
the
like
markets
Virginia
are
might
not
not
going to be happy to
redistrict.
hear about.
But it also, like, I would call to say, like, is this a fair election? Is this actually
This is not what we want to hear. I'm
do we even know anymore? Because now I'm at that point. Fuck it.
Tossing you up, just a nice little softball here, and you are totally wailing on it. You're missing it. Here's
he won. I guess I gotta fucking just say it. He fucking won. Now I'm wondering, like, are any elections actually not rigged? Because he just kind of came out and admitted that he's gonna rig the elections.
Clip in which, again, Kernan tries to get Donald Trump to drop the investigations into the current Fed chair, Jerome Powell, in order to get his new nominee, Warsh. I said Kevin Warsh, I think the guy's name is, by the way, testifying before the Senate right now, having a hearing.
Doing a very piss poor job, by the way.
In order to get him through, because Republican Senator Tom Tillis of my state, North Carolina, has vowed to block Trump's nominees unless the investigation into Powell is dropped. So again, MAGA Joe Kernan here, teeing it up for Trump. See how Trump handles it.
Best thing that we need now is for Jay Powell to leave in May, like he's supposed to, and to have Kevin Warsh in as Fed chair for that next June meeting. But we still have this Justice Department probe hanging over.
You're supposed to quit all pot. Yeah.
Things that you said in recent interviews,
Yeah, I do
Mr. President.
like one a day.
I want to ask you again, if it would be possible.
Although once these are gone, I'm not rebuying them because, like you just said, they're expensive, and I got these on sale.
All of your concerns about the cost overruns and the testimony
shouldn't be drinking soda.
Of Jay Powell in front of Congress. If you could take that off ramp to get this moving.
Soda's not great for you guys.
Jay Powell leaves. Kevin Warsh goes in. Is that something you'd consider dropping for the DOJ probe to let the banking committee handle it?
From the standpoint, Joe, from the standpoint that we have to find out why a small building costs close to $4 billion. It's not finished, by the way. They have a long way to go. They ripped down the most beautiful ceilings. They'll never build them again.
Yeah, you ripped down the fucking East Wing, you fucking asshole. Like, goddamn.
Beautiful, thick.
This shit right here, this is Biden shit. Like, this is Trump Biden. Oh my God, that's what it is, guys. Every time I do it, just call me Trump Biden.
I'm afraid, Kevin, they ripped.
He's fucking Trump Biden.
Down.
Hardcore.
I wanted to see if they cut back to Joe Kernan here, but they're probably like, keep me off camera because I'm about to have a heart attack. Because again, he just won't go for the off ramp. And it's so funny. It's so funny how much is baked into the premise. Do you understand what Joe Kernan is saying here?
Go back to this.
He's basically arguing for a politically expedient quid pro quo.
Every once in a while, he'll keep you hooked with
MAGA Joe
he goes back
like,
to it.
oh shit. And this is where the funny and also funny part. You can practically hear Joe Kernan beg Trump to just hang up the phone. You've already done too much.
Here we go. This is great. I saw this on Twitter.
Take a look.
Yep. We could talk NATO, but I know you've obviously got a lot to do. We will be watching.
You ever been on the phone with your parents where it's just like, all right, I gotta let you go.
Or any true social post, about the negotiation.
You just literally was like, oh yeah, Mr. President, I know you're super busy. No, I'm not. I'm actually, you know what? I got a whole lot of jack shit going on today there, pal.
Whether you hear,
come on, Kurt,
what's happening.
I thought we were having a great time.
Thanks for all your time this morning, Mr. President. We greatly appreciate
it. Dude, he's literally kicking him off the call. This is the way the majority, and thank you for the call.
Well, thank you. And Becky, thank you. And Andrew, I'm glad you.
It's just, he's like, I know you got a lot to do, so I guess we're going to stop talking. Good luck. And again,
we're done
you can
here,
see
right?
with the stammering, the stuttering, you can see it on his face. Maga CNBC host Joe Kernan visibly died inside because despite
that was pretty fucking
leading
funny.
The proverbial horse to water, that being Trump, not only did Trump not drink, he in fact kicked Joe Kernan into the water, and Joe Kernan is drowning as we speak, in the very water that he tried to lead Trump to. It's just, it's so funny.
The fact that people
are
so still out here just being like, we can bring Joe back. I don't care.
What you think in the comments.
Daniel, hey, what's up, dude? How's it going? It's good to see you. Happy Tuesday. Hello, people. How you doing, man? It is great to see you. Also, if you guys are enjoying the content, please consider hitting that like button, double tap the screen, and subscribe to the channel. Oh, God. All right. Next story. Let's see. Also, I'm going to check this. Damn it. Okay. So I'm not getting the results on my phone. Let's check the Virginia thing, and then I'll go into this next segment here. Virginia results. It doesn't look good. It's no, 54% to 45%. Okay. Cool. Whatever. So it looks like we're in for some disappointment tonight.
Very interesting.
Oh, this is not the video that I had pulled up. That's odd.
All right, everybody, this was called Golf, but actually Donald Trump is doing a live interview with CNBC right now. So we've go ahead and culled some of the most important newsworthy parts of the interview. We're going to start with this one, where Joe Kernan asks, you're saying that you need at least the prospect for a deal today or tomorrow, or else you will resume bombing. Here's what Trump had to say.
You're saying that you need at least the prospects for a signed deal today and tomorrow, or else you would resume bombing Iran.
Well, I expect to be bombing because I think that's a better attitude to go in with. But we're ready to go. I mean, the military is raring to go. They are absolutely incredible. You know, I built the military in my first term. I'm using it now. The military, when I took it over from Barack Hussein Obama, they had just, it was so...
Barack Hussein Obama. Dude, even his Hussein Obama. Barack Hussein Obama. Like, he's dude.
Depleted, so sad.
Sleepy Trump,
and I built it in my first
got a little bit of sleepiness to him.
Term. You remember those big numbers? You talked to me about it once. That's a lot of money.
I'm trailing off. I'm doing a Stunlock, as the kids say.
For military, I built it. We did a great job with our military. And
didn't we do a great job? It was so great.
We're using it now and rebuilding it, too. We've done a lot of rebuilding also in my first year.
So there you go. Well, I expect to be bombing. The military is ready to go. Of course, could be BS. Could be, of course, all a negotiation tactic. But basically saying that the ceasefire will not be extended. All of this is nonsense and has been in the past. It very obviously could be extended, but at least that's the message that he wants going into Islamabad.
Well, I'm just
the sundowner.
What Jeremy told us, which is that the Iranians were upset not only about Trump saying we're going to continue the blockade, but also about the continued threats that he insists on making. He made them yesterday, saying he's going to bomb Iran. Now here he is again, threatening more bombing. So, in terms of prospect of trying to get the Iranians to the table, this is profoundly unhelpful, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely. There's more stuff that is coming out. Let's go to the next one. This actually confirms something I was saying a little bit earlier about that ship that was headed to Iran. Trump is alleging that there was something on board that was a, quote, gift from China. Let's take a listen.
Can you give us, I think it's on everyone's mind, the latest on where the Iran negotiations stand? We now know Tehran has publicly confirmed that it will send representatives to the meeting with Vice President Vance. What do you expect? What are you hearing at this point, sir?
Well, as I said 2 days ago when they said they won't send them, I said they'll be sending them. They have no choice.
I'm glad that I turned chat back on, and that was the first thing I caught.
To send them. What I think is that we're going to end up with a great deal. I think it's got.
Where's
I
the
think they have
president
no
of peace
choice.
that we were
We've taken
promised?
out their Navy. We've taken out their Air Force. We've taken out their leaders, frankly, which does complicate things in one way. But these leaders are much more rational. It is regime change, no matter what you want to call it, which is not something I said I was going to do, but I've done it indirectly, maybe, but I've done it. And I think we're in a very strong negotiating position to do what.
In what world?
Other presidents.
In what world is regime change where you knock out some of the leaders and then it's still the same regime, son, literally family.
Should have done during a 47-year period. The blockade has been a tremendous success. They said 2 days ago, we will open the strait. I said, no, we're not going to open the strait until we have a final deal. No, we want to open the strait. They said, we're not opening. We totally control the strait, just so you understand, for all the fake news out there. Restocking. We caught a ship yesterday that had some things on it, which wasn't very nice. A gift from
My cat's
China,
resting
perhaps.
his head on my
I don't know.
arm. It's very
But I was
cute.
a little surprised, but because I have a very good relationship, and I thought I had an understanding with President Xi, but that's all right. That's the way war goes, right?
That's how war goes.
But I will tell you that
that's life. It's like that song. It says, that's life. That's how war goes.
we have our military is incredible.
That confirms something I said earlier. There was a lot of speculation on what that ship was, why they seized it. This basically confirms it. It was some sort of military equipment. And again, there's speculation there was a specific type of chemical necessary for manufacturing these ballistic missiles. But you take it a little bit earlier to what Donald Trump says there in the interview. It is more of the bellicosity of the wanting to strike, they said that they're going to negotiate or they're going to show up to make a deal. I do think Jeremy's point here is very important. And Trita's been making this point as well. There is substantive movement in terms of the actual negotiation itself. But Trump consistently undermines it because the other side also has to present a win, and he is incapable of saying something other than they completely surrendered and I got everything that I want. And, maybe the Iranians could live with that if they got a lot of what they wanted too, and they can project it to their domestic audience. But that's not where things are right now. They're under a literal naval blockade in a state of war against the United States. So all of this, I think I know that the talks are allegedly going to happen. I still think they probably will. Stuff like this does not make it more likely, is what I would say.
The best thing Trump could do at this moment
shut up.
is shut the hell up. Right.
That's kind of what his generals. I mean, dude, come on. These stories that keep coming out. He got kicked out of the Situation Room. It's kind of getting obvious, man. This motherfucker needs to be 25th Amendment. He needs the 25th applied to him. I'll just say that. But they know that they can't.
That would be but of course that.
So they're trying their best to just keep him preoccupied with other shit, which again, it's look at the keys. Look at the keys. Oh, those are nice keys.
The hell up. So that was never going to happen. And now you're at.
Is that a compass I see on the key ring? Can I see the compass?
This place
yes,
where
sir, you can.
It really is, on a knife's edge. You have competing factions within.
What are you doing with that?
Iran. You have a very strong faction that does not want these negotiations to go on at all. That did not think this was the right move to begin with. And every time Trump opens his dumb mouth and presents some false victory narrative, claiming there was regime change, claiming we have control of the strait, claiming that he's ready, in the words of Pete Hegseth, that we're reloaded, that we're ready to go back to bombing, the military is raring to go, threatening new war crimes, which is what he did yesterday. Every time he does this, that makes the job of the, Ghalibafs and the Iraqis who would like to get back to the negotiating table, makes it much, much more difficult for them to be able to make the case to more hardliners who also have sway and power within the government that this is an intelligent direction to go in. And it also, let's say they still decide to go. It also can impact their view of whether these negotiations are serious at all or whether they're just another delaying tactic so that the U.S. can get back to bombing them and to warfare, because they have lots of good reasons to believe that that is really what's going on here, and that certainly is possible. So I find this to be profoundly unhelpful. And we know he's calling into CNBC now. We'll probably talk to 4 more reporters today and say 10 more contradictory things. And some of them will be indicating, that he wants a deal, as, we had all those True Social screeds yesterday. And then some of them will be probably new threats.
And then, on Friday, he's going to do something that's going to sway the market again.
That he operates. And I think it's very clear that his need to constantly fuel his own ego and project all this braggadocio to the world is deeply undermining his interest in getting to a deal and getting himself extricated from what is a completely disastrous conflict on every single level. I was listening to an interview with Trita actually this morning before he came in, and the way he put it is
fueling
that
insider
both
trading,
sides have to walk this careful balance.
I thought that Republicans cared about corruption, but they tend to turn a blind eye. Like, they only care when it's like, it's funny, number one, and then they can just be like, oh, this impacts a bunch of Somalis. Don't give a shit about Somalis or Eddie Brown people. But the second that it's provable that the president is committing insider trading, they're just like, meh,
balance
who
of
cares?
projecting
I would too.
a win to their
Like, what the
population,
fuck?
but not doing so in such over-the-top terms that it ends up humiliating the other side and destroys the possibility of any sort of deal being made. And that is not, delicacy and nuance is not an area
We call it his neck ussy.
that this president is particularly strongly suited for.
Yeah, I mean, the more that I just keep looking at all of these comments, it's clear he's manic and he needs to claim victory. And that's Trump. He's the same way. He's always has believed that he is his best communications director. He doesn't believe anybody else can do it. That's why he constantly undermines. Sometimes it works tremendously to his benefit. His ability to dominate everything, obviously, has been his sole skill set of the last decade. However, in this particular case, I think he's finally met his match in terms of where he's dealing with an enemy that he dramatically underestimated. And now he's stuck in this vice grip where he needs victory, but he also has to get some sort of a concession, but he hasn't totally crushed them and doesn't really have that ability without a full-scale invasion. So where things go from here, I don't know. All we can really say from looking at this is saying if he's going to say, I'm ready to bomb, and the ceasefire is not going to get extended, it's this funny thing. I remember it, with the end civilization truth that he put out, and all the MAGA people were like, oh, you idiots. That's just how Trump talks. He always
but that's also part of the problem is now nobody takes him seriously.
Backs away. Well, then what was the point? Because if you think
at some point it is going to be the boy who cried wolf bullshit,
then Iran is supposed to think that they're not supposed to take it seriously. But the madman theory means you're supposed to take it seriously.
You're going to have an aneurysm?
Right. So shouldn't I take it seriously? I mean, it's like
I already got mad.
The
thing is, Isaiah, whatever his name is, the fucking guy that was running for Congress that now is a content creator. Yeah, he was just like, oh, yes is up. It's like, fuck off.
That it's unserious.
I hate this shit, dude. I hate it. This is where, content creation sometimes sucks because it really is this, I gotta do it first.
But if that's the case, then it literally has no purpose in terms of a negotiating tactic. Or
I don't know, maybe I'm not narcissistic enough to think that my opinions are more important than everybody else's.
I just think,
and I need to be the very first one to do it.
This is the exact same.
I'm more than fine bringing it to you a day late, $1 short, or maybe hey. Maybe it'll actually be $1 more because we have, a little bit more context.
Some sort of a victory narrative. But in the absence of the Iranians, also not willing to play ball, I just think he's making things much more difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. Because there's not only the question
is he going to give the update now?
Is there any room or possibility to hammer out what will be a very complex deal in a very short period of time? Remember, the JCPOA negotiated over years. And
when did Sagar stop including himself in MAGA people?
Contained fewer issues than what would have.
When he realized that Trump was a warmonger and that he really had nothing that he could back up anymore?
To be negotiated here, because you'd basically need to renegotiate the entire scope of the JCPOA on, nuclear enrichment and all of these complicated technical details.
I hate to say it, I might have to actually end the horizontal.
You also got to deal with the Strait. You also got to deal with the U.S. staying in the region. You've got to deal with sanctions.
Issue.
You have all of these surrounding issues that have to be hammered out. There has to be some level of trust in order to be able to do this. So every time this president opens his mouth, he makes it more difficult not only for Iran to show up at all, but for there to be some sort.
Just a heads up, guys, if I have to end the horizontal stream,
some sort of deal that both sides can live with. There was another interesting thing here on part of the topic we were going to originally cover in the Gulf section of the show today, which is that the UAE has been asking effectively for a bailout because they are in trouble. They were being hit. They have their brand as this sort of luxury resort country is being completely undermined. They understand they've got an issue, and so they asked for some sort of currency swap line, or they asked if that was a possibility. They haven't directly said we need this now, but they've said, hey, you know, in the future, if we need it, is this a possibility? Trump was asked by Joe Kernan, is there some type of currency swap possible with UAE to help if they need it? And do you think there'd be backlash? Trump says it is. It's been a good country, a good ally of ours. It was shocking because we didn't think they'd get hit. I don't know why you didn't think that. I'm surprised because they are really rich. So in any case, he seems to be opening the possibility.
Pep is going to force remigrate us to vertical.
Sort of effectively direct
you know what?
Bailout, similar.
You'll have to self-deport.
To what we did with Argentina for UAE because of the way our war has screwed them. And if you look at the original report from the Wall Street Journal, the UAE came in pretty hard to the U.S. and was like, look, you started this war. And now we're having to live with the damage. So you need to help us out of this predicament we're in.
In a sense, I'm, no fan of the UAE or the Gulf. I am almost low-key on their side because, look, they have a ton of money invested in the United States.
You seem to be doing nice kitty,
if they
nice
declare
kitty,
force majeure, if they
this?
just stop paying any of it, we almost do need to bail them out.
Yeah.
If we want to prop up.
Because we did create this problem for them.
We created this situation.
Yeah.
We destroyed the semblance of Dubai and the peace and, you know, the entire reason that the global super elite even all want to live there. We have screwed up all of their oil shipments. Their banks are the way station for the global illicit capital, which the entire world, you know, which is very advantageous to us as to everybody else. And then they funnel many of their ill-gotten gains back into our economy. Not saying it's a good system, but, you know, some of us do benefit from it. And so what do? I mean, it's one of those, and they've committed hundreds of billions of dollars in U.S. defense investments. They don't have a lot of cards to play, but they have the economic one. Maybe they do need to be bailed out. And that's the problem, I think, that they face, the entire Gulf face.
I hope you guys get the blue wave.
Really,
I mean, we'll see.
Already, you know, you can see a few of these things. Let's put Kuwait up there on the screen. This one is a C.
I don't see the Democrats actually fighting anything. They think that, they honestly think that Donald Trump is just going to fuck this up so bad that if they do anything, that they'll fuck up. Which that should just tell you guys. I mean, honestly,
declared.
I'm getting kind of to the point where, because one more, if they lose this election, if they lose 2026 and they don't gain anything, then what? Then what?
Majeure on shipment.
They're gonna actually call the election fraud. They gonna do any investigations? They gonna fucking spout off how it was rigged or I don't know, guys. I think that we are kind of fucking kneecapped here because we let stupid win.
Of crude oil and refined products from the
and we didn't offer up anything different. Well, I'm not part of this.
Of Hormuz say they're unable to meet.
Democrats actually hate me.
Customer.
They hate my ilk.
Obligations they can't bring.
You're too left. You're too progressive. God, we need somebody that's a little more centrist that won't upset the status quo and won't demand money out of politics. Because realistically, that's their biggest thing that they are terrified of is us clamoring, actually getting together and saying, hey, this is a bipartisan thing. We want you to get rid of Citizens United. The problem is we're also so afraid to talk to anybody about politics now that we can't teach people. Everything is so polarized that you can't even mention what your politics is to somebody that might be curious but that leans a little to the center
into the Persian Gulf. Get familiar with that term because
then you get assholes like
that's
this.
Not just
King
about
Trump.
Oil. That's also about
even though a King Trump is bad for you too, unless you live out of this country, which get fucked.
Investments. Remember, I think we
put conservatives that are loving this shit that don't even live here. That's where I'm just there's a special place in Trump hell for you. Why don't you actually stand by your convictions and try and immigrate here, numbnuts?
Srinivasan take up here very early in the days of the war. And he's like, if you're in venture capital and you have any sort of Gulf investment, you better.
How dare I care about working people and genocide?
Yourself with that word because it's very likely that you'll be hearing it at some time in the future. Also, some follow-on effects. Can't say I'm very upset about
this is my favorite C4.
Any of the keys
Let's put it
on
up
the keyboard,
here.
please.
Luxury brands bet on the Middle East. War has damaged their plans.
You suck. Empathy.
High-end brands such as Louis Vuitton and Hermes are looking to other regions as sale in the Persian Gulf nations plummet. I mean, will anybody think of Zegna clothing and Hermes and Louis Vuitton? I mean, it's a tragedy. It's a real tragedy that Bernard Arnault and and his, LVMH group is going to take such a horrible hit. I mean, I would say personally, this would be a net benefit because Gulf taste has destroyed, all the entire luxury market now for like 25 years. Again, just my opinion. The gaudiness, the Trump style, the Saudi style,
completely
the gaudiness. When I lived in the Gulf, I remember these women be walking around in full niqab. So niqab is when, I think niqab is everything with the eyes, right? And so they're full niqab, and they still have diamonds crusted all around the eyes, like right here. And then the gold Cartier love.
This is called culture. Okay, so you know what? I'll just say the one that I don't understand. I don't understand, in like, urban neighborhoods, just black culture. They have like the women, they have like the thing, like kind of like this, like where you see what's happening right here, where they like try to do this and they make like little designs out of it. I don't get it. Like the baby hair stuff, but I genuinely, I don't get it. But it's not for me to get.
Of bracelets when the sleeve would just so happen to roll up, you're like, oh, there it is. And these women are
sometimes I can just be like, oh, all right,
are in full burqa,
interesting,
going to Dior stores.
Doesn't
and
bother
Prada.
me
for what you're wearing underneath it.
Especially like, so I have seen some pretty fucking cool designs done from that.
But that's what it's all about. That's the culture.
It's also like it confuses me because I'm like, wait, so are they growing out like baby hair specifically? Do they cut that? Like, what is it
over there? It's unbunbelievable. So
now I am curious.
For me, it's a real tragedy. The Louis Vuitton.
I also just say that ladies, or just anybody who gets your, like, you spend. I understand you spend a lot of money on these nails, but don't have like these long ass nails and not offer up a good back scratching. Oh, come on.
And all of these.
Well, but it's
every time I see those, I'm like, can you please just scratch my back, please?
I think it's still a real issue for them.
No.
Spend good money on these nails. It's like,
it's a huge
because again, this is their whole thing, is attracting rich expats from the globe, the global elite. That's the whole thing, is being the playground of the global
Is that out of line?
elite. And so these luxury brands
White boy
are
over here
already
is jealous
saying,
of
this
the
guy
rose
who's
and
the
dreads.
executive chairman of Zegna, which I've never even heard of before, but it's apparently a high-end men's clothing store. Anyway, he says that merchandise has to go somewhere else. They're not hoping that the expats are going to come back to Bahrain and UAE and Dubai and Abu Dhabi. They're hoping that they're going to keep spending their money just in other cities for global.
Yeah, the right has moved far right and demanded that we meet them in the middle, dragging always right. So a large shift back left would be back to the center.
So they're moving their merchandise out of the region.
Yes, but the main thing, dude, it's so boring. It's because you have a bunch of these fucking career politicians on the left that do not want to upset the status. They don't want to lose their jobs. They got it cushy, man, and they make the right people happy
because they know.
They convince a bunch of these fucking centrist douchebags that like, oh, we'll do it eventually for you.
That it's going to be a long time, if ever, that Dubai and Abu Dhabi in particular reestablish.
EP Jackson, damn, haven't seen you in a minute. What up?
Themselves as these sort of safe havens, which are exempt from the tensions of the region. So, this is a reality that is already there for UAW. So, yeah, they're looking at this whole thing and they're like, y'all dragged us into this. You better help us out of it. And we also know there were a lot of complaints. There were like complaints from the Saudis that they didn't feel they were
asked nicely or nothing.
Being protected in the way that Israel was being protected.
Which is fair.
Yeah.
I mean, I would literally just ask like, oh, I got maybe a little bit of that scratchy.
And so, all of our bases in the region were hit. There was civilian infrastructure in these countries that was hit. How you doing?
So, gas prices down another 20 cents today. Yay!
So in any case, I guess
keep clowning, dude.
Trump is open to giving UAE their lifeline, and I guess they decided that if they signaled
America spent a lot of money on this fucking war already,
and they did the thing. They took the
and we're gonna keep spending more.
UN resolution up. They said that they would enter directly as combatants. There's some indications they have entered directly as combatants. That Trump
it's also like you're lying.
Would repay their their allyship there, and I guess this is an indication that perhaps he will. So
yeah, I mean, look, like I said, I'm loath to advocate for a bailout, but in many ways, I'm like, look, we did screw you. We really did. Totally screwed.
Yeah.
Also, just so funny down here. Foot traffic to Brunello Cucinelli stores, known for their cashmere knitwear, this fall.
Jerry and Bob with the daily lying gas reports.
50% in the Middle East. I'm like, oh, the tears.
Let me guess.
This
is in Terre Haute.
A place You're probably not familiar.
It's down to 360 in Terre Haute.
This is where like Jeff Bezos will buy a T-shirt for like $3,000, or
United
you know,
States of Israel. We really are at this point.
Type of people. I think they have a
America,
hat.
my ass.
One of their most famous hats is like $600. It's literally a baseball hat made out of cashmere. That's the type of brand that we're talking about. So yeah, all right, maybe, you know, even if you have the money, what are you doing?
It's really
it's truly
disgusting.
like, you know, I love clothing. For that type of money, you could go out to the finest like bespoke makers in the world and get something 10 times better. But for them, that's not what it's about. It's just about flexing in St. Barth or any of these other
still awful gas prices
places to Lauren Sanchez's friends. So yeah, maybe it's a good thing. Maybe it's a good thing. All right, let's move on.
Sitting here thinking that that's a win.
To Israel.
Cool.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps.
Also, that inflation rate going
the
up,
show
huh?
to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show.
All right. Palantir pushes for a national draft. Okay.
Turning now to Palantir, a selection from Alex Karp's book, The Technological Republic, has gone
no, it's not,
viral recently,
whatever, man.
igniting a lot
of
Bob,
that's you.
Debate. Let's go ahead and put this up here on the screen from Palantir. They say
still cheaper than Biden. No, it's not.
Technological Republic. In brief, Silicon Valley owes a moral debt to the country that made its rise possible.
Keep trying, man.
We must.
Honestly, the fact is, I don't give a shit about Biden. I don't. But the fact, like, you're just misinterpreting the facts. You want to talk about fake news? You have to lie. You literally have to sit here lying all the time. It's still cheaper than Biden. No, it's not. It's just not. And it's actually been up longer than it was under Biden. So Americans are spending more.
Against the tyranny
whatever,
of
man.
apps. 3, free
You're getting
email
fucked
is
by
not
your
enough.
own public,
4,
by your own
the
party
limits
and
of soft
sitting here
power of
fucking
soaring
standing
rhetoric
up for
alone
them.
have been
I don't give a
exposed.
shit. You're
5,
the one that's a
the question
fucking
is
ass
not
clown
whether
that
AI
stands up for a political party that doesn't give a shit about
will
you.
be built. It
At
is who will
all.
build them and for what purpose.
True.
6.
Meanwhile, I demand more from the people that are supposed to represent me, but this is how they keep you complacent. Not even complacent, because you're not. You're never happy.
National service.
You're still fucking miserable. You understand that everybody hates this guy. His popularity is fucking, I think it's at officially the worst that any American president has ever reached. But sure, you need to convince yourself that everybody is so happy with him and that we just wait.
A universal duty. 7, if a U.S. Marine asks for a better rifle, we should build it. And the same goes for
Where was it, $5?
Software. 8.
It was, dude, I live in Chicago and it never hit $5. Not once.
Public servants need.
So was that in California? Are you using like this weird thing where you're like taking the highest gas price from a certain place in the country and just being like, ew, it was this price for this long, and just misinterpreting or misappropriating the fucking facts, because you guys do tend to do that a lot.
Not
because you don't have a leg to stand on.
Our priests. Let's continue.
When Biden left office, I don't have it off the top of my head, but I do know that it was in the low 2s. It was like around 320 was the national average.
Shall we?
Not great, but also not horrible.
9, we should show far more great.
Now, the thing is, because he ran on lowering gas prices, because he ran on bettering the economy, we are over a year and a half into his presidency, and he hasn't done dick to help us. It's everything that he has done has made everything worse. He started a fucking war, made things worse. He took us in. He's literally making the economy take a fucking nosedive because of said war and also his policy decisions. Like, let's not forget the tariff decisions.
Race towards those
that are getting refunded to the stores, not us.
To subject themselves.
Like, dude. Again, you're the only one that's getting played here.
To public life.
Keep going,
we need less grace for them.
Psychologicalization of modern politics is leading us.
Nobody cares,
astray.
Jerry.
True. Our
Nobody
society
cares.
has grown too eager to hasten and is often gleeful at the demise of its enemies.
You can call me Pep.
12. The atomic age is
weird seeing my government name.
13. No other country in history of the world has advanced progressive values more than this one. 14. American power has made possible an extraordinarily long peace. 15, the post-war neutering of Germany and Japan must be undone. 16, we should applaud those who attempt to build where the market has failed to act. 17, Silicon Valley must play a role in addressing violent crime. And then we have a few more.
Oh, you're off, guys. Netflix, now calls, stay safe. Oh, hell yeah. Rebecca, take care.
The ruthless exposure of private lives of public figures drives far too much talent away from government service. The caution in public life that we unwittingly
also, thank you for the dono.
Encourage is corrosive. The pervasive intolerance of religious belief in certain circles must be resisted. Some cultures have produced vital advances, others remain dysfunctional and regressive. And 22, we must resist the shallow temptation of vacant and hollow.
There's no credit.
Pluralism.
What credit? He keeps working the markets, dude, because it's going to spike again.
So each of...
We're still not... The war has not ended. The ceasefire, it just extended.
These have their own...
After he fucking did his little, Trumper tantrum about, like, I'm going to obliterate the bridges and blah, 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 blah. And then he tacoed again. Because Iran is getting used to his bullshit.
Epigraph, I guess.
Dude, at this point, he's going to have to sign a deal that's way worse than the Obama deal. But you guys are still going to accept it like he's some sort of 5D chess-playing genius.
You would say...
You're the only ones clowning yourselves, man.
I chose to read all 22. Many
you have to sit here convincing yourself that
many
you're somehow doing great.
I would say the one that has gotten the most attention
Nobody agrees
is
with you,
number
pal.
6. National service should be a universal duty. We should, as a society, seriously consider moving away from an
keep blowing yourselves
volunteer force.
That's
and
pretty
only
much all
fight
you
the
guys
next
do
war if
all day.
everyone fights in the shares of risk and
Ta-ta.
cost. You know what's funny is I made that exact point to you.
Ta-ta for now.
However, I think that there's a little bit of a difference between a company which gets government contracts for more than a guy who's a YouTuber who's... I was trying to make a philosophical point, which is if the nation should be at war, then everybody should be eligible for a draft.
What did Biden do that was good, Jerry?
Everyone. No rich, nobody should be able...
Since you are going to hold me to such an important standard.
To buy their way out.
What was it that you liked that Biden did?
And that means that when you go to war, the society has to be so bought in that if they're not, people will literally riot. Like, think about what you would do or I would do if we were in a war, like the Iran war. What's the real
logic does not compute.
Cost gas. Okay, it's bad. But if my life was on the line or your kids are on the line, I will literally do anything. And so will most people to make sure that that doesn't happen. I think that that is an incentive. I think the all-volunteer force actually enables...
That's not an answer.
People.
All right, Jerry.
Bye. To do these ridiculous foreign adventures like Iraq and Afghanistan.
Not even going to ban you. I'm not going to time you out. I'm just ignoring your ass.
And basically,
you're a fundamentally unserious prick. So
the bribe working.
Couldn't even answer the question that you posited to me.
Class America.
Because I have an answer lined up, but
who may or may not know better, or who get tricked or whatever into doing it.
Never
and then
gonna
they
know
go
it.
over and they have no idea even necessarily what they've signed up
Don't know how
for,
to
or
play.
they're in too deep once it's already happened. So that's
Yeah.
why I think that's a real
Riddle
different
me
story
this.
for me to say that compared to
Then
know the
a
answer to your own riddle?
Palantir
is saying. That's
Well,
a little bit different.
That's the other thing is you look at all of this and you're like, oh, that's very convenient for your bottom line. I'm sure you would love for Germany and Japan to fully
Yes.
remilitarize
Not sure if I said what up.
and destroy the
How's it going, man?
completely obliterate the end of World War II
Why
understanding.
do the leftists have so much beef with that one? I agree with that totally. Restore a non-nuclear Germany and Japan has turned them into U.S. vassals. Like Germany, especially Japan. Japan is way better off with nuclear weapons.
Yeah.
And we don't need to have all these bases over there. They can defend themselves against North Korea. Then we can just purely have a trading relationship. I trust them. I think everybody else. I would give them a nuclear weapon.
Well,
honestly.
here's the thing. Here's the thing is the logic of the world that the U.S. has created argues in favor of basically every country achieving nuclear weapons. Do I think that is a good fit? No, I think it's terrible that we are now in an era where increasing nuclear proliferation is inevitable because of the logic that we have created. There's no doubt about that. Do I think that's a good thing? No, I don't think that's a good thing. And then to have it come again, I mean, I feel like I said a little bit the way you feel about the draft, which if there was a draft for a military technology company whose bottom line is dependent on us being in forever war and selling technology also to Israel and also to Germany and also to Japan and all these other countries, that they see as part of Western civilization or whatever. For their bottom line is dependent on that thing, and then, conveniently, they have a manifesto that argues in favor of endless war, never being able to coexist with anyone, increasing militarization of countries that have, as of to this point, spent less on their military. Just look at that. That's very convenient for you, and you're going to enlist our entire population to fight these endless wars that you yourselves profit from. It's disgusting, but I mean. Regardless of how you think about all of these individual points,
we
my
surveil ourselves.
Takeaway is just like
I brought this up about why I'm not going to go nuts about I'm being surveilled.
Who are you, Palantir, to come out and tell us?
The government's watching me.
Should have a draft.
Like and subscribe.
Who are you to come out and say, these are our guiding principles of philosophy? No. You are subordinate to the American people. You should be. You should be subordinate to, a government that has the interest of American people in mind. And instead, the people who are profiting off of these endless conflicts are the ones who are increasingly driving the train. And the piece about AI obviously is very scary and dystopian.
Yeah.
They're like, look,
I mean,
AI weapons are inevitable,
Yeah.
so just suck it up and, you know, relax and enjoy. Palantir basically deciding who gets to live or die. That's the view that comes from your, which again.
Yeah, but guess
and
what?
it's like,
America's really, really stupid, and they're going to just get behind this.
terrifying.
Trust
and
me.
there is a level of inevitability to AI. They're right when they say it matters who owns it and how it's deployed, which is exactly why we need to trim the sails of these companies and get them
wouldn't doubt
under
it.
control. Because right now, they are driving the train much more so, and their ideology is dominant much more so than what the American people would want to see
You know what's funny?
Man.
One that got no attention.
Damn it, I just
which
realized that I forgot to do
disagree
the
with
thing
you
at the
most, is
start of the show.
atomic age is ending.
So
I could not
I had to put this away for a little bit.
Like he
but-
said, one age of deterrence, the
know how
atomic
that out
age
of
is
sight,
ending, and
out of
a new era
mind thing
deterrence
works?
is built on AI. No, it's not.
I
Iran
know, random time to bring this up, but I brought the pepper
doesn't have
hat back
AI,
out.
and they don't need it. They have literally oil, and they have the Straits of Hormuz.
yeah.
What does Russia
I was
have?
cleaning
They don't
up
have a
and
ton of
I,
AI. They have nuclear weapons. They have a shitload of oil. That's
Yeah.
A bunch of
literally
shit
all
in
you
my
need.
closet
It's again
that I forgot.
completely self-serving
Yeah,
ideology.
what are you talking about? The atomic age has never been more relevant than ever before. North Korea doesn't have AI, and they don't need it.
ADHD
All they
sucks.
have is ICB. They literally murdered a huge chunk of their population via
explain
famine
what it
just
is
to
in a little
achieve
bit.
a nuclear weapon, and they won. They don't need AI to deter anything. They're fine. The Kim regime will survive long after I am dead. I am firmly planting that flag right here. They will survive forever, and they don't need AI to do it. That's where this is very self-serving, obviously, is about AI and the way that we need to build these new tools. Like, I've never disagreed more, like, with the idea.
Did any of y'all play Ingress?
I think that really what's transparent from the Iran war is energy matters above
That eventually, like, became Pokemon Go,
all.
as far
Number
as
two is
using the
weapons
mapping.
that are cheap and easily accessible.
It's like a geo-mapping game.
Our
It was fun.
aircraft carrier systems are, you know, we've become
Oh my God, that was over 10
the
years ago.
Germans and the Japanese with their super high precision machines, which have to be serviced all the time.
Yeah,
when
yeah,
we
here.
were the nation of the
Explain it real quick.
B-17, we're just
So, like, we're covering this, right? Say I hit $100. I have to put this on if I hit a $100 dono goal, and I wear it no matter like what the topic is. There was one time that I had to bail on it because it was like covering a death, and I was just like, I'm not doing that.
pulls these fuckers off of the
So I do have a
assembly line
line,
and can just
but-
pour them into the war. It doesn't matter if somebody's breaking the sound barrier or not.
Yeah,
Like,
I'll cover
we're
like
good to
I'll
go
do
because
election coverage in that
there's a
thing.
ton of them. Like, I think we've inverted and become the highly inefficient system. And Palantir, these guys, like the manifesto, it's like I said, like, I agree with some of it. I disagree with some of it, but it really should. I
played
don't
it for
know.
like
I mean,
a
they
week.
see themselves as this philosopher kings who are building the tech and using and pushing this ideological agenda. I think that's like a privatization.
I don't know.
Of this type
Geo-mapping was not as scary as it is now. Where
Debate,
it's like now I realize that I technically
which should
was
happen
responsible
not
for training
only in the
GPSs.
public sphere, but by people who have a vested interest who don't have a vested interest monetarily in what they're talking about. So let's give good examples of like the so-called like, you know, intellectual titans and all of them. I'll pick a leftist one, like Henry Wallace, right? Henry Wallace, who was FDR's, you know, vice president. He was somebody who was much more of a pacifist, but he didn't have a financial stake necessarily. Or even some of the major hawks in the Second World War in the cabinet, they really believed this from an intellectual perspective. They didn't have a financial interest necessarily
GPT.
in the war continuing. They just were statesmen, you know, great statesmen who had ideas about the world. You could say a lot of shit about Kissinger, but he was not rich before he got into. He became very rich afterwards.
Yeah,
but
well,
you know, before he went into government,
much
like,
better.
He was just a
he used the
Harvard
government
professor
to enrich
who
himself.
had these ideas about nuclear weapons and about the U.S. and that caught Nixon's
Meanwhile,
attention.
allegedly
like
a traitor to the country.
Philosophers and these guys with ideas, Atchison and others, they came up through the bureaucracy and the government. They were not multi-billionaires who had companies which stood to potentially profit. And I think
Sweet, is this where I come to watch the world then? Yeah, especially if you want to be like with some like I don't know. We have a circle here. It's a special circle where, you know, we kind of pass to the left. And we all enjoy each other's company, and just you don't have to agree with my politics, but we just my main rule is just chill.
Big disconnect.
Be chill.
Has to come from more than it.
Yeah.
We can have conversations
I mean,
here.
your point on the AI piece, that atomic age is over. Now we're in the age of AI.
You're not sufficiently chill, then
Deterrence.
I have to
Again,
go.
Why is it self-serving
you
for
seem
them to
sufficiently chill.
hold that view?
So
Because
welcome to
what
the show,
that
man.
argues is in favor of, look, you know, our adversaries are developing AI, so we have to,
Realistically,
you may
that's
have
what this
some
is.
reluctance, the population may have some reluctance, but we have to charge for it no matter what. This is where you have to invest all of your money and all of your, you know, all of your time, and your bandwidth and capacity needs to go. We need to strip away all the regulations so we can do whatever we want, whenever we want. That's what that argues for. And it sets up this sort of like clash
realistically,
of
that's what it is.
civilizations conflict between the U.S. and most likely China, you know, and frames it as this inevitable outcome.
What stage is my
And this
wife
was-
at?
we could put Arno.
That's the weird part.
Arno
We never
Bertrand.
actually got like a clear answer on that.
Trans responses, which typically, you know, as
I'm gonna just go with the she's past chemo and radiation, so tumor shrank and she's scheduled for surgery. I will be announcing when that day is. Obviously,
this is typical for him. It's very thoughtful.
Still figuring out
but
the
one of the
whole
things he
logistical part
talks
of that,
about
and
here is that
also
they basically
her aftercare.
promote a clash of civilization worldview in which there exists a they,
I think she was stage
the
2, though.
supposed enemies of Western civilization, whose cultures the document codes as inferior, and a we who must stop indulging in decadent restraint and
When they found the tumor, they were more worried about like, oh, we got to get this, like we got to get you on this
invest
now.
massively in AI weapons and defense software.
Hell yeah.
Which
Hell
conveniently
yeah.
makes Palantir's product catalog the civilizational cure. Look at point 4, for instance. They write that the limits of soft power of soaring rhetoric alone have been exposed. The ability of free and
All the best. Thank you.
democratic societies to
I really
prevail
appreciate that.
requires something more than moral appeal. It requires hard power, and hard power in this century will be built on software. I believe we have another tear sheet here.
Well, that's too much within the margin of error. Do they have like
we
a?
can put on. It all rests on a pretty massive assumption
have to
that
do a,
coexistence is impossible. Why would free
recount.
and democratic societies, by which they obviously mean Western-style liberal democracies, need to, quote, prevail? Why can't they simply coexist with other civilizations?
Yeah, we're also covering the Virginia election.
Political systems that are out there. Nowhere in the document do they defend this assumption. It is simply asserted as the starting condition of the argument. And that really gets to the heart of, they position themselves, the way he says it, of Palantir is your, you know,
You have stage 4 colon
ready-made,
cancer. Oh shit.
handy dandy.
Well, that's a type of cancer that she has.
Civilization
It's colorectal
cure. All you have
cancer.
to do is give us all the contracts, strip away all the regulations, you know, create a draft so that your
Dude, that sucks. Dirty Cajun.
people are ready
man.
to fight the wars that we want to get into, and we're off to the races. And that's really when I
They
look
did
at
take the
this
polyps out?
from
Good.
a, I guess, materialist perspective.
Wait, so they did surgery on you first, and then did
you can just see them pursuing their bottom
what kind? Do you mind? What kind of chemo are you on?
line throughout this entire document.
That's why it's not.
I'm just wondering if they use like the same type for everybody that has colorectal, or if it's
trustworthy
like
messenger. I even agree with some of the points. I
depending
mean,
on
I
where
agree.
the tumor
I
is.
don't. I mean, look, I like Arnaud.
because
I think
they
he's
like the kind that
he's a little
my
different.
wife had was it didn't like attack like her hair follicles or anything.
He's got more your worldview than I do.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say though that we do agree. Let's say that you know, we should make it and invest massively. Would you invest in AI after this conflict? I'll tell you about a project I learned of recently from a good friend of mine. It's called the North Slope Proposed Pipeline in Alaska. It would cost 40 to 50 billion, which is why nobody wants to do it. Coincidentally, that's less than the entire Iran war has cost now. The proposal is to bring all the oil from the Arctic Circle down to Anchorage, and then all of it would be bought by Japan and South Korea. Sounds like a pretty good idea, doesn't it? That's exactly what we should be doing instead of this bullshit. Like more AI data centers? No.
I mean, I don't necessarily agree with that
If we just
entirely,
lived
but
through the
it would be better than what we're doing, I guess.
we are living through the worst energy crisis of our lifetime. We destroyed.
Yeah, because you no. You don't get to bitch about energy crises when you were one of those dipshits that was fucking railing about the windmills and the fucking solar panels and all that shit. Renewables.
Japan and South Korea.
Like, fuck you, man.
We could.
You don't get to do that.
We could make Alaskans rich, even richer.
This idea that they somehow were just like, solar panels, renewable energy, that's liberal bullshit.
They
Fuck
all get
you.
dividends
Like, God.
from it, and we can sell
seriously.
all this oil to
We got
or natural
rely on
gas.
fossil fuels for reasons.
I think to Japan
How
and
about universal health care now instead? That'd be great.
South Korea. Great idea. Why don't we do it? Why does nobody even talk about this stuff?
Trust
we
me,
haven't built
that'd
an
be
oil refinery in this country since
fucking wonderful.
1973. We haven't built a new nuclear power plant,
Most
one
inconvenient
nuclear
hiccup.
power plant in over 50 years. Nobody even discusses this. Same with solar and renewables. I'm not saying it's bad. I'd be willing to throw a whole lot of money into it, but like,
now.
What are we doing? Like, even in terms.
What the fuck,
terms of
Sagar?
the
Oh
grid,
my
it's
God!
brittle.
Literally, the 11th hour shows up, and he's just like, "Yeah, maybe I bet on the wrong horse."
There's so many problems. It's like, you know, you
I
look
think that
at
works.
the way, you know, I know people get mad at me for glazing China, but like, I'm sorry, I cannot
There's an
help but
11-hour
look in
horse
despair
race.
when I look at Xiaomi cars and BYD cars and trains that go 200 to 300 miles per hour. Like,
Yeah,
that's how
it's
you
almost like you've been to
become a
another
strong
country
defense.
and you
Definitely,
realized
like,
how
maybe
dog
AI
shit
will
our
play a part
infrastructure
in
is.
efficiency,
Like,
but for
for
me, it's the
real,
hard
dude.
stuff. The concrete,
Like,
it's the oil, it's energy,
once you
it's making it so that life here is a
You know what'll radicalize you, especially like with something as boring as infrastructure, is going to another country and realizing how much better they have it, especially if they have fucking high-speed rail. Holy shit. My first time riding high-speed rail, I realized just how bad America is.
Abundant.
Where it's just like, dude, what are we doing?
And cheap and easy to live.
I got back here and I was just like, we have the Metro in Chicago, which if you guys have seen Home Alone, same goddamn trains.
Like, that's not
Yeah.
where things
They don't
are.
even look
What's your
that different.
point?
Yeah.
You know, on the AI versus atomic and the
Let's
world
go
we
to
live
Japan.
in.
I could not
Yeah,
disagree with that more.
Think of what has been revealed, where we're headed with the
Luckies.
Iran war. I mean, it's the reassertion of
I'm
like
not sure if I don't
geography
know.
as a
Why is Japan so strict on, like, you know, the Mary
Prime
Jane?
determiner.
Like,
See, I wouldn't even say
bothers me.
reassertion. It's always been there.
Yeah,
America's greatest gift is its geography.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That we're, you know,
Two
isolated
oceans.
over here. We got two oceans. Everybody that is a threat, you know, is far away, so it's hard to hit us. We don't deal with the, you know, when we destroy Syria, we're not the ones dealing with the refugee crisis, et cetera. You're right. But it has really made itself known in terms of this conflict because Iran is like, we've got cheap drones. We have a mountainous terrain that will be very difficult for you to penetrate. And we have this position on the Strait of Hormuz. And you know what? With those three things, checkmate.
Exactly.
That's it.
I agree.
Checkmate.
Yes.
Right? And other countries around the world, which looks very likely, Iran is able to maintain
You lived
a
in
new
Korea and
status
you would make
quo.
weekend trips
So
to
it is
Seoul by
profitable for them
train.
where they control the Strait of Hormuz. I mean,
see?
that is the new reality. Other
You
countries
know.
are going to do the same thing. They're going to look at the same thing. So it is sort of a regression to the era of like, you know, piracy. And before we had this, you know, ability as the U.S. to project our power all around the globe, et cetera. So not only is there things self-serving, dystopian, they have far too much power, but also they're just like wrong about where we are.
I
and
think
what's
they're
gonna
totally
determine
wrong.
the
I don't think that AI will determine our future. I think, you know, Peter Thiel famously coined that term, the world's of bits and atoms. I don't think it's ever been more relevant today. Like this globalized fantasy is fake. China is stronger in this Iran conflict because it has massive amounts of oil in its reserves. It has a global helium reserve. Guess which country gave up its helium reserve in the 1990s to pay off Newt Gingrich's obsession with debt? Oh,
Gonna
you
have to
guessed
take
it.
meds
The
the rest of your
United
life,
States of
though.
America. Like that's
She can get
our
the,
problem is we don't have
get on
nearly
SSDI.
enough actual
Yeah,
stuff, and instead all of our wealth is tied up in
scary, all these
Nvidia
paid
stock
actors
and all this
dying.
other bullshit, like which could literally pop
they did
at
surgery.
any moment. I mean, look at this right now. We're in the world's worst energy crisis.
Okay.
What's the stock market? If the stock market is up today, I mean. Technically,
name of
it
it?
is
Oh,
a
okay.
reflection of its reality, but it's not a reflection of our reality. That's the problem with our society. So anyway, that's my take. Build the North-South pipeline. Let's do it. All right, AMA, let's get to it. Thank you all so much for watching. We appreciate it.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show,
AMA, hey, mine's coming up in a little bit. We call it the 420 fun half, where I just kind of have a little fun. Got some fun videos, have a little bit of Sovereign Citizen Roulette coming up. And he just knocked over all the signs. Come on, dude. Enough. Yeah. Okay. We're not doing... All right. He is in a playful mood where he is demanding all the attention right now. Annoying. Here. Yeah, the one that my wife was on was called Full Fox. Not sure if you've heard of it. Anyway, you traveled the world starting at 20 years ago, and yes, the first, Jesus Christ. Dude, okay. Stop. You, get out of, all right. Number one. All right, kitty arm jail first. Then I have to take you upstairs. No, you're being... naughty. Say hello to everybody. This is Lito. Leto is being a little pain in the ass. Oh my god. I have my protest signs over there, and he keeps trying to use them as a chew toy. So, trying to make sure he doesn't do that. Okay, so the Sam Harris thing from yesterday. Really? Right back to it? Fuck. Come on. You kidding me here? Why? Is this a new problem? All right. You gotta go. No, you gotta go upstairs. Yeah, I'm sorry. You're being naughty. Oh, gee. Sorry about that, guys. The one you mentioned rings a bell. Yeah, because I know that one. Okay, so I'm wondering if that's the one you had. He proposed the Hyperloop instead, and then failed. I'm so sick of. Yeah, we had to listen to Elon, and it's for how much everybody wants to recognize how corrupt like Chicago politics are. Fucking the national stage adopted that shit. Like, god damn, it's bad. All right. Yeah, like I said, Sam Harris, we were discussing him yesterday. So he has really lost his way. He started attacking Zoran.
A political event, I guess, in New York City where former President Obama came to the city and went along with Mayor Zoran Mamdani to visit some adorable little preschoolers. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the cute things that unfolded there.
He's like a troll collecting bands from the basement.
Who is he? He's the mayor of New York City. You know my name? Yeah, I know your name. What's his first name?
All right. All right, this is. There is some. Wow. Like, you can't even, like. The way that Trump tried to do the thing, like...
This was at a child care center in the Bronx. And I actually think in terms of...
do you know who I am?
Like, future of the Democratic Party, I actually think this is kind of a significant event. Because, I mean, first of all, Obama was very much involved in screwing over, certainly Bernie this last time around. So, you know, having him...
fierce backlash from his Barron Trump is automatically registered for military service amid escalating global conflicts.
The character is seen as like one of the most lefty characters in the Democratic Party. Someone who never received the endorsement of Chuck Schumer.
Yeah. Without going into too much, yeah, bro. Yeah.
Right? Right? I think what?
Yeah, the shotgunners.
Jeffries came in like a day before and I guess
oh my God, I'm not sure if she's in chat right now.
Anyway,
I know that she would actually chat with you about this.
Kirsten Gillibrand called like a jihadist.
Yeah, lots of still lots of sleep.
And Obama's not only meeting with him, which we knew they had phone calls before.
Like she's had today she actually had the energy to like.
To do this, very
she went outside,
cute
sat in
event
the sun for a little bit.
One of Zoran's key legislative priorities.
What's going on to those poor children living in a communist state? No future for them.
Democratic establishment leaders, like, no, this guy.
Not even sure if you're serious or not, but goddamn it.
We need to embrace him. We need to not have this like hostile energy towards him and what he represents.
Yeah, and the fact that it's around kind of universal child care is also, I think, important because that's a signature part of like a social democratic agenda.
Bert,
but he's not coming in supporting him on
his
LGBT rights.
His abundance housing agenda.
Already headed to Bert.
Right,
please
exactly.
Consider doing so.
This is
try to keep moving around. That's the hardest part for her.
Policy. We need the public sector to invest in people, and put a
I got to be careful,
positive,
man.
fun face on it.
Yeah.
Apparently, when you talk about
I think that Obama sort of sees himself in Zoran, like
the number 2 talk.
Oh, because he's
young guy.
He's a
self-supported.
He's a Muslim socialist from Africa.
Yeah, exactly, just like Obama. With a weird name, With
a weird name.
So no, I think he has to sort of see himself a bit in Zoran and recognizes for his own. Obama's very interested in legacy preservation, which I think was part of his opposition to Bernie, because if Bernie came in and like was doing Medicare for all, well, that makes Obamacare look bad, right? So it was kind of like a direct attack on
what the hell that was.
his legacy, right? But with Zoran, he says, "Oh, this is the young new thing."
You go talking all of a sudden,
I
was
need
like
to
choking on my
associate
own
myself
spit.
and my brand with this guy, who is, not only really built this political movement, captured a lot of attention, really, captured the imagination of a lot of people, but that this is kind of where the party is going, and I need to associate myself with this direction for his own sort of strategic branding purposes, which is another sign of sort of like
76% of the vote.
Victory for not just
50.4 to 49.6.
but the segment of the Democratic Party that he represents.
Absolutely. And if Obama is coming to the Mamdani wing, then welcome him in.
Finn, what source are you looking at?
If you can have...
Because I'm looking at CNN. It might not be the most up-to-date.
If you can go to the normie, Democratic primary voter and say, Obama's good with this, like whatever the thing is that they're pushing, then you have completely boxed
What's delusional about him? You understand that a lot of what he said he was going to do, he's actually doing.
Where are Hillary and Schumer going to get purchase?
If you're mad at Mamdani, but you're not mad at Trump right now, I have nothing to say to you. Because seriously, dude, Trump is ruining the fucking economy just blatantly. And he's doing it in a way that, like, he gets rich, his friends get rich, and he's somehow trying to convince you that you'll get rich soon at some point.
It goes,
God, if those Democrats just stopped keeping you from getting rich.
From Bernie Sanders to...
You understand that you guys do kind of, like, I don't know, like, that mentality.
Where's the space
you never see, like,
opposition
he's
there?
not a fucking communist. He's a fucking democratic socialist.
Completely collapsed.
The fact that you don't know the difference might be the problem.
Yeah.
Look it up.
So,
seriously, do yourself a favor, because you're not going to trust me. You're not going to trust my sourcing. Since you guys are so good at doing research, look up what democratic socialism is and get back to me about that, okay?
If Mamdani can keep playing to his...
Communist isn't a fucking... Dude, this isn't the 70s or the 80s. Like, nobody cares.
His ego?
Like, even I was born at the tail end of the Red Scare, and I'm just like, nah, okay, ooh, communism. Once I read up on it, I was just like, okay, that seems kind of base.
Legacy and
sees the means of production, like actually having like workers earn a lot of what they produce. Or do you think that the system really works really well, where you can work in a, like, for instance, a factory, where say you're in a factory building car shit, or I don't care what it is, but whenever you're like, whatever line you're on, you're looking at these things that cost double, quadruple what your salary is. And you're just like, huh, but the profits on each one of them is just insane. But you don't see that. You're still making minimum wage, but you're the only one that knows how to make that component.
The other thing,
makes a lot of sense.
This is not class war.
Or you could just do this thing where you have a little bit of a progressive stance, and you're just like, okay, we could do a mix of this, where it's like, I don't want to necessarily kneecap the capitalists, because they'll just leave or whatever the fuck. But at some point, you should start demanding more fair wages. But they somehow also do this thing where they always convince you to stop asking for that. Like, look at the way that they've turned a lot of Americans on fucking unions.
This is not,
like, for real.
Tax the
collective bargaining. Oh, that's a bad thing. It ends up costing us in the long run.
Super rich. This is the...
But all you have are fucking insults and platitudes instead of actually, like, anything of substance. Like, what's he doing that's so scary?
Feel-good side of social democracy.
What's costing the average New Yorker more? Do you live in New York? Is it getting worse under you?
Democracy, which is children should get...
Teddy actually might, though.
A good education. They should get...
Yeah, I was about to say, Teddy, I'll be fair with you. I think you actually do live in New York.
It's easier for Obama to
you
agree
seem to speak like
than
you do.
saying Ken Griffin should pay for it.
Right. Although that video did just come out when Obama arrived in town. To me, that is also...
Is already doing more than Brandon Johnson did.
Part of the Democratic Socialist agenda.
Yeah, Il Cuomo.
Personally,
exactly,
for
Il
me.
Cuomo.
Some
kind of says a lot about you, though, where it's like, I wanted Cuomo. It's like, dude, what?
Had to play this from Sam Harris, though, just to give a sense of how unhinged some of the commentary from, someone who I guess I would describe himself as a liberal has been in the views of Zoran. And I mean, frankly, like, there's no way you could describe what you're about to watch Sam Harris say other than it's just just blatantly like bigoted and racist, and totally disconnected from the reality of Zoran and what his political project actually is. Let's go ahead and take a listen to this.
A few comments here. I'm sorry, but Sam, equating Mamdani to Trump is insane. He's infinitely more ethical than any person in the Republican Party. What do you have to say for yourself?
So apologies for one point of confusion there, which really is confusion. He's not the equivalent of Trump. He's a very different sort of character than Trump, right? But also one who we should want nothing to do with politically. I think he's an
His voice is the fucking
I think
equivalent. It's the verbal equivalent to Narcan.
Sinister figure. I think he's a none too closeted.
Isn't that the life-saving drug? Never mind.
Islamist or at minimum apologist for an apologist.
That's the one that puts you to
Islamists.
sleep.
He's not ethically sane by my lights at all, though he can seem to be somebody who really just cares about people who are finding it hard to make ends meet in New York, right? But
dude, he met with Trump and Trump loved him. What are you talking about? Or did you not see that because you were so one-sided in your news consumption?
Click on many of his political allegiances and the kinds of things his wife likes on social media and all of that. What you get is a picture of someone who's captured by a fairly sinister
Birds of a feather. I mean, this is where I've been saying it, but how come we don't have a general consensus amongst MAGA leftists and just everybody in general saying money out of politics? Like, I don't see anybody making that the number one fucking issue because that really is the issue of issues. It's the one that leads to all these problems that we have. We can all agree that they're all bought and paid for and that we should probably put up some provisions that make it a lot harder for them to do so. But they always convince you to focus on something else. The left does it too.
Democratic agenda and an anti-Semitic one.
Oh, look what Trump said. I don't care.
This is not about garbage trucks and
I really don't.
Cleaning up Central Park and really helping the city. The thing that really seems to animate him are these
tribal mindset. It is, but the tribal mindset is what keeps everybody fighting each other, while the tribal leaders, they all wine and dine amongst the elites.
Israel and Islam. He's not the worst person you might find.
Jesus, dude, we get it. You're fucking racist.
In that,
like, you read the Quran, but you also don't apply the same level of serious. Like, he takes the Quran literally, right? And he doesn't acknowledge that there's a bunch of people in Islam that do not take the Quran literally, just like a bunch of people in Christianity that do not take the fucking Bible literally, where it's just like, I don't see a bunch of people looking to smite themselves because they're wearing fucking denim, okay?
Vain, but
or they accidentally ate some shrimp.
He's far too close to being a shill for Islamist theocrats.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Trump is literally being used by crusaders. Sure, but focus on Zoran Mamdani and the fact that he's also
running
Jesus
a major American
Christ.
city, to say nothing of our government.
Isn't he from like the opposite tribe?
Right. So if we had a Mamdani character who was
like Sunni,
viable,
see, that's where I kind of like I'm not going to pretend that I know.
Presidential candidate who had these kinds of ties to obvious anti-Semite.
Yeah, so do Christians. Christians have very horrible rules too.
Islamists and Muslim Brotherhood adjacent evil.
It doesn't matter. The New Covenant doesn't matter. The New Covenant's just as bad. Have you read Romans?
I would find that genuinely terrifying.
1st and 2nd Thessalonians. What are you talking about, Carl? You're an ass.
So he describes him as a sinister, none too closeted.
Because if you're in the New Covenant, then you would stop caring about a whole bunch of shit and just start loving people.
And
I bet that you got trans issues on the brain.
Sam Harris, who supports
and you got this whole idea that Democrats are bad people, blah, 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 blah. But you don't love your enemy. You don't actually listen to anything that Jesus Christ said.
Side wants us to know that it's
Matthew 22, motherfucker.
Zoran who's not ethically, quote, sane. I mean, it doesn't.
Yeah, sure. For you.
It doesn't even make me mad because it's so.
God forbid that you actually acknowledge that Jesus was brown.
Preposterous. That it's just absurd. It would be like arguing that, in reality, Zoran has wings and he can fly. I mean,
I've been using this since I was a Christian.
Connected to reality. This is.
I haven't been a Christian
I don't
in a
think
long
it lands
time,
with anyone. It apparently even Trump, who loves to play all sorts of fear mongering about, oh my God, they're communists, they're this, they're that. I mean, obviously, it didn't even land with Trump, so I can't imagine there are a lot of.
No, Trump was just like, go ahead, say what were you gonna say about me? He's so big and strong. Look at him. I love his style.
People out.
The next day he comes out, he's literally wearing the fucking the burgundy fucking scarf. He had no makeup on at that moment.
They're really thinking that Zoran is a.
You don't know anything? Yeah, I just read the Bible.
Sinister Islamist.
Again, unobjective.
Who's really secretly hard.
I didn't have anything in it when I read the Bible, except I was just like, I'm going to read this without somebody in my ear telling me how divine it is.
This theocratic agenda. And I love too, Ryan, how he is like, what he's really about are all these things with.
Yeah, he was a radical. Like, if you're gonna like make Jesus into a political figure, he wasn't a gun-toting like fucking American rah bitch.
To Islam and
dude, he was literally taught like he dined with the sinners.
Israel.
Like he literally fucking was amongst the people. Like again, the sinners, what you call the sinners.
It's like actually on a day-to-day basis, what
but you are the one that's just like, yeah, prosperity.
He's talking about is, hey, let's have childcare, let's do buses, let's do grocery stores, etc.
No, it doesn't.
And it was
I don't need your pity.
Cuomo and his opponents in that race who wanted to make it all about.
Just because you believe in an imaginary fairy tale that was designed to keep the people in line doesn't mean that I subscribe to it, but it doesn't mean that I'm any less studied in what I am talking about. I probably know the Bible chapter and verse better than you.
Israel.
But whatever, Carl.
Yeah, Sam.
It's because I'm not a pastor using a certain vernacular to get you, the sinner, to look in that mirror and then see that it's the dirty Democrats that are the actual problem. They are the ones that are standing in the way of your Lord and Savior, Donald Trump. Donald Trump, the one saved by our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, chosen by the ordained.
Harris has so much contempt and hostility for religion in general and Islam in particular that it really has sent him around the bend.
They don't like it. Christians hate me. They do. They genuinely hate me because I can challenge them on their own fucking bullshit.
It doesn't even make sense.
I grew up in it my entire life, motherfucker. I read the Bible 3 separate times. Twice I had to do it as assignments in my fucking doctrine classes. So you want to try and talk shit about how I don't know what I'm talking about when it comes to the Bible
anymore?
Or are you one of those cunts that's just like, oh, you're not Orthodox, so you don't understand. You're not well versed in the actual King James version. You don't know the Latin. Go fuck yourself, Paul.
Watch that and you're like,
I have literally dealt with your ilk so many times.
This is complete.
But you guys never know how to get past but I have faith. I'll pray for you. Bullshit.
And it forces him to reach to like his wife's Instagram posts.
Right.
Which are just condemning genocide.
Well, and I like too that is the only, on that whole screed about how he's, this.
Go read your Gospels and get back to me.
This bigot
Seriously.
and this Islamist and this anti-Semite, blah, blah, blah. He doesn't offer
But I'll pray for you, buddy.
Single example. The only example
I will. I'll actually pray for your soul. It's okay.
Is some social media likes from Zoran's.
He knows not what he does. Carl knows not what he does, Lord.
Wife.
Let's take the moment, actually. Let's take the moment and pray to our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Lord, I have this real knucklehead in chat named Carl. I'm praying for his soul, Lord. I want to pray that he actually does read the Bible and that he puts aside his hate for the leftists, and that he accepts his brothers and sisters in Christ and outside of Christ. He does not need to fall into their secular ways, Lord, but he needs to understand. I just feel he needs to understand your love and acceptance and then spread that love and acceptance, Lord. I do pray that Carl finds the spirit inside him to understand that he is truly miserable in the way that he is approaching politics and religion. Thank you, Lord. I appreciate you. Peace out, and like and subscribe.
Some of which the posts that they highlighted were when she was like 15 years old, too. That's the evidence you have for making these really quite extraordinary claims about the mayor of New York City.
Yeah, and
oh, God doesn't listen to all his children?
I feel like...
So you're telling me that if I was looking to actually, like, save my soul, that I just keep getting a The number you have dialed is officially disconnected. Please try again later.
The moment for this kind of person has kind of passed. Like there was some.
This is what they fall back on is I'm better than you. I believe. Get fucked, Carl.
There was some.
No, the thing is, you do understand that it's like I get judged at the same pearly gates that you do, and if you sat there using the Lord's name in vain and using him to spew your hatred, you're actually you're on the chopping block there, my guy.
Purchase around.
That was like the number one that Jesus was just like, do not use my name in vain. Do not use it to fucking perpetrate hate on other people. But okay, buddy, here you are.
Level of
all angry at me for fucking holding up that mirror
hatred
that you might be a bad Christian.
A while ago.
Whoopsie.
But I just don't think it's there anymore. And
Whoopsie.
Like not too closeted. I don't know if he is a secret Islamist jihadist or whatever. It's pretty well
Carl's
closeted. Like,
it's fooling a lot of people.
That's deep in the closet.
Yeah.
And the plethora of Carls, you're definitely not my favorite.
Sam Harris, though.
Let's go ahead and get to this Michigan state convention that happened over the weekend, because this also speaks to the future of the Democratic Party. So the Senate race in Michigan, closely watched. You've got Haley Stevens, who is definitely like the Chuck Schumer AIPAC.
I know that you're full of shit and a fake Christian like Trump. Yeah, he is.
Overtly
He's a Christian at convenience.
Zionist candidate. Okay.
No, he's an Anglo-Saxon white Christian male.
So that's her. Then
Trust
you've got
me,
Mallory McMorrow, who has tried to strike this middle ground and recognizes where the base is, trying to signal that she put on a whole thing. I'm not going to take AIPAC money, but you guys reported her team had submitted an AIPAC policy paper. So she's been trying to kind of like split the difference.
It's funny. These were the first like dumbasses that I was
where
like
she can be not too scary
trained
to
deal
the,
with.
More conservatives and also
ironically through fucking reading the Bible,
not evil
and just
to
being like, okay,
the rest of the
so
party.
you want to challenge my morality?
Got
but
Abdul Sayed, who
do we want to take it back to the Old Testament? That's where the New Covenant comes in. But even based on the New Covenant,
Bernie Sanders supporter,
they don't like the standards that they're going to be held
Medicare
to.
for all. Out front.
That's why that's why they want the fucking the end of days.
Genocide.
Also, that's the painless way because they scared to die.
About, being very clear about all his views on all of those things. So that's sort of the range of the candidates. And extraordinary to see what happened at this Michigan State Democratic Convention. I've been to these things. I'm sure you've been to these things. These are your rock solid, vote blue no matter who.
Yeah, the Super Bible. I don't think they know about the Super
Democratic
Bible.
activists, the ladies who are like manning the phone banks, and the young people who are going out in field canvassing. Like this is the diehards of the diehards. Normie
Lay it out,
Democrats,
bub.
right?
Did you just fucking Wolverine me?
Haley Stevens, who is a sitting member of Congress.
Dude, this motherfucker just fucking schnickty, shnoid, bitch.
When
Let's
she
go.
got up to speak. Throughout her entire speech, she was booed by this group of just normal Democratic
You want to challenge
voters.
my love to God? Okay, it's go time, Sally.
Let's go ahead and take a listen to how that went down.
Fucking A. I have claws for Christ. He does the stink, and it's the nails from the Haha, get it? Oh man.
So I don't think I've ever seen something like that, like of a sitting Democratic representative.
Kind of piggyback onto a Bill Hicks joke.
Who is it?
Where he was talking about how maybe you know how you guys made the symbol of Christ, him dying on the cross,
Actively booed at a state convention like this.
Couldn't have made
and then
something,
McMorrow apparently
little
was sort of
bit
like, she got a decent reception.
not so
but then at
traumatizing
the
to
end,
him. He comes back and he sees it. It's just like, what's that?
Everyone is chanting Abdul.
Excuse me, what's that?
And Abdul just gets this.
Meanwhile, I wear the actual symbol for Christ. I wear a hammer because I would have taken the back end of that hammer and I would have fucking pried those nails out. Actually, a crowbar would also be, that would suffice.
Star.
Because that shows that you would have been there to help Christ out, but nope.
Reception where people are going crazy for him.
So maybe the hammer's not a great one.
And he had huge crowds and the enthusiasm was through the roof.
Yeah.
Or a ladder. A ladder works.
All the way through Haley Stevens' speech.
Yes.
And she tried
Relentless.
She tried to use Unite Here.
I can literally feel
here and other
the anger at me
unions
from some of these assholes.
She kept mentioning them.
Jesus comes back and gets
You really gonna
PTSD.
boo
Just
the
like,
UAW and boo the Unite Here? Like, come on. And they're like, yeah, we are. Like, we're booing you. Yeah.
He's a carpenter that fits.
And now it all
Jesus just comes by. He's like, "Hey, this guy gets it." He's literally Buddy Christ.
also speaks to El Sayed's ability to organize his supporters, because he clearly got, a lot of those are like his people who showed up to this convention. But you're right, like this is
Carl, you're dumb.
State party convention. This is
learn how to roll with the punches, there, my guy. Now you just look like a fool.
To have Schumer's candidate. That's Schumer's recruited
take yourself a little too
candidate.
Seriously, there, don't you?
Getting absolutely savaged all the way through.
No one get.
Now there was also
get Jesus a ladder.
A critical attorney general race at this convention between the Oakland County.
Did I see? Are you talking about like that mother and daughter thing?
The Oakland County.
I unfortunately did see that.
Prosecutor
that
was the kind of McDonald was her
and the
name.
funniest part was it was like,
Karen
oh,
McDonald.
well, funny. It wasn't funny, but the shitty part was, I should say, was what he was trying to do.
She's
with
actually
it.
progressive prosecutor when she first ran. I think.
If we're gonna play that game, that's a very dangerous game to play.
Soros
We do have some footage of some pretty reprehensible shit that might get people to rethink gun laws, for instance.
But this time was known as the establishment candidate.
There's a reason that we don't see that type of carnage here.
Had the support of all of these kind of Michigan Board of Regents people who, if you remember,
and I'm a 2A guy,
during the
by the way. So save all your fucking, coming to the gun. Yeah, shut up.
Worked with Dana Nessel to smear and then try to prosecute a whole bunch of these with felonies, a bunch of these student protesters. That fell apart. Dana Nessel then, came under a lot of criticism for that, and then it created this giant thing where. You remember her fight that she had with Rashida Tlaib and Jake Tapper, and so that candidate lost. That prosecutor lost the attorney general nomination, but even worse for them, this guy Jordan Acker, who was one of the leading kind of
they have cartoons of unicorns, Carl. They have cartoons of cartoons of unicorns, Carl.
To have these students prosecuted.
Carl.
Was challenged by a Dearborn
Oh no, the Walking Dead memes! Oh no, the
attorney, Amir Makhleh.
Bring them back. Okay, I'm ready. They got old. They were stale for a while, but we need to bring back the Walking Dead memes. Oh, I'm so here for it. God damn it.
Days
You
leading
just
up to the
reminded me
race
how much I love those.
was, the Detroit News and others came after him because he had retweeted Candace
That
Owens
drives a 4-cylinder, Carl.
calling Israelis demons. And what they said was praise for Hassan Nasrallah and Hezbollah. And he
Dude,
beat
no, you just
Acker
got me.
at this convention.
I haven't thought about those in a while.
So
where's Judah the car?
now,
I mean, dude.
Acker himself
Now you're just doing the thing. Wait, where's
is
Judah?
facing this massive controversy from this Guardian report where a bunch of
did you guys read the
really
last
foul
comic?
Slack messages emerged.
Can I just say,
just kind of gross stuff across the board.
The way that they ended that comic was legendary.
Acker as well.
Just about to hit, what was it, like issue, I think 200.
If not
it was
enough
like
to
196.
Link somebody to like Hezbollah and Candace Owens and knock them out. He still knocked out this Board of Regent candidate at this very convention that you guys saw there.
I don't think that
help your sister, Carl.
A lot of Democratic electeds have really grappled with how much the base has shifted.
God,
and that this isn't. I see all kinds of. I see all
Mm-hmm.
kinds of cope on the timeline now, but this isn't representative.
You just deny the truth. What truth?
It's like these are
what truth?
Your normie,
dude. Your religious truth is yours. By the way, this is actually where, unironically, you're no better than anybody that you call a jihadist. Because you believe yours is the truth in the way.
Voters. Right.
Yeah, I'm not like you.
This is a sign. And Harry...
I don't believe in any religion. I don't believe in any of them. So I don't think there is any of that truth or the way bullshit. I think that you're all up your own ass and you guys are very uncomfortable with the concept of death and nothingness.
Just did a piece last week of there is no divide in the Democratic Party on Israel. There is a divide between the base and leadership. But in terms of where the base is, there is no divide with regard to policy on Israel, AIPAC, Palestine, Middle East.
Oh, hey,
more
we're getting
broadly.
close to that 14.
And so, you know, you are going to have a reckoning. You're having that reckoning. I was thinking about the fact too. It was just 2022 when Haley Stevens won in a primary against Andy Levin, and who was more progressive and is like a liberal Zionist. And she was able to defeat him, I think, pretty soundly in that primary. That was just 4 years ago, to show you how quickly. There's no way she wins. Today, that primary, redo, not a chance.
Yeah.
She wins a Democratic primary against him in these, you know, in these conditions.
Yeah, I think that's right. And that was such a pivotal race, too, because Andy Levin was a synagogue president, called himself a liberal Zionist, but would always defend Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar against charges of anti-Semitism and saying, no, they have legitimate, serious criticisms of Israel that need to be listened to, and you should not be smearing them for them because they are right about what they're saying here, 1, 2, and 3. And AIPAC was very explicit that they considered him a more serious,
looks like they are redistricting,
threat in some ways than Rashida Tlaib.
Dude, 40,000 votes is the difference.
And Ilhan Omar, because of the credibility
show up to your elections,
being a synagogue president gives you on that issue, and so spent millions.
Holy shit! If that doesn't prove that this is coming down to the wire,
but I think you're right that he would win.
Lori,
this is the Levin's dynasty. Like that's not a small thing. Yeah. Sandy Levin, Carl Levin, like they go way back in Michigan. So to be able to knock him out was
Lori Grimes,
a real flex of their power that I don't think they have anymore. And I think that and you talked about the Jesus Christ statue with Emily earlier, right?
Yeah.
So that happened in southern Lebanon.
Wait. Carl, did you just really unironically say this? You're the dude in the side of the street that I walk by? What? Are you insinuating that you walk by homeless people? Very Jesus-like of you.
And I think a lot of the Democrats...
Holy fuck, dude. Like, these are the assholes. Like, when I was a Christian, I was truly disgusted by these types of people, where they weaponized the Bible to fit whatever narrative they wanted to, like they needed in the moment. And it was usually violent. It was usually chauvinistic. But they could never conceptualize Jesus's empathy and the actual love. Like, you really are a disgusting cocksucker, Carl. Like, you know what? God bless your soul.
Like voting bases.
I hope that Jesus actually does, like, you know, if you, like, once you get there, I hope he judges you accordingly.
More sophisticated about this.
Because he will.
Stuff right now. They actually.
Based on your beliefs, he will.
A lot of them know that Hezbollah was born out of this Israeli occupation of southern.
I didn't say I was homeless. I'm just saying you're the one who insinuated that you walked past me. But then again, you're walking past me for in what regard? Are you pity me, right? So you're telling me that you're not going to stop to try and help a brother. You're literally calling yourself out for being a bad Christian, dude.
In Lebanon.
So whatever.
And so it's like this guy is saying nice things about Hezbollah. People are like, well, maybe
in mom's basement, homeless. The world may never know.
People shouldn't be occupying southern Lebanon, destroying statues of.
This is the story of Peptalks, a streamer and a mysterious man who would argue online with both left and right, but he wasn't of the center. A unicorn indeed in politics.
Christ blowing up. Using what
was he in mom's basement? Was he homeless? The world may never know.
Phosphorus blowing up villages, Christian and Muslim. And so the
only thing that I know about this Pep Talks is that his studio smells very skunky. Not sure what that's from. It was also a little smoky. My eyes itch a little bit. I did cough. I'm hungry all of a sudden. Why do they have me here?
Charge that
what is life?
He said something nice about Hezbollah. It doesn't land the same way when people have a more fulsome understanding of who Hezbollah is resisting.
I think it's also just the charge of anti-Semitism has been.
Carl, you should house a homeless veteran because I'm guessing that you're pro-military. Yeah, you should.
So overplayed.
You literally should.
That
he should actually also house like immigrants and refugees. Because that's what Jesus was all about, but he hates that part.
It unfortunately becomes almost like a badge of honor. Like, oh, if you're being
the part that isn't them feeling all warm and fuzzy because God told them that they can go and be whatever they want. Like The new covenant to your average American Christian is, oh, Jesus died for my sins, so I can just say, sorry, God, but I believe in you. Got it. That's what they think like Christianity is. But if they actually read the goddamn thing, they would realize that that's what I'm talking about. That whole taking the Lord's name in vain and, using his teachings to kind of just suit your own personal needs. Yeah.
You probably did something right.
Yay, the Democrats just won a major victory in Virginia by redistricting the congressional districts. Yes, I saw that.
You probably did something morally courageous.
It's not official. Is it officially in? Because I saw it was at 86%. But if they're not calling it
that we live in now, where if you dare to oppose a genocide and say, hey, we shouldn't be sending, bombs and bulldozers to
Koala, just keep the caps to a minimum, please.
To murder people and destroy entire villages, then you get tagged as an anti-Semite. So I think that's part of what it is too, is, in a similar way that, and I'm not equating the two, but in a similar way that for a lot of people, that the hated media establishment hated Trump and that these like liberal villains.
It's not even what you said. It's just the fact that you had to use all caps.
Hated Trump. That was a signal to them, oh, this guy must be pretty good then.
And keep it TOS too.
He's pissing off all the right people. I think there's a similar dynamic here too of like, oh, you're pissing off the right people. You must be the candidate for me. And I do think that the whole Hassan Piker freak out, manufactured freak out, because Abdul Sayed brought him in to have a rally, and there was a whole like, do you condemn Hassan Piker? And Mallory McMorrow threw in with Haley Stevens and the side that said, no, we should not associate with Hassan Piker. I think that has really backfired. It is given Abdul a lot of momentum because it clarified for people wherever.
I understand. It's not about that. I'm just saying it's part of like my rules here. I have very. We're pretty cool here, man. Like, we try to just be like, hey, we're a chill chat. I don't care what your politics are. Just, I do this for everybody. Just no caps because it's like, dude.
Race. And the Democratic.
It just annoys the shit out of me. I hate when people need attention that bad that they're just like, oh, caps will get me seen. I see it anyway.
Looking for candidates like Abdul and Mallory McMorrow up to that point.
Fucking 20 viewer Andy over here. Like, calm down.
Done a good job of being like, I'm more or less like with him where he is.
I'm actually like a 30 viewer Andy usually. I don't know what the fuck's up to that.
And, that kind of revealed it's an issue where it's hard to straddle the line. And it revealed, okay, no, she's on that side. So we're consolidating behind Abdul, and he is the one, if you believe the polls, that has all the momentum in the race. That's right now. Yeah. He was, hanging in there in third, but like pretty close behind, but in third consistently in the polls. Now he's more or less tied for the lead with her and is gaining steam at obviously the most critical time as you had in the primary.
There you go. That's fine.
Yeah, and we talked about this last week.
All hell is breaking
loose.
We
did that poll with
all hell is breaking loose as controversial far left streamer Peptalks blows the whistle on the redacted knife.
Drop site in Zateo, where we asked, you basically
we can't say what it is anymore. He's banned us from his chat from saying what it is.
Is AIPAC a proxy for
what? The poop knife?
For you.
I guess we can say it.
And if somebody is willing to stand up, if somebody is not willing to stand up to AIPAC, do you think that they will sell you out on other issues?
Yeah.
And something like 70+% of Democratic primary voters were like, yes, I agree with that statement.
Yeah.
So people are like, oh, this is just a foreign policy issue. It's just a few million people over in the Middle East. No, to them, we're busy people. It's hard for us to figure out who we can put our trust in to represent us.
Just don't write like this, okay.
And so you need to look for these clues.
Yeah, it's a signal of character.
For a while, it used to be Medicare. Oh, if they say they support Medicare for all, that's going to cost them a lot of corporate donors, and that's a signal to me of where they stand.
Yep.
And so even if you already had health insurance and wasn't your number one issue, it's like, okay, I get it. I'm with this person over.
I'm so agitated, I can't sit still. Dude, my bladder's full. I got to pee.
Now it's
I want to finish this segment.
I will not take AIPAC money.
It's called,
and one last thing on this, because I'm also seeing a lot of
commentary
commentary about, Jewish Democrats are politically homeless. It is disgusting and just incorrect to assume that all Jews, period.
Seems like so much extra work to randomly cap. I mean,
actions.
If they're on their phone, yes, but it's usually a bunch of dudes on their computers using caps lock.
And just factually, it's just not true. There was a poll recently that came out.
Honestly, I'm getting to the point where I'm finding myself being more annoyed with paying attention to actually enforcing it than the actual thing. So, let's do this. We'll allow a little bit of it into
Jewish Americans also
because they usually spam right away.
Oppose AIPAC. and are looking for candidates.
That's what it is. It's a bunch of shitheads that ruined it for everybody else.
That oppose AIPAC and refuse their dollars. So
His tie's
people
making
need
me
to stop
dizzy.
with
Actually,
this nonsense.
if his producers were worth,
I mean,
they got good producers. But if his producer was like more savvy, he would have been like, no. You need flat collar ties, or just like, you need simple patterns. None of this bullshit, because it fucks with, everybody's resolution.
Jewish Americans have been some of the strongest supporters of civil rights, of social justice, of universal human rights, and that tradition, continues to this day. Not saying that it's, uniform across the board. Of course, there is a lot of pro-Israel sentiment within, this is like a culture that you're raised in, and that's going to have an impact. There's no doubt about it. But to paint with this broad brush and say, oh, well, Jewish Democrats are politically homeless now because we've got candidates who refuse to support a genocide, I think is just utterly disgusting.
Yeah.
All right, let's go ahead and talk about these AI avatars that are now being used to push the Iran war.
Okay. That's great. All right, so let's do the Tucker Carlson apology. This one's pretty quick. Shit. Man, I gotta piss like a racehorse too. This sucks. But here, let's do it. Here's the Tucker Carlson apology. Oh, not apology. Well, it is an apology. It's an apology to everybody, I guess, because he's coming out and saying it. He regrets voting for Trump and backing Trump.
You and I and everyone else who supported him, you wrote speeches for him. I campaigned for him. I mean, we're implicated in this for sure.
Yes.
It's not enough to say, well, I changed my mind, or like, oh, this is bad, I'm out. It's like in very small ways, but in real ways, you and me and millions of people like us are the reason this is happening right now.
Yes.
So
this is just long enough.
It's like
I've already watched this. I'll be right back.
Our own consciences. We'll be tormented by it for a long time. I will be. And I want to say I'm sorry for misleading people. It was not intentional. That's all I'll say. But anyway, the question does present itself immediately, like, what is this? Was this always the plan? You don't want to be a conspiracy nut, but like, clearly there were signs of low character. We knew that.
Yes.
But it didn't, there are tons of people of low character who like outperform their character. It doesn't have to be.
Sort of the norm, actually, these days, I would say.
I've outperformed my character a lot. I don't have especially high character, right? But, you try to, whatever, you try your best. But what was this? Was this always the plan?
Looking back after the last year and a half, it seems like it kind of was. And it's easy. Well, you could get really deep about it and say, what was Butler? Like, how was it that and Ryan Ruth, I mean, he was subject to 2 legitimate assassination attempts. Have we ever gotten to the bottom? I know you've talked a lot about this, but have we ever gotten to the bottom of that?
I haven't talked a lot about it. I don't know the answer, but I know that those investigations have been stymied. Fact.
Yeah, stymied from the very top, from people who actually would have the power to get to the bottom of it.
And the motive.
Yes,
yeah,
very much. So the enormous amount of money he got from Miriam Adelson now seems suspect to a lot of people at the time. But, there's a lot of money in politics. To run for president requires an enormous, Kathleen Camel Toe went through $2 billion in 4 months. So, sure, there's an argument to be made that you get money from those who will give it to you.
I would like my politicians to not speak like everybody else. I would like a degree of decorum that kind of like makes it so I feel like, hey, these guys are a bit smarter than me. They know what's up. Having these assholes doing like the camel toe shit, like, dude, you were a fucking speechwriter for a politician. Like, shut the fuck up. That you're now turning your back on because he's doing such a bad job. But camel toe, okay, we get it, dude. You're a chauvinist piece of shit.
It's just
like I said,
the nature of that
it'd be
game.
nice.
But
it'd be nice.
It's still reprehensible, and it's still a
he
big
even said,
question mark. Why would someone
there.
who has obvious and demonstrated allegiance to a foreign power
I may
give
not agree with
Donald
her,
Trump
but you know what?
200?
We're adults. I don't want to bring myself down to being
$50 million
at Trump's level, okay?
While he's running for president. I mean, how is that defensible? It's really not.
All right.
if Russia had given a pack for Trump,
I'm ready
if
to go.
the mayor of Moscow had somehow, assembled an enormous amount of money and put it in a 501c3 for Trump's benefit, would that have been acceptable? Of course it wouldn't have been. So what does someone, it's so basic, comes back to the money. Like, what did they get in return for that amount of investment? And it's clear.
I get it. No, I mean, of course, I agree with every word that you're saying. I just think, given his behavior and his demonstrated disloyalty and viciousness to previous supporters.
Yes.
Yeah, the locker room talk in public. Yeah, exactly.
Display the same
it's gross.
lack of loyalty to Miriam Adelson.
Hey, 420. So if you guys don't know what's up, it is 4 hours and 20 minutes on the program. Let's enjoy ourselves a little treat, and then we will continue the show and go into some more fun type of content. We got some sovereign citizen stuff and some other fun stuff for you.
I mean, that's kind of the question. The only people he's been loyal to are the neocons and his donors.
Yeah, I just hate how many like people like Josiah and like some of these political commentators, they're doing this thing where they're looking for reasons to bring Tucker in. It seems like they're also like they're so willing to just overlook so much of the bullshit that he said and just be like, well, if he comes over, and it's like he's not going to. He keeps shitting on you guys, but then you have. Again, like the Cory Bookers out there that are just like, well, you know, Tucker Carlson said that he doesn't really support Trump anymore. So, yeah, it's just ridiculous. All right. So this was really interesting. Here's a clip of Dave Chappelle and what his thoughts are on Trump.
How do you think he's doing?
Oh, man.
Joking, right?
That's a loaded question.
Man, come on, man. Nobody
Dude, I wasn't that far off.
wants to feel this way.
I just bought another. I just bought a, you know, I already got the left wing hating me, and then now I got the right wing hating me. Now all this politics shit is just supposed to be comedy.
I don't think anybody wanted a war.
Damn, his voice got deep as shit.
They definitely didn't want to arguably lose one.
But when you're asking him to please do better, what was it in that moment that you were asking the president to do and to do differently?
Well, I believe in that same monologue. I reminded him that everyone on earth is counting on him.
Yeah.
I think I made the point that
we're men in tights, tight.
That the presidency is no place for a petty person. So personally,
and Abe Lincoln.
I would say that, you know,
Abe Lincoln. No, Abe Lincoln.
Anyone in any type of leadership position, or even like a nightclub comedian like me, we have to suffer.
I think that was my first time seeing Dave Chappelle.
Slights and
then yeah, I remember like watching Half Baked and being like, I know that guy from somewhere.
The reason we have to kind of just let something.
The movie Screwed with him and Norm Macdonald was one of my favorites actually growing up.
And we have to focus.
I loved Norm Macdonald. I loved Dirty Work.
Important.
God, that was such a
and not cultivate a broth of confusion.
Seriously.
Which I believe is. I believe he's doing that. You know, but, you know, for political expediency or whatever reason. I don't understand his methodology. But I just know that Americans, I think everyone wants to have some semblance of peace. And they get there different ways. Some people think.
Yeah, you had that. This is what drives me crazy, is you had that under Biden. Like, everybody overlooks this, that it's like somehow, some way, Maga won, I guess, the narrative that, like, Biden was that bad. Which he really wasn't. He was boring. He didn't do a bunch of this shit. But somehow, some way, the Maga, like, machine made everybody, like, a bunch of people who do, like, pay attention to, like, politics from the right kind of go, hey, you know what? That Biden fellow was very suspicious. And then his kid Hunter in the laptop, and Burisma. Biden crime family.
There's different things threatening them.
But then they just ignore fucking Jared Kushner making billions off the presidency. They ignore Eric and all. They ignore all of it because they don't actually care. It's all about getting the base to be in defense mode. Which is why I'm so mad at the fucking Democrats for not actually going on the offense here. They're just waiting for Donald Trump to shit himself, which he does constantly, but it doesn't. And I mean, figuratively and literally, but then nothing comes of it because then people are just like, oh, well, on to the next thing because it is literally just quick.
But being a president seems like an opportunity to be a very unifying force. And I feel like perhaps he squandered that opportunity, to put it lightly.
All right. Fuck it. I'm going to just play it.
I am not going to be intimidated by a Trump family thug who thinks that making up videos and using AI to put out rumors is going to scare me. Who even are Trump's advisors anymore? He used to be surrounded by sane and rational people.
The scorched earth approach from Candace and some of them is just...
Now he is...
It's fascinating to watch.
Accusing people like me and Tucker and Meghan of being irrelevant.
Pep, do you feel like there's some recent stories that aren't really being covered
and
well?
Mentally ill.
Like, can you elaborate a little bit?
Meanwhile, Laura Loomer claims she is his #1 advisor. And she speaks to him almost
like me a little bit of cattiness.
Daily.
Cat of Candace.
And that right there might be the biggest clue as to
do you want to play a game?
Why Trump is behaving like he is off the rails, right? It's kind of like you eventually just become the people that you spend your most time
I have to admit that was actually genuinely funny.
With, and you spend your most time speaking to, right? You become an average.
Oh,
and so
God
Charlie
damn
Kirk
it. Every once in a while, man, that was fucking fun.
Went from
that was fire, Candace.
President Trump went from Charlie Kirk, right? Charlie Kirk had his ear.
That hurt my soul to admit that.
Laura Loomer. And I think you guys need to more fully grasp not just who Laura Loomer is, but what Laura Loomer is, okay? I met Laura Loomer years ago. I was on the way to one of my first events, the David Horowitz Center, and we happened to be on the same plane. She was crying because Twitter had removed her check mark. This was back when Jack Dorsey had it. Since we lived nearby, I was friendly with her, never had an issue with her because I just don't see a reason to start with people and have issues with people. There are tons of crazy people.
Except for Brigitte Macron.
And
what?
Yeah, I felt very sad for her too because she was sort of living in a...
Hold on, of all the claims you make about yourself, you're just going to be like, I don't go after people just for random reasons. That's your whole fucking shtick, lady. What are you talking about?
Rented basement.
Yo, are you that? Okay, yeah, self-awareness.
In Westchester,
all right.
By herself, and she didn't have any friends that could take her to go get her wisdom teeth out. And she asked me if I could pick her up, right? And I never shared that story because I felt sad for her. Like she had
people who are covering it and aren't doing a good job
that could pick her up after a procedure that she needed to get done, and I did that, right? And don't worry, because her differing opinion on Israel.
I also got to be careful because realistically, I cover stuff, but it's not
going
like I'm
to be
doing a
the
great
reason that she starts attacking me. Now,
this is my one problem about where I lack a little confidence in this because I put comedy first and then news, like making you guys aware, kind of second.
That when people say Laura Loomer is crazy,
I'll admit that any day.
They're not being funny, right? Laura Loomer is genuinely crazy. We're going to get into that. She's not even Jewish. Her entire identity as being a feisty Jewess is something that she made up around 2019. She told me that she was not Jewish. She told multiple people that she is not Jewish. Her mother...
What the fuck is going... I'm sorry to pause so much on this. This is that... What?
Is a woman named Joanne Singe. Laura is Irish and English. Obviously, Judaism is matrilineal. She was not raised in temple. She was not bat mitzvah. She just decided that it was politically expedient to pretend that she was Jewish. She only learned how to draw a Star of David a couple of years ago when she was running for Congress. Okay, here's a clip of her learning to draw a Star of David a couple of years ago.
We have receipts.
So, this is your #1 Zionist on X. Look at this clip.
All right, there we go.
very good. They're almost identical. And
No, don't take photos of this. I don't want people know.
Oh my God, what did she do to herself?
The second thing that you should know is that
Dare I say, like she didn't look that bad.
Laura Loomer,
like that was what has she done?
Has a real mental disorder. Like I said, people, oh,
pot meat kettle.
This person's crazy. She's mentally ill, right? Trump says this. No, Laura is actually forbidden to own weapons.
Oh,
she cannot
the lack
buy
of
weapons.
self-awareness
She cannot
every once
own
in a while
them
is
because
just
she was
genuinely
placed
like
on
funny.
2 involuntary
Like, oh my
psychiatric
God,
holds by
Candace.
her own father, who allegedly is very fearful of her. Because she has had multiple suicide attempts. She attempted
Hey, Dirt, thank you for the sub. Appreciate that.
recently
Oh, my dog's back.
to file an appeal with the FBI to reverse the banning on her owning weapons,
Guys,
and they
check out my
declined
dog.
to remove it,
My dog,
citing
Stan.
the fact that she had been involuntarily placed on psychiatric holds. Now, according to her former campaign manager, Milo Yiannopoulos, who she has never sued and simply blocks.
Who? Oh, he literally heard you sub,
He
and
wrote
then he was
and
just like,
published a piece which should be read by everybody. And in that piece, he wrote this, quote, Laura Loomer has been diagnosed at various times and by various doctors as suffering from bipolar disorder, histrionic personality disorder, borderline personality disorder, and narcissistic personality disorder. Loomer's mother, whom we are not naming today, is an alcoholic.
Whoa.
a manic
Hepa what now?
depressive and suffers from
Where'd you get this?
bipolar disorder in common with
I mean, was this like admitted by her?
daughter.
Because like, yo, I got big problems with this.
Loomer has 2 brothers. One is a violent schizophrenic who is permanently incarcerated
dog.
in a psychiatric facility. He will never be released. The other also suffers from depression and mood disorders and has been in and out of institutions all his life.
My co-host is back.
End quote.
Acknowledged by Katie.
Now,
Noise.
It's interesting that she's
He knows
given
who the tribal
access to the
chief is.
President of the United States. Everyone sees that this is a fatal attraction. In fact, I am told by people in Melania's circle that they believe, like, actually the most likely person to harm Donald Trump would be Laura Loomer. And yet, this completely somehow evades the president. He allows her in his circle. The question is why?
What is that?
And it's
What is
not
that?
just
Hey, put it down.
that she lies. It's not just that she is bipolar. It's not just that she often says that she's going to commit suicide as a threat when she doesn't get what she wants. But Laura Loomer is also a malignant sexual predator and has been repeatedly accused since the beginning of her career.
Can't say, can you, Carl?
Of raping and sexually
God damn it.
assaulting men. That is not a typical thing that men come out with. That men come out and say, a woman sexually assaulted me, right? Take, for example, Alan Jacoby. This happened just last week, 10 days ago. He is the founder of Patriot Cigar, and he just tweeted this 10 days ago. Laura Loomer is a sexual predator psychopath. I was, in fact, a victim of her wrath. Loomer and I spent the day with President Trump at Bedminster watching the golf tournament from the president's box. She asked me several times for a selfie. As you can see, that lean line does not lie. She constantly got uncomfortably close to me. She groped me in the parking lot, grabbing my crotch
That's how I get him.
very aggressively and demanding that I
have to clap so his attention just immediately goes off the
come
cat.
back to her New York City hotel room to engage in some vile,
aggressive.
descriptive sexual activities. She's an absolute psychopath who preys on men who she thinks that she can manipulate. She's a menace to society. Again, there
here, you
are
little
just
scamp.
a long line of men who have come out with a story like this. If you don't believe him, here is a video, if it has been going viral many times, of Laura trying to seduce a young man who is clearly uncomfortable on camera. Take a look at this.
Your hair and your eyes look so good. You're like beautiful.
Thank you.
You're like an Aryan degenerate goddess. I love it.
Oh my God, I'm so uncomfortable right now. Oh my God, I'm so uncomfortable right now. Oh my God. Oh, there's nothing worse.
It's okay.
I mean,
don't mess
like,
my hair.
ladies.
Fix it. Fix my hair. Did you fix it?
I did. But like that picture you posted on Instagram recently when you got like reinstated on Facebook was so hot.
For training?
Like,
Oh, he's well past that.
seriously.
I appreciate it.
It's so
It's not about clicking. It's about getting his attention
and the
off.
Nazis hate me.
It's fun.
The alt-right
So, like,
people
just a
wanna
quick
put me in
clap.
a gas chamber.
Loud noise.
They're obsessed with the Jews.
I think they're just memeing on you, but it's okay.
It's okay. I don't care.
Oh,
I love it.
I feel like that sometimes.
I know. They're just jealous because I have big tits and an Ashkenazi IQ.
Oh, the fucking, like the...
That's what it is.
Yeah.
You got it.
Anyway, next time you're in New York, let me know. We'll hang out. Bring your girlfriend to New York sometime and we'll all hang out. We'll go to like really cool restaurants and hang out.
Dude, no, like he's got a girlfriend. Like no, man, no.
I will bring my girlfriend.
Yeah. Notice how he like said that sternly, and like she's doing like the. Yeah, like stop, Laura. Oh my God.
You'll meet her.
You guys are so
This is uncomfortable.
sweet.
Like I'm uncomfortable. This is bad. Like I walk into my boy like dealing with this. It's just like, hey, bro, we gotta go. Yeah, remember we got the thing. What the fuck is she doing?
Works out because like I said, I know it's all an act. Like I know everything you do on Twitter is like so fake and not real, but
Yeah, it's all fake.
it's so sweet that you like and your girlfriend have been together for 3 years. I love it.
I know. It's
so many.
Oh my God, she's the worst.
Do you know
Fuck
something?
her.
Like I'm gonna tell you a secret. Like, do you know so many people in this movement who preach trad life? Or,
You know, like
people on the
if
side
I wasn't
are,
on
like,
camera right now, what I would say.
They're not even like really trad life.
God.
Like my ex is like dating somebody who's like super trad life, and she was like my boyfriend while we were dating, and like ruined our relationship.
Oh, dude.
And
Yeah, she must have bad breath
I
too.
think it's okay, but like it's really sad because like I love when people like keep tradition in their relationships. It's just really sad.
What is? Please get your hand off. Okay, so here's some. Yeah, succubus blonde. Yeah, oh my God. I just gotta say, for real, like
similarly described, and again, he published this, her repeated assault on a young Brazilian man who worked on her campaign. And he's not alleging here, okay? He's
telling her whole therapist session. I mean, dude, that
claims
was
that it is a fact that
uncomfortable.
He can prove
that was fucking uncomfortable as fuck.
Through many messages. Take a listen.
Like, I feel bad for that guy.
Laura Loomer, who's the most insane.
Like, he kept saying it too. Yeah, I'll tell my girlfriend. I'll tell my girlfriend. Like,
You're good friends with Laura.
what are you doing?
Well, no, I was not.
And it's not like he was into it, like, and just like on the sly. Like, he was uncomfortable, like, dude.
And then when I met her,
He was also trying to not like insult her, and like he understood that
spent time with her. I realized she was absolutely mental. I
motherfucker went to the Lego store.
Distanced myself from
go to the Lego store
quickly. Well, I didn't
want the Pokemon Legos.
Distance myself because she used to force herself on young male volunteers, 20, 21-year-olds. And she would go in the middle of the night. And I mean, some men will find this.
Stop knocking over the signs. Stop.
That sounds kind of good.
When you imagine sort of the face of the of the sword doll, just sort of like you pull up the covers and there's a.
But you are being.
There's the sword doll. I would like to play a game. It's less enticing, but she would.
Milo just does it.
Climb into bed with these volunteers and set them off in the middle of the night. Sorry to use that language, but I did tell you to put your children to bed.
No way. She wouldn't go and sexually assault random guys and just blow them.
Well, I'm telling you because I lived in the pool house with her victim in 2020, who didn't know how to make it stop. He was a young Brazilian volunteer on her 2020 congressional campaign. I know because I helped to run that campaign. Okay, so don't tell me you don't believe it. I was there.
Yeah, he's a catty bitch that tends to exaggerate the truth occasionally, but I don't know, man. He doesn't get sued a lot.
And she convinced
that's something that has stuck out. That has stuck out to me. It's like for everything that's annoying about him.
You say get off me. I mean, that is
when he says some shit.
Yeah, I mean, you would think that, but this is a young guy.
That's have receipts.
There are. I never really understood when people talked about power dynamics in rape before. I was like, okay, fine, either you want the sex or you don't, or whatever. But I kind of got it when this young man, which surprised me greatly, said, well, this was Laura Loomer. I didn't know how to say no. I said, what do you mean it's Laura Loomer? He said, well, she's like Laura Loomer. And I said, what does that mean? He's like, well, she might be a congresswoman. Like, I don't know if it's okay to like. And so I realized in that moment, especially because it was a man, which was so sort of peculiar and confusing to me. It was bizarre to me, but he meant it, and he was asking me how to make it stop.
There are women who have spoken out and said that this is real, that she has assaulted many men. And like I said, she has never sued any of these people for putting this information out there. Instead, she just blocks them. So the question becomes, why does Donald Trump allow her anywhere near the White House? Okay. Maybe the answer can be best summed up in her tweet to Benny Johnson when he said, pray for your enemies. Laura Loomer responded, don't pray for your enemies, Benny. Pray for your enemies to be destroyed and celebrate when they struggle. We don't have time for compassion for evil people. Break them down and conquer them with psychological warfare until they beg for mercy. Do not pray for them. This is Laura Loomer's strategy. She believes in, quote unquote, psychological warfare, which means she makes up vicious rumors about people, like she did when DeSantis was running and Trump And his campaign found her to be quite useful when she said things like Casey DeSantis is making up cancer. Not something anyone would say, right? No dignity in that. Already going through a lot. You don't say someone's making up cancer, but these are the sorts of things that she does. She starts vicious rumors, and she leaves it on the person.
If she does do that, that's
person
special. Again,
to come up for air
I
and
don't
explain
believe
that
in
that's
hell.
not true.
That's what sucks.
And people typically
I want
get
to say there's a
flustered.
special place in hell, but
That's
Jesus
what
Christ.
she thinks is going to work on me. Making up AI photos and releasing them of my husband, literal AI photos, and trying to pass them off as authentic so she can make a
No wonder Trump loves the uneducated red hat pig so much. So dumb and gullible. They will believe
claim that he's
anything.
gay. Accusing us of being
I
separated
don't know
like
what
she
you're
did this
talking
weekend.
about.
Attacking
I got my
children.
totally
That was
authentic
trending.
MAGA
Laura
hat.
Loomer,
My supporters, they love me. Love me. And I love them because they're so stupid. I mean, very smart. They're very smart supporters of mine. I gotta say, I love them. I love them so much. They come out, they show up for me, and I appreciate them.
attacks Candace's children as feud escalates, claiming, as she did today, that my husband got drunk and hit a man
So what's up?
in a car while brandishing a gun.
Reference frame. Good to see you.
And she named the victim.
Also,
Here it
Real
is.
Diego. I
She
don't
doesn't
think
know
I
this is
shouted you
true.
out earlier, man.
Candace Owens says, I don't land any hits. Mind you, I have to post the screenshot of her reply because she blocked me. I did not block her.
And B Diamond.
What type of hits do you want me to land?
Welcome to the show, man.
Candace, do you want me to land a hit like your
Hope you're
husband,
enjoying
George
yourself.
Farmer,
If you are,
allegedly
hit that sub
landed
button
when
and
he
join the community.
allegedly hit,
have
aka
fun here, man.
crashed into Tracy Robinson's car while he was allegedly driving drunk with an alleged firearm in his
That's my
possession
foot.
as a green card holder in Nashville, Tennessee, where you live?
You little son of a
Remember
bitch.
Tracy? Sore subject? When are you going to tell your viewers about Tracy Robinson instead of simping for Tyler Robinson? Come on, Candy. Tell everyone
that's
who
what I
Tracy
get.
is, or should I direct them to the courts in Davidson County in Nashville, Tennessee? Well, by all means, I'm happy to tell
just
everybody who
clobbered.
Tracy Robinson is. I hadn't thought to do it because I've never met Tracy Robinson. I don't know Tracy Robinson.
I caught it
But
right as he was
certainly,
doing like the
I
butt
learned
shake, and he
his
was just like,
name, when Laura dug up the fact that my insurance did
That
pay
is a
in
really,
Tracy
really,
Robinson $6,000.
aggressively playful mood.
$987. We can show you that right here. As she said, you can find this in the Nashville courts, and it is true.
Fucker.
As you can see, a grand total of $6,987 for brandishing a gun and hitting somebody drunk. That sounds like a steal. That sounds like if that were true, people would be out there playing Grand Theft Auto. You could hit people drunk, driving, just vent out some anger and only have to pay $7K.
Saw the runoffs.
The reality is my husband got into a fender bender pulling out of a parking lot on a rainy day in broad daylight about noon, I think it was.
Your cats ever just have a day where you're just like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
The police were not even
You know
called
what, my
because
dog
they,
is
two
just
of them
like-
got out of the car, said a couple of FUs, calmed down, shook each other's hand and said, it's not worth calling the cops. Mr. Tracy Robinson maybe had a scratch on his car. George said,
Yeah, scratch. I
happy
know
to
all about
pay.
that.
And they exchanged insurances, drove off, and a couple of days later, Tracy decided he had post-whiplash disorder, went to the doctor, and we had to pay a grand total of $6,987.
Post whiplash fever?
There was no drinking involved. There was
Post
no
whiplash fever. Burn it down.
DUI involved.
Your neck hurts. Burn it
There were no
down.
police called. And yet, this is her strategy. This is why Trump uses her, because she
Dude, you were used by Trump. Shut up, Candace.
is willing
Like, dude, you're just as bad.
to
You were used by the right.
in
You're still used by the right.
her
Just to a different
ever-present
degree.
mental disorder.
I haven't thought about this, but she must not have like many right-wing audience members anymore.
To go after people's families, to make up rumors, to go after my in-laws, as she has done. She has tagged them. She attacks people who have nothing to do with anything.
Yeah,
Things that most
time traveling Charlie Kirk.
people will not lower themselves to do.
Not weird at all.
She will do. And like she says, she believes that breaks people psychologically. That's her goal. And Trump uses her as a pit bull. And let me
All right,
tell
they're
you,
finally calling
Trump,
it.
you will
Thank
eventually
God.
reap what you sow.
fuck,
People that are
man?
in your circle that have concerns that this is a fatal attraction should be listened to. Okay? You should look into the reasons why she cannot own a gun. You should speak to your friend Roger Stone about her
Oh no! I just checked my private
suicidal
messages.
attempts and the things that she says and the things that she does and the
Oh.
accounts that she operates behind
That's
the
funny.
scenes. You don't play with fire and expect not to be burned.
Trump store lady just.
Now, in regards to me, I can
just sent me a
guarantee you,
fucking private message.
I am
It was
psychologically stronger than you. I've
She's
never
not
had to be
happy.
placed on a psychological involuntary hold. And I am not going to be intimidated by a Trump family thug who thinks that making up videos and using AI to put out rumors is going to scare me. My family, what frustrates people the most about me is we are remarkably boring. We have a very consistent family life. We really do most of our stuff with the church and with our church friends. And I advise people start living their lives that way so that they have more value, so they don't end up like Laura Loomer in a basement with no friends and family to take them to a basic appointment. So we will not be intimidated. And Trump, if this is the last card that you have, yeah, it's pretty pathetic.
Ooh, she mad. She's fucking really mad. She's just threats a little bit. She challenged me, and yeah, she says she can't wait to see me film my content at her store when the cops show up, and I guess she's gonna try and call ICE on me. Yeah, this is that. I wasn't prepared for this. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see. Am I banned? Let's see. Because I challenged her. I said, if you ban me, then you lose. And she's one of those idiots that I think she won't ban me because she doesn't want to lose. Yep, I'm still not banned. I'm still not banned from commenting on her personal. Well, personal. It's her public account, but God damn, dude. Yeah, threatening me with ICE. Yeah. Okay, where you send me back to the Czechia? What? I'm second generation. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm actually, wait a minute, I'm third, right? Because my great grandparents were the ones that actually lived in Czechoslovakia. And then my grandpa was, born here, raised Czech, so he had a very thick accent. And then my mom, so I'm third generation.
Man, run to the.
I guess I'm like your average American, right? Right. Anyway, here's Abby Martin. Abby Martin rules. Somebody said that Anna Kasparian and her look a lot alike. I can see it, but I think Abby Martin is.
Society has gone full fucking fascist. It's like Berlin, 1930.
Maybe it's her politics that make her more attractive.
Say they're not indoctrinated in the sense of, let's say, North Korea. They know exactly what's going on. They have more honest media than the U.S. They see exactly what they're doing. They see the footage. They know the kids are starving. They agree with it. And this is overwhelmingly displayed. This is not just anecdotal from my man on the street interviews when I was in Israel, which I was floored by in a period of relative calm. I mean, it's never relative calm for Palestinians, obviously, but this was in Jerusalem in a place called Tolerance Square, right in front of Zara, And I'm talking to people from all walks of life. Every single person espoused genocidal rhetoric. Kill them all. Bomb them all, drop a big nuke, expel them. We don't want them here. I was floored. I couldn't wrap my mind around it because until then I'd been kind of placated by politicians and media that the two-state solution was possible, right? I didn't really realize the impossibility of that until I was there and saw there is no more West Bank. And Israeli society has gone full fucking fascist. It's like Berlin, 1930. I mean, it really was horrific. I felt like I couldn't spend a dime, and I felt like I had to take a shower. I was so repulsed by the casual genocidal nature. I've never experienced anything like that.
Arabs make a piguim, and we need to kill Arabs.
I don't think there's any answer to it. Really? There's only one way.
Only takes 2 or 3 generations to fully assimilate.
You would carpet bomb them?
It's the only way you could deal with it.
Israeli society has gone full fuck.
Yep. Like I said, just a big fan of Abby Martin. All right, so we're doing the thing. After. Oh, which one's more important? We should do this one first. All right, we're gonna do the Piers Morgan thing, then we will do the one that I have saved up here. It's a lot of fun, and it's within the realm of pep talks. And I mean, it is totally within the realm of pep talks. When I found this video, I did a little like, yay! Like this is 1000% a pep talk subject. So stick around because we're gonna do the Piers Morgan thing. Still fun. Still more politic-y than I like to usually do in the fun half, but you know how it go.
Yeah, I'm here in Tehran under your bombs. You've not leveled any criticism at your own regime. Once again,
I'm just a fundamentally unserious person.
because you're not allowed to, because if you did start criticizing a regime on this show, they would probably kill you too.
What?
The Vice President, J.D. Vance, is returning to Islamabad for the second round of negotiations on ending the war on Iran. It seems almost certain that the talks will end in failure if they happen at all. Meanwhile, the U.S. has seized an Iranian cargo ship for evading its blockade of the Hormuz Strait. Iran has responded by attacking U.S. vessels with drones. Tehran is currently saying it has no plans to attend any talks. All of this just days after President Trump announced that Iran had, quote,
Hey, one of y'all follow me on Blue Sky.
Agreed to.
I'm one away from 50.
Everything with an apparent mega deal on never closing the strait again,
guys,
as well as turning over all of their so-called nuclear dust.
I've actually been using my socials too, so
a ceasefire in the ongoing
follow me on
conflict
Blue Sky.
between Trump and the Pope. The pontiff clarified this
I do
weekend
it
that
for
a
you
new
people.
speech attacking
I
tyrants who spend
hate
billions
X
on
so
wars
much.
had not been written as an attack on the White House.
The talk that I gave at the prayer meeting for peace,
my Chicago Pope,
a couple days ago, was prepared 2 weeks ago, well before the president ever commented on myself and on the message of peace that I am promoting.
Sorry, Pep, I only do YouTube. Oh, are you on my Discord, though, reference frame? Here, let me link my
as
Discord.
It happens, it was looked at as if I was trying to debate, again, the president, which is not my interest at all.
Well, should His Holiness change his mind about debating President Trump, we'd be happy to.
Might not be a direct
host
link, but
both
you
of them
can. It's an
here and
open link right
uncensored.
now.
The religious overtones have become a big inflection point in the Iran war.
Go ahead and join.
Many conservatives have criticized war.
I do welcome all political persuasions, by the way, as long as, like, my main rule is don't be a dick and just keep it respectful.
Secretary Pete Hegseth for repeatedly invoking the Bible.
But I know you're cool.
In his press updates on U.S. attacks.
My Blue Sky links goes. Wait, it goes to X?
Some of the president's most loyal supporters were very uneasy about his expletive-laden Easter rant and the subsequent vow to end civilization. And that was before
that's
he posted
weird.
the
I just
now
realized,
infamous
that you.
picture
Okay.
of himself as a supposed Red Cross medic with miraculous healing powers who happened to be dressed as Jesus Christ. Many of the unintended consequences
this
of
isn't
the
a
war
link.
aroused both
Here.
divided his
Here,
MAGA base
here's my Blue
and
Sky
further
name. There you go.
alienated the U.S. from its allies. One notable critic is the Italian Premier
I see what
Giorgia
happened.
Meloni,
It all meshed into
previously
one.
a huge Trump fan, who said his attacks on Pope Leo were
But also follow me on X.
completely unacceptable. And they are a polite version of the very words which sprung
hate that.
into my mind when pictures emerged of an IDF.
I got to shout out, actually, Christina. Christina, also a fellow This Space contributor. She actually she interacts on X a lot to the point where she inadvertently kind of taught me how to use it, like, in a pretty healthy way.
Told you, attacking an icon of Christ.
So, yeah,
to me is
I go on for about an hour. I send some stuff out. I do some, quote tweets and all that kind of stuff, and then I sign off for the day, and then I'll promote all my stuff.
on southern Lebanon. It's remarkable that even needs to be said. There's nothing holy about
But also, it does have a live, like that, and Facebook has a live on it that
any aspect of the Iran war.
Hey, follow me on Facebook too. Yeah, I'm on
We'll
there.
debate all of this with an all-star panel shortly, but joining me first.
What up, Kois?
With a view from
Kois
Italy
knows.
is the former
He's
Italian
on my
Prime Minister
Facebook.
and current Senator Matteo Renzi. Mr. Renzi, thank you very much indeed for joining me.
We're gonna go shooting soon, Kois.
It's a pleasure, champions.
I mean, like,
So we had a situation a few months ago where it appeared that the
Said it right?
current
Yeah.
Italian Prime Minister, Giorgia
fuck is
Meloni,
X?
was
Twitter,
extremely cordial with the President of the United States. He spoke very highly
Follow me on Twitter,
of
right?
her.
Wait a minute. I might have to retract that last statement. I will not make my way to the range unless you follow me on Twitter.
Public, But now we've seen a big split.
There we go. Here.
First over the Iran war and second over the president's attacks on Pope Leo, of course, the first American pope. Let's take the war first of all. Obviously, Giorgia Meloni is in line with most European leaders
there.
What do you feel about the reaction of President Trump to Prime Minister Meloni in the context of her opposition to the war?
First of all, there are some problems in the Italian politics, not interested for you and for your audience, I suppose. Giorgia Meloni lost a constitutional referendum just 1 month ago. And she had some problem because she exaggerated with the fiscal pressure. She promised to reduce taxation and she increased. That is an internal internal issue, not very interesting for American people or for international people. But that is the signal of weakness. And when a leader, in this case, when Giorgia Meloni became so weak, what happened? She tried to stop our special relationship with President Trump. Why? Because President Trump
you instantly lose your two-way.
Gave not a very good advantage to alliance in the world. Thinking about Canada.
Oh God.
Canadian lost.
Could you imagine? Because that at that point that would just be like, hey, if this is this the only way to save it?
Right. In Canada, lost election.
Meanwhile, I'm just like, I don't want to lose it either.
The victory of Trump.
Wait a
because
minute.
the people in Canada voted against Trump more than pro Mark Carney. The same in
You know what? I thought that like he was gonna make America great again. How come brass is still so fucking expensive?
Australia, the same in Groenlandia, the same in Hungary. What means that? Donald Trump today is not a plus
For real.
in the international right.
I'm actually kind of asking.
Became a minus. And Giorgia
anybody know?
Meloni, she's intelligent. She's not my best friend, but she's a very intelligent woman. She understood that. She gave the message. I don't want to be
What up, DJX?
very
Good to see you
close
over on
to
Twitch.
President Trump. Then Iranian war, then the Pope Leo, then all the single
Dylan Burns is
issues.
still
But
on
the
one of them.
problem is political problem. She worried about the friendship of President Trump. And that is very interesting for the people who follow the politics.
But if you had still been Prime Minister of Italy,
Apparently, my martial arts instructor dash professor turned 80 today. Man, I would not cross that guy.
would you have endorsed and fully
I had a Taekwondo instructor that was a Vietnam vet named Sherman.
supported the
Pretty sure, like if he was still alive,
American-Israeli
he would mess you up
on
pretty
Iran?
bad.
Because, like I said, most
Like he was a
European
big dude,
countries
and he knew his shit.
have opposed it.
You take a tiger claw from that guy, and your fucking windpipe's gone.
Many, including my own country, the United Kingdom, believing it to be illegal. What
What
would you
up,
have done had you been Prime
Winston?
Minister?
How's it going?
I'm very serious man. I was Prime Minister, and so I know when you are in the office at the desk, you have some informations from Secret Service, from intelligence, which today is not in my hands. So I cannot give a very clear and serious answer because I
By
have
the way,
access
for
about
my Twitchers, if you
to the
guys are
documents.
over there
But
because of
I
the
think
horizontal,
that
the
is
horizontal is actually
unacceptable
back, just so you guys
to
know.
open
I was able to bring
and
that back.
war without an idea about the conclusion.
Not sure for how
Because
long, because there's this weird
everyone
bandwidth
knows
thing that
Ayatollah is
YouTube's
one of the
toying with.
worst regime around the world. They killed a lot of children, guys.
Did you guys know that there's apparently like there's only so much data that YouTube can use, so like they're trying to like
And for
I mean,
the last
I'm gonna be careful with this. 'cause I'm not
47
sure how much of it
years,
it's
they
like
killed a
creator
lot
based.
of women.
But yeah.
And I think there is
Like,
also an European
apparently it works
responsibility
like that,
if
where
you
it's just
come
like, we
back
have to, like, prioritize our
79
data. It's like,
with the French left supported Ayatollah Khomeini. It's very
Interesting.
interesting to study history. That is not our topic. If
damn,
you
Pep
ask
knows Taekwondo. Dude, I was blue belt. Like,
What
I,
is-
I was nothing special.
your reaction in case you are at the
took
desk.
Taekwondo
I
for
don't
like 2
know
years.
if I haven't the document. But what is clear, Trump made a mistake and Netanyahu made a mistake
I
with
learned how
him.
to fight.
If they don't prepare the day after, that is the
I don't know.
problem. Because you kill
how to
Khamenei,
box.
Ayatollah Khamenei. Okay, he's
Took
not
that
the
to hockey
best
with
guy
me.
in the world. He's
But then you realize that hockey fighting ain't
not
boxing.
an angle. But if you
Yeah, thank you.
hadn't
Ooh, thank you.
the solution, because the plan B
Fire.
is you kill the number 1, the number 2, the number 3, the number
Finally.
4, the number 5 of regime.
Jesus.
We don't know who
Twitter
today
out there.
control Iran. Just two little stupid.
Okay, are you actually going to chill? Because seriously, you have been.
The day in which
No, no, no,
President
no, no,
of
no, no, no,
Iran
no.
announced, okay, we stop
No, no, no.
the
I like nice
bomb
kitty. Nice kitty.
our friends, our neighbors, means Saudi Arabia, means Qatar, means Emirates.
Yeah,
The
there it is.
president
Nice
of
kitty.
Iran, not you, not myself, the president told officially, from today, we will stop to bomb our neighbors. The day after, Pasdaran.
We're probably see. That's what I thought. I actually I did think that it's because of the AI shit.
Push the button
And conveniently, I'm just gonna say that or conveniently, just coincidentally, YouTube rolled out its AI assistant.
Attacked Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Emirates. What means there is not a control. The president is not in control. The same for Strait of Hormuz. The foreign minister announced we will reopen. Then no, it's not reopen. What means that if you
Thank you for the
decide
follows, boys.
to
Appreciate
open
that.
a war everywhere, not only in Iran, around the planet, you have to consider Plan A is this solution. Plan B is this solution. Plan C. I think now we are the Plan Zeta. There is not a plan. That is the problem. They not attack Ayatollah. The problem is the lack of strategy
Those are my boys.
to manage the situation. And the risk what is energy, particularly for Europe, because America with shale gas, with the President Bush, with
Wait,
the
GNN got demonetized?
President Obama,
No, I didn't. Oh shit, what happened?
fracking strategy. Now America is
No. Please, details. And it's not for drama at all. GNN and me do very similar content. So, when he got his stuff taken down, I had something similar happen very close to it. And then Brandon Sutton, it happened the same way. So, if you have details, please let me know. Otherwise, I'll have to hit him up.
under control in gas.
Fuck.
Zero.
God damn it. Support GNN, Galactic News Network, over on Twitch. He still has monetization on Twitch, right?
Our gas comes from
down.
LNG
No,
from Qatar, in part from
that's not for
USA,
you.
and in part of Qatar. And the gas from
You want some?
Qatar
Here.
had to pass
Will this get
from
you
the
to
Strait
stop?
of Hormuz.
Okay.
So we will have a problem in energy for
pulling it
the
out.
next decades, maybe not, for the next years, for sure.
Come here.
Let's turn to Pope Leo, because it's been very interesting to watch the way that he has stood up to a pretty ferocious onslaught from President Trump. You're a Catholic.
right
Georgia
now.
Maloney has said that she considered Trump's comments
Well,
about
shit.
Pope Leo to be unacceptable, and said that as the head of the Catholic Church, it was
Inauthentic content?
right and normal for the
What do you mean
Pope
inauthentic?
to call for peace
Is it because he uses a VTube?
and to condemn every form of war. Do you agree
I could see how that triggers the AI thing.
with Prime Minister Maloney about that?
I think
He's still monetized. Good. All right, yeah. Follow GNN on Twitch or Galactic Streamlord. Thank you.
everybody in Italy and in Europe, and I think a lot of people also in America agrees with this statement. Because of course, the Pope is the Pope. This is his job, is the mission.
Solid dude, man.
I'm Catholic, so I believe in
I know he's
the
also like
moral
a
and religious
friend of Majority Report.
role of the Pope. And the Pope, the mission of the Pope is give the
or at least
announcement
chat.
about gospel, is speaking about peace, human values. That is the job of the Pope.
Yeah, it was the VTube. That's right.
I cannot
I did hear about that.
believe President Trump want to become old.
That sucks.
So the
but
new
okay.
Pope. There is a great American today in the world. There is a man who make America great again.
Galactic Streamlord. He's a badass. He's a marathon streamer. He actually does hours that are like, I think we're only on for like maybe an hour or two at the same time. He like does late nights.
He's not
He's a
President
badass.
Trump.
He does like a VTube where it's like a Knight's helmet, and it's very Space Ghost coast to coast with politics. I like it a lot.
Leo is
honestly, I was kind of like, he's one of the content creators that when I saw what he does, I was just like, oh, that's cool.
Prevost from Chicago is the real witness and hero and icon of American dream today. I don't understand why
cool,
we
dude.
have to attack also the Pope. Please, come on. We have a global disorder everywhere. We have a crisis between Europe and USA.
No, he is. And I also just in general really like the way that one of my favorite news streamers. Yeah, I take absolutely no
competition.
I would usually be like, oh, GNN was heavily. I could tell.
In USA and China.
If you guys haven't checked out Smoke a Tide Pod as well, Smoke a Tide Pod is very much in the same vein as. It's almost like if me and Galactic Streamlord did like a cross,
war,
like literally,
Russia and
like,
Ukraine,
we did a fusion and became a streamer. It would be Smoke a Tide Pod.
Africa
it's one of my
with
boys.
them extremists who attack the
Honestly,
people.
his stream is not political. It's just a lot of fun, man. He's got something called Luminal Mall.
The cows everywhere, insulting
he does like weird, like counterculture stuff, VHS stuff. Like he's a badass dude. So here, yeah, check him out on Twitch too.
With the work also
please.
with the Holy Father.
And tell him that I sent you.
So I totally agree.
I know he's not live right now, but if you guys see him.
You show a very interesting clip.
He is a friend of the show.
Well, the Pope explained, I haven't interest. I don't have interest to discuss with the
honestly, I think that as far as like the streamers that I am kind of in the realm of, as far as like viewer count and just in general, I know these guys. Although I would like to do something with Galactic Streamlord, but I don't know how he does things off VTube.
President Trump. I prepare my speech to call for peace, to ask for peace.
I would gladly go on his show.
For peace. Please, come on. My message, my goal is announce the gospel. So today is crazy. And then let me be very honest.
I'm very bored with
as
this guy.
a politician.
I just realized that I'm like talking with chat, and I just wanted to watch this part.
Interviewed the former,
fuck that guy. What was that? What was all that about? Who was that guy? Who the fuck was that guy? Wait, I'm mad. I was wasting time. Who the fuck was I just listening to?
Matteo Renzi, the former Prime Minister of Italy. Thank you very much indeed
Former
for joining
Prime
me
Minister of Italy. That's a whole lot of who gives a shit.
A great pleasure. Ciao.
Well, let's turn to my panel now.
I saw him do a show with Wicked. Oh, dude, I miss Jake so much.
Substack from the Bulwark, commentator Tim Miller.
Like, if I had infinite money, or if I had Hassan money, I would have bought him a new PC to make sure that he is on this space with us, back where he belongs, making content.
Doug Wilson, a senior minister.
I love that dude. Like, he's one of the dudes that really kind of not took me under his wing or nothing like that, but he inspired me, and also he's just a solid ass guy.
Thing as bad word.
Real ass dude.
It's Michael Knowles,
as
I
might say here.
Imminently. Well, welcome to all of you. Pastor Doug Wilson, welcome to you to Unsaid.
Also, shout out Angry Ginger. Angry Ginger come make his comeback. Yeah, baby. Yeah, shout out AG. I will be linking him too.
I've just interviewed the former Prime Minister.
Same, I would finance all your streams.
Oh, thanks. Matteo Renzi, who said that President Trump had been blasphemous with the
I need a sake tanuki
imagery he'd been posting.
If you guys know, you know.
About himself as Jesus Christ, and he angrily condemned Donald
Pretty
Trump.
sure that guy single-handedly funded Vosh's entire career.
Attack on Pope Leo. What is your response to that?
I would. Thanks for having me first. I would divide.
This guy sucks.
My response
by the way.
into two categories.
This guy has sucked since the fucking late '90s.
One, I think that image
when he started
was
making his stupid Bible videos. No, not Santa. Not Santa. This guy's the opposite of Santa. No, he's a really he's a shithead. All right, so this is one of those guys that so he's so bad with the pastor shit that even Billy Graham's family has denounced this asshole, which if you know anything about Billy Graham, that takes a lot.
Tweeted that,
like the Billy Graham Foundation.
That fact, this is I thought it ought to be printed on black velvet so we could call it blasphemous and tacky. So it was not a good image. No bueno. Not defending it. Glad the president took it down.
Oh, that's a surprise take from
Glad
him.
he responded to criticism, albeit somewhat lamely.
100 million to start making pro-Trump neocon content.
He had a red robe or a red. He was robed, not with a stethoscope. So that was.
If I could find a provision where I could do like a swerve, like a wrestling character, where I can.
That was one
maybe.
thing. The other thing
I could do a character.
Was
wait, not for Pep Talks, but for Ken Klainsman. Ken Klainsman would take that money.
His scrape with.
I forgot to have an alter ego. Duh.
The Pope. I would put that.
It's that Hank Pecker thing or
in
whatever.
a different category. The Pope was a Chicago lefty before he became Pope, and
what's wrong, Chicago lefties, motherfucker?
He is speaking bromides.
Yo, I'm about to go eat a fucking beef and beat your ass.
God,
the Bible, motherfucker,
into a geopolitical event, while at the same time objecting to other people injecting.
You got the Bible thumpers, well, we got the Bible beaters. What's up?
God, I'd just like to know what the rules are. If Pete Hegseth tweets as though he were a believing Christian, and the president tweets as though he's not a Christian, why are we upset at both? What are the rules here? And secondly, if Hegseth is a particular kind of Christian and he is speaking that way,
you love the quickness of the no.
From his conviction with regard to the war, and the Pope is doing the same thing, a different
principles
variation
doesn't get you paid. That's for sure.
A different.
Seriously, morals, principles. Having a shred of integrity.
Dream of Christianity. But he's speaking.
Yeah, I could be a right wing character. I could have. I'm smart enough to like pretend. I'm also like I could have done like cringe comedy. I could have done Tony Hinchcliffe like fucking
international relations
bullshit, and he's just like followed that and just been like, "Isn't Andrew Schultz the funniest?"
His understanding of the faith to it. Well, why does he get to do that and other people don't?
Sorry.
Okay, well, Tim Miller, you're a Catholic, I believe. Is that right?
Well, I'm a cradle Catholic. Piers, we're all on a journey together. You know, I'm not.
No, I was just curious.
Cradle Catholic.
What you feel about
like Catholic since the cradle, or like you're a baby Catholic.
The row between the Pope.
Like that's fine. We call them born agains, but goddamn, born again Christians are like some of the most annoying people I know.
And the president, you know, has what the Pope been saying crossed a line in terms of political commentary, or is he just being consistent to what most popes do, which is preach about peace and not war?
Yeah, I think that the people.
Yeah, my mom was very much the. So, you know what? That's fucked up. Number one, that is fucked up, Mitchell. I'm sorry that happened to you. If you guys didn't see or hear what Mitchell was saying, Santa, my mom, took my Super Nintendo back along with all the rest of my presents under the tree one year because I had torn a corner of the paper. Man, I'd hope she was bluffing, but nope. Depressing Christmas for sure. Live and learn. Yep. My mom did something very similar. It wasn't like a Christmas thing, but I had the life lesson where I didn't put all my toys back in my toy box when she had asked multiple times because we were about to have company. And I challenged her on it, where I was just like, she's not going to throw away my toys, because she said, if you do not clean up these toys by the next time I come into this room, which was like an hour, then she was going to bring the black bag. It was a black Glad bag. And she put everything that was on the floor in it and got rid of it. She did it. Guess who never tried to call his mom's bluffs again?
Have no memory, or didn't start paying attention to the news or to the Pope before Donald Trump was around.
That was fucked up.
Pope Leo's comments
that was fucked
are in line with what we've heard from.
Dude, I lost so many things. Like, I lost my Ninja Turtles. Like, I lost my Transformers.
Back to Pope John Paul. And
I fucked up.
John Paul II opposed both Iraq wars.
I fucked up bad, man.
Locally, and I don't recall George.
I remember I had the Batman, where it was the Batman that had like the armor that like it changed into Batman. I only had Bruce, I had all the armor out for some reason. I think I was trying to like dress another character, and I had the Bruce Wayne. I still have him somewhere. I actually should put him up there with my other characters when I find him. Because yeah, I have him, but not the armor because my mom threw out the armor.
H.W. Bush or George W. Bush getting into a fight
Those
with
are
the
the
Pope.
toys that survived.
Multiple popes have criticized
For real, like the
Democratic
toys in that
leaders
windowsill
for their
are the ones that
stances
survived.
on abortion and other issues. I don't remember Joe Biden or Nancy Pelosi telling the Pope to shut his pie hole when he weighed in on the
God, this fucking Santa-looking motherfucker looks like Durin, son of Durin.
Catholic teaching on abortion. Donald Trump wants to make everything about himself. He wants to pick this fight.
Or actually, Durin, father of Durin.
Because that's the only thing he knows how to do is bully people.
Do you think that event is why you still have toys? Yes.
Pick fights.
Well, no. Also, my grandma spoiled the shit out of me. My grandma was a business owner who, like, I didn't know had the money that she had. So, like, my grandma, and I know this is going to sound really fucking, like, whatever. But it's true. My grandma, on Wednesdays, I had Dairy Queen Day because she'd pick me up from school and take me to Dairy Queen. And then Thursdays, I went to Toys R Us.
So
I got to pick one toy.
It's kind of what we'd expect for Donald Trump. It's a little confusing.
And then if I skipped a week, I could get a bigger toy.
For J.D. Vance, who
That's how I got my Megazord.
converted to Catholicism 2 seconds ago, and then decided to write a book about his conversion, to now come out and
Actually, the number one toy that I want to this day is a complete Megazord.
say that the Pope
I have my I have the Tyrannosaur still, but
needs to be careful when he speaks
I
about
want a
theology.
Megazord.
As if J.D. Vance, who's been a Catholic for 2 minutes, knows more about Catholic doctrine and just war theory than the Pope. I think probably he would benefit from.
Screwed your nephew real bad. My stepmom sold all of my Star Wars toys. I had an entire seal, like all of them were sealed in the box. Power of the Force, series 1 and 2, so red box, green box. She sold all of it at discount at a garage sale while I was the year I moved out.
From listening to the Pope.
Ooh, that one actually just like that. Ooh.
And yeah,
like
I don't know who.
You feel that kind of pain that I just felt right there. Ooh, I better not
really
be having a heart
buying
attack
that from him.
Yeah, I was fucked up.
From the vice president, like why?
And then she's just wondering, why don't you like your stepmom?
It's not as if he comments about
gotten over it.
How Donald Trump should be careful.
Oh, because it was in her basement, it was taking up space.
With his language, ever. J.D. Vance never criticizes Donald Trump.
My stepmom admits that she was a piece of shit to me.
But now all of a sudden,
because I was a teenager when she came into my life, and I had like a ton of resentment from her for her.
He simultaneously went through this conversion to Maga hood, where he's a Donald Trump acolyte, and he went through a conversion to Catholicism at the same time. It's
I'm
very phony and it's
My
very
bad.
fake, and I don't think it's helping either of them politically.
Yeah, which the fascinating thing to me, I'm a Catholic,
Voltron.
so I don't like seeing people trashing the Pope for just saying what
Voltron.
the Pope is expected to say. I would argue, which is to preach peace, not war. But what's
Thank you,
interesting
Sylvie,
is the politics.
by the way.
of it. 20%
I appreciate
of
that.
Americans are Catholic, many of whom will
That's
have voted
life-shattering.
for Donald
Yeah,
Trump.
it was.
And the latest NBC News poll showed that Pope Leo
Especially
has
for a guy that
34
actually, like,
net
that was
favorability
that's my
in his
investment.
personal approval rating. Donald Trump -12. Pope Leo is one of the most popular public figures in the United States. He's the first American pope. People like the guy. And 42%
Yeah, he's
of
pretty fucking
Americans
popular
view the Pope
around the
favorably
world.
compared to 41%
He's the fucking
for
Pope.
Trump. So there's no real upside here politically for
As
Trump.
much as Donald
Which
Trump
just
wants to
begs the
think that he
question,
can be the
why is
Pope.
he doing it?
Because
Well, I actually
he
went to an
likes
all-boys
power
Jesuit
and he wants the
Catholic high
Pope to not
school,
be
so
popular.
If I may bring out a banger from the Bible, because we have such a religious panel today. This was Jesus' warning in Matthew chapter 7, verse 15. Beware of false prophets who come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly are ravenous
was,
wolves. That's for you,
Voltron
Pastor
was the,
Wilson. But speaking
cats,
about
or-
the Pope, it's terrible politics, like you said. First and
Well,
foremost,
let's
this is
see.
the
Are
spiritual
there any
leader
other
of
ones
over
like
1
that?
billion people. The Pope, just because he wears a costume and has the Pope
mean, there were
mobile,
multiple
Donald Trump
Voltrons.
thinks he's a politician who fights crime. I think Donald Trump thinks the
I think
Pope
it's
is
Voltron,
Batman. No, it's a spiritual leader with immense significance for the world, and not just
Dude, those are
Catholics around the world,
die-cast.
but a lot of religious communities. And as such, Donald Trump picking a fight with Pope Leo, like you said, who is the most popular American right now. When all Americans are polled, the #1 most popular American is Pope Leo, the first American Pope. Donald Trump, in this disastrous war, has attacked the Pope 8 times. On Easter, the holiest day for Christians, which celebrates resurrection and rebirth, what did Donald Trump do? A blasphemous tweet using profane language threatening genocide in this unwinnable war. Then I think he converts to Islam, Piers, to mock Muslims, and he says, praise be to Allah. He follows it up with more genocidal tweets. Then a week later, on Orthodox Easter, what does he do? Mocks the Pope with this blasphemous image, the first commandment, thou shalt not worship any other gods before me. Then he gaslights the world and says, it wasn't me as the Pope or God or Jesus. No, I was just the Red Cross. And everyone's like, please, now you're lying to us. But the Pope, meanwhile, is doing what the Pope always does. The Pope is preaching the word of God, trying his best to live the life of Jesus. Jesus, who, by the way, healed the sick and the blind, didn't charge copay, who divided fish and loaves given to people, didn't tell them to pull themselves up from the bootstrap. And Donald Trump has picked this fight with the Pope and says he needs to do more to fight crime. It's terrible politics. It's also blasphemous. It is also terrible with his base. You've seen Alex Jones now invoke the 25th Amendment. Candace Owens, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Nice. You've seen videos now of Maga saying, you know what, this is a step too far. It's just unnecessary vulgarity on top of an unpopular war. I want to remind you all, he promised his base no more forever wars. What does he do? Lead us in this unwinnable war. Oil prices are up.
One more pause. This dude has the Lego Batmobile. I wanted that really bad. He's got the mini Lego DeLorean. Wanted that as well. I want all these, actually. He has the Lego Death Star. That's Lego Death Star 2. I want the Lego Death Star 5, which is the newest one. Millennium Falcon, still, like, and then he's got the Razor Crest, too. Like, damn, dude, number one, Star Wars nerd. Fuck yeah. But also, you got some sick-ass Legos, my guy. God.
Gas prices are up, fertilizer prices are up, and now we're in food shortages. He promised to release the Epstein files, is doing a cover-up.
That is flex, Matt.
He bring down inflation.
If anybody understands how much money that is in Legos, you're just like,
Pierce, he is now attacking, like you said, the most popular political, not political, but the most popular individual in America. Pope Leo, who is the spiritual leader of 1 billion
That one's 200.
On top of that, he has a war in Iran. He's surrounded by all these cosplay crusaders like Pete Hegseth,
you're
insulting
right.
Muslims. And if I can, to the pastor real quick.
No, well, Sylvie, this is why I appreciate
you. Is not the Pope.
I dare say
Pete
this is what I consider you like a
in the United States of America.
Sideline producer.
Pete Hegseth should read the Constitution. We have a separation of church and state.
Credit.
Also, Pastor, I know Pete Hegseth is your star pupil. Pete Hegseth, maybe he should read the Bible and not watch Pulp Fiction, because Pete Hegseth embarrassed himself and just quoted Samuel L. Jackson from Ezekiel 25:17. So maybe when you get invited to the Pentagon, sit with Pete Hegseth, have him read the Bible and read the Constitution, and maybe he could just tattoo Ezekiel on his arm this time. That's your failure, sir, as his teacher.
Yeah, nice try.
Well, Pastor Doug, your response to that?
Yeah, there are a multitude of things to respond to there. First, to say that the Pope is simply talking about peace and love and all the things that a spiritual leader has to say. The spiritual leader of that many
Chet? Do me a favor. Shout out with your favorite toy. What's your favorite toy?
Wave his hands over a geopolitical mess and speak in bromides, and then back it off and say, I wasn't talking about President Trump.
Megazord and then Soundwave.
In the clip that was shown at the beginning.
Easy.
You can't just say boys, as though you have any kind of moral authority to speak to it. Pope John Paul II did oppose the Iraq wars, as did I, right? So that's one thing.
Into a pterodactyl.
But Pope John Paul II was was instrumental in the collapse of the Soviet Union.
Scourge?
He was no stranger to hardball politics. He knew what he was doing. He and Thatcher and Reagan had something that they were working on. And so it's a little bit simplistic. Pope John Paul II was not speaking in bromides. Francis was a bromide meister. Pope Leo, the Pope Leo is speaking in all these sweetie nice categories.
That was straight.
You can't say, and this is really important. You can't say you quote Matthew 7 and say
I actually feel bad for not knowing that.
Beware of people who are wolves in sheep's clothing, and then point to the man who is dressed out in sheep's
Yeah,
clothing.
Dinobots. They were
The
called the
one thing we
Dinobots.
can say about Trump is that
Dinobots
he's not a
rule.
wolf in sheep's clothing. If
Unless they
anything,
were the Beast
he's a
Wars,
wolf in
which-
wolf's clothing,
yeah.
or quite possibly
been
a sheep
Megatron.
in wolf's clothing. The Pope, who
Megatron,
is doing all these
Pterodactyl from Beast
God
Wars.
is
What
in
was his
favor
name?
of pussy willows and rainbows.
pterosaur. Yeah, was it
that
pterosaur? I
doesn't
think it was
cut
pterosaur.
it. The Iranian regime is a murderous regime. There are legitimate
I mean,
objections.
hang on, Pastor, if I may jump in, let me jump in because I'm sorry, but it
Yes, I
seems to me
did.
if you're going to compare the Pope's
Brian,
rhetoric
yeah, good news.
in the last month with Donald Trump's rhetoric, one has
Very good
been
news.
brazenly espousing genocide, talking about the end of civilization in Iran, which would mean the murder of 90 million
Hey, look at
people.
that.
The vast majority.
He was
of whom
talking
would
about
be
the regime.
Civilians. People could. Well, he wasn't
He was
talking
talking
about the
about the
regime,
regime.
was he? He said.
No, he wasn't.
He said the end of civilization, not the end of the regime.
Partial
Why do
My
we try and
Little Pony.
pretend
Nice.
that Donald Trump didn't say what we heard him say?
OG.
Look, you don't have to persuade me that that Donald Trump's rhetoric can be all over
I'll
the
admit
place.
that the brony stuff was a little bit.
His tweets there.
As someone who worked
were
at a GameStop
an
when
art
that
of
was
the
just starting to hit,
unhinged
it was a
deal.
little much.
He's dealing
but
with a maniacal regime, and he is negotiating with
One of
them
these days
in
I'll
public
make
by
a,
means of these tweets. That's not to say that I approve of everything he says or the way he says
have
it.
like a,
but I think I see what's going on.
My Days at GameStop like series.
And you don't have to accuse him of genocide when he's done nothing of the kind.
No, but he threatened genocide.
Wait,
I mean, for the
his
president
book
of the United
is
States
There's No Bad
to
Words.
actually post
Oh,
something
he's
on his
trying to be
social
that
media
kind of
account,
Christian.
which threatened
Got
the
it.
end of civilization in Iran. And then for supporters of the president,
You've worked.
I've
I
known him a
worked
long
at EB
time.
Games.
I get on very well with Donald
games.
Trump.
My
But the idea
EB
that anyone
Games
would try and
became a
spin the
GameStop.
words,
That's
the end
how
of
old I am.
civilization to mean specifically the end of a regime of
real.
a few 100,000 people, including the IRGC, is for the birds. That's not what he said. Why would you, as a pastor, go out of your way to try and justify what he said by downgrading it to something we know he didn't say?
Because I'm not defending what he said.
the
I'm
trash when your
defending
mom
what he's
broke your neck.
doing.
Oh,
Why
man.
the ceasefire? If he's all about genocidal destruction of Iran, why the ceasefire? Why did he say? Why did he hold off right before bombing the infrastructure? I look at what he's doing.
Yeah,
not
but if you retail
not what
gigs
he's saying.
myself, there,
I think the
guys.
problem. All right, the problem I have with
I've
what
had
he's
a
doing
lot of
is
jobs.
that there's a lot of
I got
very
that thing where,
confident
like,
stuff coming out of Donald Trump.
for
at the
2
moment
jobs
about
at the same
war's
time.
over,
So like
the
I would
Iranians have agreed to everything. They're going to
go from
give
the
up all their
GameStop
enriched
to
uranium.
the pizzeria.
We've won. We've destroyed
Kenzie,
them.
holy shit, Kenzie Page, what
They're
up? It's so
powerless,
good to
blah,
see
blah,
you.
blah, blah, blah.
haven't
The
seen you in a
trouble is
minute.
the Iranians didn't get the same memo and don't appear to have agreed to any of
Always
this.
makes me happy to see
fact,
you in
they've
chat.
shut the Strait of Hormuz
That's how I know.
again.
Like you haven't been here in a minute.
Hang on,
so.
I'm just telling
What
you
are
what's happened. We can see what's happened. The reality of the situation is nothing like what President
We've
Trump
been
has
well.
painted. The Strait of
All
Hormuz
that
has been shut again. The Iranians have discovered they can do that at will. They're planning to go after this, charge a toll to people, so they'll make much more money from it than they did before this all started. The
Yeah, Kenzie, I hope
regime
that you were
remains
at
in
least
place.
able to catch the VOD
IRGC
from yesterday.
remain
It
in
was so much
control.
fun.
There is no uprising from the Iranian people. So at the end of this, I am really struggling to see how this.
Kenzie extends their membership for 15 months. Sorry, it's been a while. Life is crazy.
Life is crazy.
Oh, I know
Upside
it.
down
Donald Trump's
face emoji.
statements.
No worries at all. But you are a 15-month member. Thank you so fucking much.
That this war's been won. It's all over. The strait's open. We're getting all the uranium and all these things.
Yeah, because you're not like a day oneer.
None of that appears to be what the Iranians have agreed to.
Kenzie's been part of Meister for a long time.
All the
Someone just showed
contradictory
up for
statements
his
coming out of
portion of
Iran
that. God, he
really
is
just
trained
reveal
by
nothing
that
more than the
sound.
fact that nobody knows who's in charge there.
Okay. Well, let me bring Tim Miller in. Tim, I mean, there's a lot of contradictory statements coming out of everywhere, and I'm all for the fog of war and dealing with the enemy in a way that they may understand. And look, nobody pretends Donald Trump is a conventional politician or president. He's always used the power of incendiary rhetoric to get what he wants, and sometimes he's been successful.
All due respect, bud, I tolerate you.
Doing it. So, maybe there is method to the madness. Maybe this is the language the Iranians will understand, and maybe in 6 months' time we'll look at this as a piece of strategic genius. But I've got to say right
You're like
now,
a lid.
I'm not feeling that. I'm feeling
realizing how important you are when you need it most. Ew. I don't like how good that analogy was.
That Donald Trump has got sucked into something. I mean, as we came on air with this show today, he's put out a direct denunciation of the increasingly popular claim that he got bullied into this, or talked into it, persuaded into it by the Israelis. He said, Israel never talked me into the war with Iran. The results of October the 7th, added to my lifelong opinion that Iran could never have a nuclear weapon, did. I watch and read the fake news, pundits and polls in disbelief. 90% of what they say are lies and made up stories, blah, blah, blah. But, the mere fact he's felt compelled to say that, when we all read a big New York Times...
Or he could just say, like, you're my joint pain going into my 40s here, unwanted.
...piece last week.
See?
Which detailed in really quite extraordinary
yours is...
detail how Benjamin Netanyahu had sat in the Situation Room at the White House, laying out a sequence of events.
Mine was true.
America joined this and attacked and took out the Ayatollah and the top people. Then you would see the IRGC get slowly lose power. You'd see the people rise up and take it over. The Strait of Hormuz would be in irrelevance and so on. Only the first bits happened. And that's the cold, hard reality. And I'm of the view that Donald Trump has got into something. He wants to get out, but he is not sure how to do that, where it doesn't look like an abject...
Stand chilling like royalty?
Failure.
Always.
The cold, hard reality is that it's been 6 weeks.
8 weeks.
Yeah, well, and things have gotten worse in 6 weeks, Pastor.
It was actually a question for Tim. Sorry, Pastor.
Okay,
I will come back to you, Pastor.
Worse for Iran.
I mean, look,
Durin, father of Durin, must speak.
We were told it was going to be over. We were told it was going to be over in 2 to 3 weeks. 2 to 3 weeks ago, and it's not. So, Tim.
Yeah. Look, the Trump bleat about how Israel didn't push him into this is definitely a lady doth protest too much moment. The fact that he had to say that, I just think that we can all see reality with our eyes. This is not to say that there's like some secret cabal of Jews that are like, puppet mastering and manipulating Trump. It's not to say that. It's just to say that Bibi came into our Situation Room and made the case to him for this war. And then a couple of weeks later, they got into the war. Like, that's just what happened. I don't think that there's anyone out there who thinks that if Israel did not want this war, wasn't agitating for it, that Trump was going to go at it alone and do it on his own. There's just no reason to think that would have happened. And a big part of why we shouldn't think that would happen is just listening to Donald Trump and J.D. Vance's own words, where they said that they weren't going to do this up until they changed their mind. So, look, I just think that, the quote-unquote pastor we've got over here saying that we're only 6 weeks into this, like he's very incoherent in his defense of this, and I think it's probably a big challenge for you, Piers, to get people onto the show to defend this war.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Because Trump is incoherent talking about it. Any defender of this war sounds incoherent.
Yeah, I'm slightly confused too. What the fuck are you talking about, Teddy?
Because
are you trying to insult him through me saying that I have like a bad hairline? Which, it's not great, but it's not the worst.
Haven't got anything. Like, there's been no progress made, and there was no case made for it. And if you just look at, if you go back 7 weeks,
not as much as it could be,
and you just said,
I have a treatment.
The American people. It's like, hey, here's what things are.
Let's just say thank you, Sam Cedar.
Going to look like in 7 weeks from now. The Strait of Hormuz will have been closed. Energy prices are higher for everybody. Critical energy infrastructure in Arab states are
Rolling Stones or Pink Floyd. Pink Floyd all the way.
Taken offline. The UAE is coming to us to ask us for a loan now. Over a dozen Americans are dead. We've unknown how many Americans are wounded because they're.
What do the Stones have? Painted black? That's like it?
Not being honest with us.
No, I know you didn't, but I have enough people coming in here where I'm just like, whoa!
Iranian citizens.
Stop making fun of my people.
Including school children that we accidentally killed. We've depleted our military materiel. So that is the state of affairs. And in exchange for that, what have we gotten? We've moved from one Khamenei to another. The IRGC is in more control, and Iran has lost some ships, and they've lost some of their missile capabilities.
A lot more than painted black.
Like, that's it. Like,
I mean,
that's all we've gotten out of this. Who would
Okay.
Make that deal.
What?
Like that if you made that pitch to people 8 weeks ago.
Pink Floyd, I have like multiple albums that I could listen to.
3% of the American public would have been for.
Rolling Stones was for like the ones that didn't want to like, partake. Dude, Rolling Stones, like, they had a fucking Hell's Angels debacle in the 70s, right?
Or that.
Like, shut up. I like a band that fucking, like, had legendary concerts and also still has a fucking based-ass
Really strong Israel Hawks
singer
maybe
and,
would have been for that, but no one else.
well,
so they
ish.
Well, the
Roger Waters.
The interesting thing.
So
let me bring
quote unquote.
Pastor Doug. Hang on. Pastor.
You're gonna go see Brett Floyd
before you respond.
I got to see Humphreys McGee do a Pink Floyd set. It was this last summer. It was fucking awesome.
NBC poll came out yesterday.
They did Dark Side of the Moon, and they did Dark Side of the Moon, and then they kind of pivoted and did a few songs from The Wall. But yeah, they did the entire fucking Dark Side. It was sick.
Over 60% of Americans are against this.
I have a video of them closing it out with
1 in 4 Republicans.
I wish you were here.
Are against this war, and there was a majority against it when it first started, but that has got entrenched, and the numbers are getting worse. Donald Trump's approval
fucking Humphreys, hell yeah,
rating is falling to 37% now, and people are fed up about the lack of attention.
Yo, you think I look like this, and I'm not a fucking Humphreys McGee and Street Cheese fan?
To inflation and the cost of living.
Come on now.
Which will now inevitably.
Now I do have the controversial opinion of thinking Grateful Dead not that great
scenario. Many on the
Not that
Republican
great.
side
Okay,
feel
they're
this
great,
is also
but they're
betrayal
just,
of President
overrated.
Trump's promises not
And
to
their fans
drag
are
America
annoying.
into these kind of foreign wars, particularly in the Middle East.
I
So
know,
none of it
blasphemy.
makes coherent sense, as Tim says. But I'm also wondering what as a Christian in America
They're
right
intense.
now.
Let's just put it
on the
that
one
way. They're
hand, you've
intense.
got Donald Trump going to war with one of the most famous Christians in the world.
You
and the
thought
most
Swifties
popular
were intense?
Christian
Meet a
in
Grateful
America,
Dead
which is
fan. Jesus
the Pope.
Christ.
But secondly, you've got this imagery coming out now from Lebanon of an IDF soldier.
Huge Jump fan. Nice.
Literally
I've seen
desecrating an image of Jesus Christ, smashing
6
it to the
times?
ground,
Something like that?
breaking it. Benjamin
Saw him
Netanyahu,
multiple times
highly
with Dave
unusually,
Matthews.
I have to say, for stories of this nature, has not even tried to deny.
I'm gonna pause one time. So I will tell the story of when I saw Humphreys McGee and Dave Matthews at Tinley Park. It was fucking insane.
This is true, and has issued a sort of lengthy.
I had Campground 420 with a buddy of mine. It was
statement
It's
saying
one of
how
the best shows I've
stunned
ever
and
been
saddened
to.
he was to learn that an IDF soldier damaged a Catholic
got
religious
so-
icon
ooh.
in southern Lebanon. I condemn the act in the strongest terms.
You saw him
and
once
so
at
on, which
Bonnaroo?
is
Nice,
the
I've been
right
to
thing
Bonnaroo a
for
few
him
times.
to say. But if you're a Christian in America, Pastor Doug, what on earth
Got
are
to
you
see
beginning
Jack Johnson
to think?
at
I mean,
Bonnaroo. That
America
was
is
fucking
going
dope.
all in with Israel against Iran, and
And
here
a
you
whole
have
bunch of
one
who gives
the
a shit country
IDF
bands.
soldiers, part of the
weird
Israeli
year.
military, we keep being told, are the most moral army in the world, desecrating an icon of Jesus Christ. What is happening here?
So
I'm waiting-
I'd say
yeah,
three
I'm waiting
quick
for his
things
answer.
very quickly. Number one is
Damn
I
it,
would
I just
join
got
with
interested in this.
Netanyahu in condemning that kind of action. That's awful. You shouldn't do it.
I
Bad.
hate when this. Okay, I'm gonna just say this much too. I hate when this happens when I'm like paying attention to chat. We're having a conversation about like concerts and shit. Then I have another thing in the background that I'm watching. Like I said, fun half. So I'm
There's
trying.
No
I'm trying my best.
excuses for it. That's
Sylvie,
just
I
not
know.
good.
I got
All right,
like
so
what,
I'm
maybe
with
a
Netanyahu
5, 4
against
out of
the
10
IDF
right
soldier
now.
who did that thing. Secondly, if this war turns into something that is counted up in months and instead of weeks, if this goes on like Iraq or like Afghanistan, if it turns into a forever war, I'm against it also. I'm a no forever
Yeah,
wars.
what's your
guy.
gauge
all
there,
done with
my
endless
guy?
wars, especially in the Middle East.
It should just
I
be no.
am
It should be
in
no
that
new
camp,
wars.
right?
Wait a minute. No,
So
no, no,
if
no, no. He's moving the goal.
Trump,
Don't let him do this. He's moving
lands
the
this
goalposts
and
from what it
brings
originally
everything
was
home,
for him.
and everything's
No
better
new wars.
in a short space of time, meaning weeks. If that happens, then okay. If it doesn't happen, then I'm against it too. You can lump me in with some of those people that are objecting to it. I'm there too. Then last thing, I've been a quote unquote pastor for just shy of 50 years. And so I'd like to know how much longer I have to go before I become a real pastor.
Well, you have to follow the teachings of Jesus Christ, probably, if you want to be a real pastor. I mean, you can call yourself whatever the hell you want, Doug. I'm just going to call you Doug. I'm kind of tired of you being called pastor, but, you know, if you just want to...
I think we can afford him.
Look, you're out there.
We can afford him.
You hate everybody. You attack black people, gay people, immigrants.
See you later, Daddy Cajun. I will see you later.
Like, all you do is spread hate. Your book that you've got behind there is you know, talking about how...
Thank you for being here.
How much you love bad
I had one of those moments where I was just like, I realized that I doubled up on what I said.
words. Look, if you want to teach like this kind of fake Christianity, that's fine. You can do that. You know, if you want... No, I've not read your book. I'm very happy to have not read your book. But if you want to do this kind of vice signaling Christianity, where we're going to do
stop
Christian
commenting
vices,
on what it's about.
Well, I've seen enough of your material on social media that it doesn't really require anymore. I mean, it doesn't. It's not like
I didn't even need to see his shit on social media. Like, he used to put out videos where he was a hateful asshole.
I thought
further study.
No,
Thanks.
The show is
okay. So if you guys aren't familiar with this guy, he's one of the originators of like the placeholder theory with Jews.
As the show started out,
where like evangelical Christians are the actual chosen people of Christ, you know, for reasons.
I thought we were supposed to refrain from attacking religious leaders.
Real.
The
Pope. You attacked the Pope.
Yeah, you attacked the Pope, motherfucker. Exactly.
Well, I have no problem. Listen, real quick, Pastor. I have no problem attacking wolves in sheep's clothing. I have no problem attacking a man who wrote that American slavery was mutually harmonious.
I genuinely don't like this guy.
The slave master and the slave. That's you. I have no problem attacking a man who proudly says
I'm
he
glad
wants
that
to
they're
do away
calling
with
him
the
on it
19th
in his own
Amendment, which
terms,
gave
too.
women the right to vote. I have no,
he's a Zionist pastor.
no problem attacking a man like yourself who sits here incoherently supporting an incoherent, unwinnable,
he's
illegal
one of the
war in
most.
Iran. I have
I'm
no
telling
problem.
you, no, guys, like, I don't think you understand the context of how bad this guy
A
is.
man who is the religious leader.
He just said 50 years.
Pete Hegseth, a man who's a cosplay crusader, who's leading some type of crusade. Probably you put him on.
Yeah, that's
as
who
the
he is, by the
Secretary
way.
of Defense, getting Americans and innocent civilians killed. I wish you would be a better
Modern
Christian.
crusade
I wish you would
was something
open up
that
the
he was
Bible.
always
I
pushing
wish
for.
you would meet the Jesus that I met when I went to an all-boys Jesuit Catholic high school. The Jesus
Oh, shit,
that
he was
took
a
care of the
Jesuit?
sick, that took care of the poor, that welcomed the immigrant, that welcomed the marginalized, that helped them. But instead, you've used Jesus as a mascot
That motherfucker
for
actually
I
had
don't
some
know,
like
your
rules.
white Christian supremacy,
Like when
your
you were
cruelty,
studying.
your misogyny.
Shit.
And I'm so glad that people are finally waking up.
We had it a
to
little
your
bit better
cruelty
than him.
and to the idiocy of your
to say.
star disciple Pete Hegseth, who keeps messing up and literally does not read the Bible and quotes Pulp Fiction. Just sit with them. Maybe both of you could read the Constitution,
What was that,
read the
Ezekiel
Bible,
7?
and just take a break, Pastor. Just take a break.
No, it's Ezekiel 22.
Who
That's what
left?
it
All
was.
right, Pastor, your response.
Yeah.
Just incidentally, we know that Jesus was not a socialist because he could actually feed people.
Wait. That requires a soundboard moment. I'm sorry. That was, that was bad.
Wonderful, great response.
Yeah,
All right,
just
Pastor, your response.
Just incidentally, we know that Jesus was not a socialist because he could actually feed people.
Wait. Where's the Papa Booey?
Wonderful, great response.
Or not the fucking, where is it? Where's the, fuck it. I'm not looking for it.
That's what you got. Man, Doug.
To be fair to the pastor, the pastor would have probably got a bit of support from Michael Knowles, but unfortunately we can't find Michael Knowles, which is why he hasn't joined us.
It's hard to
There's been a
find
breakdown
defenders
in
of the war,
community.
Piers. It's tough for you. It's a really tough job. It's supposed to be a debate show, but the war is so stupid that literally the only person who seems to be for it is Mark Levin. You know, and you can't have him on 3 times a week. You know, Life, Liberty, Levin, Micropenis Mark, but nobody else can offer a coherent case for this war. And so obviously Michael Knowles doesn't want to come on, and you have Doug over here who's already basically saying he's going to be against it if it goes on much longer. So it's challenging because the war is so stupid. That's why it's challenging.
Well, I would say that Michael Knowles. Hang on, Pastor.
Will
Michael Knowles
Wheaton
doesn't
just released this
debate.
this post. Hi, Tucker Carlson. It's me, a normal person who mocked and bullied, who you mocked and bullied when we tried to warn you about all of this, who doesn't have your wealth and privilege to insulate himself from the consequences of your support of a criminal. Yep, you fucked up. Yep, you were wrong. Glad you are finally aware. No, you are not forgiven. No, you are not welcome in the open arms of the left. No, you can go fuck yourself. You're an opportunistic coward. Have yourself the day that you voted for.
I think we've had a breakdown in communication. We'll find out what happened.
Will
It's a shame because I think he would have probably. The pastor does feel a bit on his own at the moment, so I'm sorry about that, Pastor. But I will let you respond.
No,
I'm curious though. But I'm curious, Pastor Doug, and I will call you by your title. You've got a further complication here where Paula White-Cain, who's a senior personal advisor to the White House Faith Office, said on the Something Greater podcast the following. Take a look at this.
Attack my foot again.
Wherever I go, God rules. When I walk on White House grounds, God walks on White House grounds.
You know what's fucked up? Even based in like her version of the Christian Bible.
I had every right and authority to declare the White House as holy ground because
No female pastors. That's literally, I mean, I hate to say it, man.
was standing there, and where I stand is holy.
Too progressive.
To say no to President Trump would be saying no to God. And I won't do that.
We are in a spiritual war right now. Let every demonic network that has aligned itself against the purpose, against
Do you think she speaks tongues on Trump's dick?
calling of President Trump, let it be broken. Let it be torn down in the name of Jesus.
Oh yeah, I'm feeling the power of Christ.
You want me to tell you what my thoughts are?
That was crass, and you know what?
The thoughts
They all deserve it.
of the King of Kings, the thoughts of the Lord of Lords. I'm downloading heaven.
Wow.
Now, Pastor Doug, it's probably no surprise that Donald Trump is posting images of himself as Jesus when he has one of his own senior faith advisors saying that to say no to President Trump would be saying no to God. I presume you wouldn't agree with that.
I would not agree with that at all, and just point to all the montage you just put together there as a wonderful set of evidences that she was a bad choice for that office.
Okay, well, fair enough. Tim,
We got a catty little bitch
Tim
over
Miller,
here that's just like,
how big an issue?
I should have been
the other
in that.
fascinating
I should have been in
subtext
there.
of this is what is happening to Trump's former rock-solid MAGA support, particularly in terms of the high-profile people in my world, this world. Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Megyn Kelly.
All right. Clock it. Gas rebate checks are coming to the people from Trump in 2 weeks.
Jones over the
Clock it.
weekend.
2 weeks.
Trump called Tucker low IQ, Candace mentally ill, Megyn overrated.
Even if he sends
Alex
them 15 days, 2 weeks.
Jones totally fried. Here's how Jones replied.
Trump had a 56 approval rating 8 months ago when Doge was roaring and Elon was there and all the rest of it.
Is he paying us with our own money?
3. He's lost 80% of his
Where's that
support in
coming from?
independents. The Republicans are going to lose the midterms massively coming up in just 7 months. And even Susie Walls has told him that and told the press this needs to stop. But he doesn't care. He is committing political suicide for our own movement, and he's turning against all the major pillars of the movement.
So, Tim Miller, I mean, it's a very interesting split that is occurring here. I'm slightly baffled by Trump's strategy of just dumping all over all these people. He did the same to Riley Gaines last week when she quite rightly said she didn't like the imagery of Jesus and so on. No Christian should like the President of the United States doing that. But he started lashing out at people who have been very supportive of him historically. What does that tell you about what is going on here? And what does it mean to say the midterm elections and the 2028 election?
Yeah, well, I think I can explain what's going on here pretty simply, and that is that Donald Trump has done a series of things as president that have caused backlash among his own voters, and are starting now with the Iran war to negatively impact their lives. I think folks were upset about the Epstein files cover-up, of course. That didn't really affect them personally, but they cared about that issue. And then when he did it, that kind of started the backlash among the Mega base. But now with this war, look, he didn't make the case for this war to anybody, including his own voters. And a lot of people went and voted for him because they were under the impression that he was going to be opposed to this, that he was the candidate that was not going to get us into dumb Middle East wars, because that's what he told them. And so you just have to put your head in, or put yourself in the mind of one of these voters who one day woke up, went to the gas station, and all of a sudden it cost $10 more to fill up their tank. And they're like, why? I can't afford this. I'm going to have to tighten my belt in other places. And like the answer that's being provided is, well, we had to do this war in Iran because we have to degrade the number of ships that they have. It's just like nobody can understand it. It is nonsensical. And so they're starting to get upset. And so, in the past, Donald Trump has been able to bully media members or members of the Republican Party who step out of line because the voters are with him. You just look at any in the past of any of the Republicans who have tried to criticize Trump, and then Trump goes back at them harder, and then they back off. Like, we've seen this a bunch. Why has that worked every time?
Become Adam
because the voters have
and,
been with Trump every time.
Liz
like
Cheney.
The MAGA base was with Trump in these arguments. The MAGA base isn't with him in the arguments anymore. So the bullying doesn't work, right? If this was a case where, if Trump attacked Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly, their ratings went down, who knows? My guess is maybe they would modulate. Maybe they'd start talking about something else. Or if he started going after the Republicans on the Hill who criticized him, and their voters had a backlash against them, then they would back down. We've seen that a million times. That's not happening this time because people are pissed. Because the war is stupid. He didn't make a case for it, and they're being harmed.
I think that there is increasing
Pastor Doug,
distance.
you want to respond?
Yes, I think there is increasing distance between what Trump's doing and the MAGA base. But I think there's an even greater distance and a disconnect between the ostensible leaders of the MAGA base, the Candaces and so on, and the base. In other words, everywhere I go, when I'm talking to conservative Christians on the ground, they are far more concerned about how Candace lost the bubble than how Trump has. So the sorts of things that you could turn the sound all the way off watching Candace and tell that she's lying. It's just really, really bad. And the fact that there's a disconnect between Candace and the MAGA base, and I think Tucker has gone in a different, much more of a different direction than the MAGA base was.
Careful.
And I believe the same thing is true of Megyn Kelly in her backing of Candace and all the outrageous things that they're saying about Erica Kirk and Turning Point USA. Turning Point is still representative of the MAGA base, the rank and file. And the people who have the big podcasts are not representing that base. So yes, there is a fracture between Trump and the podcast voices. Yes, that is very true. But I don't think the disconnect or the tension is nearly as great between Trump and, let's say, your average Turning Point attendee.
Yeah, bro hates women hard. Yeah, he does.
No, I think that's a very...
Yeah, he does.
Probably.
Yeah. No, he was always very much like...
Turning Point conference?
Women need to be submissive.
If you saw that Turning Point conference with baby
he had
Catholic
an entire
J.D.
video
Vance,
on
it was
that
sparsely
shit.
populated. And in that Turning Point conference, filled with a lot of young Republicans, they trolled him specifically over the genocide in Israel and also over this war, because this war is unwinnable. The fact that they're fighting, I want to quote Ken Watanabe's character from Godzilla, let them fight. You're seeing a splintering, a fracturing, a big fracturing. Candace Owens has a big chunk of the conservative audience. So does Tucker. So does Alex Jones. So does Marjorie Taylor Greene. So does Massey. This is now coming together in a way that they're creating an America First movement away from Donald Trump. Nick Fuentes said that MAGA is dead. On top of that, Donald Trump has never gone more than 50%. He's only gone 49%. He can't afford to lose them. So he's losing not just most people. He's lost Latino voters who voted for him. He's lost independents. He's in the 20s with independents. He's lost young voters. He's never had the majority. And now he's losing the MAGA base. And why? He has betrayed his own base. He made the promise.
Look at you guys.
No forever wars.
Look at you guys.
Iran war. He said he'll release the Epstein files. He's all over the Epstein files. He has not reduced grocery prices because of this stupid, unwinnable war. Oil prices have gone up. Gas prices have gone up. Grocery prices have gone up. And now Pierce, you're seeing, especially in Asia and Pacific, shortages, fuel shortages, gas shortages, food shortages, prices for flights are going to go up, helium shortages, MRIs, data chips, and we're going to face it in America. And just the energy secretary came out today, Trump administration, and said we're going to have high gas prices leading up to 2027. People voted for him because they believed his promise he would reduce prices. He is failing across the board, and he doesn't look well. And now he's picked a fight with the Pope, the most popular figure in America right now, and the religious leader of over 1 billion people. And this war, Piers, you know this and I know this, there's a reason why no Democrat or Republican president in the past 47 years got dog-walked into this war by Benjamin Netanyahu. Because even they knew, even George W. Bush knew, a war in Iran would be disastrous. It would be a quagmire. We're about 8 weeks in. He cannot get out, Pierce. He is stuck. But his ego makes him double down on this failed war. Everything's getting worse. His base is finally fed up.
I just like how
Pastor
you guys
Doug,
are
final
now,
word to you.
Sure. I just like how you guys are now appealing to authorities like Fuentes and Candace and Alex Jones.
That's why I think it was all psyop. So they can make like the comparative.
Well, the war is so
and since they're such grifting pieces of shit, either that or they're that stupid.
stupid that me and Candace finally agree on something. I mean, you're correct. She is a big liar. I don't think that the First Lady of France has a dick, but we do agree that the war is that dumb. Yeah, that's we're on the same page on that one thing.
70% of Americans.
There's certainly been, there's certainly an interesting fusion of people that I would never have thought would ever agree about anything going on. Guys, thank you all very much indeed. I'm sorry that Michael didn't join us. That was, I think, some kind of communication breakdown, but we'll get him back next time. Thank you all very much.
Okay.
See you, Pierce.
Thank you.
Communications breakdown, or did he fucking just bail? All right, if this gets boring, then I'm gonna bail. Just like Michael Knowles.
Well, earlier this morning, President Trump told the New York Post that Vice President J.D. Vance and a U.S. delegation were on their way to Islamabad for a second round of talks on ending the Iran war. He also told Fox News that a historic deal with Iran would be signed tonight, after saying on Friday that Iran had agreed to everything. As we speak, the White House is now saying that J.D. Vance and the U.S. delegation are leaving soon. The Iranians, meanwhile, say they have no plans for any further talks. Professor Mohammad Marandi is a self-described independent academic who nonetheless travelled with the Iranian delegation to the previous talks in Islamabad, and he joins me now from Tehran. Professor Marandi, welcome back to Uncensored.
Thank you very much for having me.
So where are we here? The President of the United States on Friday was pretty much bringing things to a conclusion. He felt that Iran had agreed to most of the terms laid down, particularly giving up enriched uranium and so on, and reopening the Strait of Hormuz. But as we sit here now for this conversation, it appears that they're not even going to turn up at the peace talks. What is your understanding on that, first of all?
Well, everything that he said was fake. The Iranians agreed to nothing. And he just puts out information on Truth Social, and later on he's possibly going to say that the Iranians promised everything and now they're not doing it, and so we'll have to bomb Iran. And then people like yourself and others in the Western media will continue to demonize Iran.
What up, 5 Alarm? How you doing, man?
Attack anyone who
good to see you.
Defends Iran.
Still MIA health issues? I'm so sorry that you're having health issues, man.
And we'll have another one.
Fuck. Well, I hope you're doing okay. I'm glad to see you here, though. I saw that Tom Powell has a new Muppet. What's up with that? I thought I had the whole, like, puppet thing down in the left and all this. Copying my style, I see, but he gets a Muppet of himself. Well, yeah, not everybody can pull off doing a puppet of a random podcaster that also, like, we just kind of happen to make fun of, right? Kickflip.
How long can Iran sustain more warfare, and in particular economic warfare involving the Strait of Hormuz? I mean, if Iran can't get its energy out,
it's true,
whilst also depriving other people of theirs, how long can it economically sustain that?
I see way too much Piers Morgan. I hope, yeah.
Well, we do have to remember, because Western media doesn't put it this way, but the United States and the Israeli regime
I do, unfortunately, for this type of content, but
started this war. It was completely unprovoked. And 300, 400 Iranians were murdered in this round. And this is not even the first war. This is the second war that they waged on us in less than, in less than a year. So if the Strait of Hormuz is closed, it's because, first of all, it was never fully closed. The Iranians closed it to a lot of the shipping by countries that were hosting U.S. bases. And I think if you were in Iran's place, you did the same. Those countries in the Persian Gulf that assisted the United States in waging war against the people, in Kuwait, the Emirates, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and Bahrain, without them, the United States and Trump could not wage the war. So their shipping obviously is not going to have priority. But the strait wasn't fully closed. The Iraqis were able to use it. The Iranians used it. The Chinese used it. Others who weren't waging war against Iran were using it. But we had a ceasefire after Trump at the beginning of the war said that Iran must surrender, unconditional surrender. And of course, that didn't happen. And then ultimately, after almost 40 days, the United States accepted the Iranian 10-point plan as the framework for discussion. And of course, Trump didn't do it in practice because he's dishonest, and so is the Trump regime. After that, we had a ceasefire. In that ceasefire, Iran was supposed to open up the Strait of Hormuz to more ships, including those countries that host bases. But the Israeli regime was supposed to adhere to the ceasefire, and they didn't. And so for 10 days, Iran did not open the Strait of Hormuz to extra ships because Netanyahu was busy slaughtering people. And then when finally he was forced to accept the ceasefire, Iran said they're going to open up the strait for extra shipping. And then Trump said, but he's going to keep the siege on Iranian ports. Well, that's a violation of the deal too. So if he's going to impose a siege, the Iranians are not going to open up the strait. So from day one, when the United States carried out this aggression to the ceasefire, and after the ceasefire,
all day.
This crisis
on the prowl. Fuck yeah, he is.
Belongs to Trump and Netanyahu.
So what happens next?
Special type of misbehavior.
Well, ultimately, Trump is going to have to
go get it.
Recognize that he is not going to get at the negotiating table what he could not get on the battlefield. He lost the war. The Iranian people were able to stand up a joint war where the Trump regime, the Netanyahu regime, and a coalition or proxies in the region along with them were assisting them, and they failed. So why should Iran submit to the United States? If the United States wants a peace agreement with Iran, then it has to be a balanced agreement. But if Trump thinks that he can impose his will like an emperor and an imperial power, well, the revolution 47 years ago put an end to that. That's what the revolution was about. And
that's in that movie, I don't even know
what the Iranians are going to continue to do. They're going to preserve their dignity and sovereignty. That's something that the United States, especially under Trump, is not used to seeing. But Iran is different from other countries.
We had a bizarre situation last week where the Iranian president issued a statement supporting the Catholic Pope Leo over attacks made against him by President Trump. And he said he condemned the insult to Your Excellency over the desecration of Jesus, a prophet of peace and brotherhood. It's not acceptable to any free person. I wish you glory by Allah. Many people were taken aback by this because in the World Report of 2026, Iran Human Rights Watch specified that Christians, along with other religious minorities, face systemic discrimination in law and practice in Iran, and noted a significant wave of arrests targeting Christian communities following regional conflicts in mid-2025, often based on unfounded accusations of connection with Israel. So people are struggling to see why your president would be quite so vocal in his support of Catholics, given that backdrop.
Well, I think it was clear that you would find some way to support aggression and to demonize Iran, because that's what you do. And of course, that's fake. We have many churches in Iran. You refuse to travel to Iran. I propose to you to come to the country. You could go visit the churches. And you could go
refuse to travel to London. Come to London, no problem. I'll see you in London.
Well, right now, they're busy bombing.
I have committed the greatest infiltration of all. I have Agent Leto.
They're busy destroying our country and murdering our people. And I prefer to stay in Tehran under airstrikes to stand up for my people. And I've been to your country before, but you've never been here. I've been proposed that you read a book, Going to Tehran by Flint and Hillary Leverett, to learn a thing or two about Iran. But I'm pretty sure you didn't bother to buy it.
He is misbehaving very, very much.
But in any case, the Christian, excuse me, the Christian community in Iran is doing very well. They have MPs in parliament. And unlike Christians in Lebanon, whose churches are being destroyed by the Israeli regime, and unlike the synagogue in Tehran, which was bombed by the Israeli regime, all Iranian churches and all Iranian synagogues are well protected by the people of Iran. You don't want to say that, you don't want to believe that, because it goes against that narrative that you've built in your mind, and that actually it's the Iranians that are the good guys. They're the ones who are the anti-genocide people, and your governments are the pro-genocide people. It's been like that for the whole 47
the reality, look, the reality is you always like to make this ad hominem as fast as you possibly can, and you prop up and defend a regime that has for 47 years oppressed its people and been a provider of funds and arms to a number of terror groups, including Hamas, Hezbollah and the Houthis. So whilst I'll take moral lectures from some people, you wouldn't be top of my list for the morality lecture, Professor. So try and avoid the ad hominem all the time, because it slightly devalues your information, which I do find useful.
So I can't really post this, but here, check it out. You guys remember that island I was on? That's it right now. The one with the flag. Yeah, it's closed until further notice because it's been flooded
with this war right now.
I guess the
and
Fox
just to be
River
clear
is
about what I said about Christians, I was quoting this from the Human Rights Watch in its World Report. It wasn't my view, wasn't my information, wasn't my investigative work. It was the Human Rights Watch. You might have a problem with
shit,
that.
Right?
You might say that it's all untrue.
Yeah, you guys, that's the cool part. You guys saw me there. Yeah.
But I'm quoting a
the entire thing's flooded.
Who say that your regime...
The ducks! You're right! I hope the ducks... Here, let's see. Hold on.
Christians.
That was in Elgin, Illinois. I was there for a protest, and it's called Walton Island.
You say otherwise. People can make their own minds up.
Here.
I can only assume...
Oh, dude, I think the duck's nest might be fucked. Yeah, here, look. So right here... right there is where the ducks were. Yeah, it looks like it's completely underwater.
There were substantive peace talks that are about to happen imminently. You might be involved in a delegation. Am I right to assume that?
Well, first I have to respond. Yeah. I don't really want to lecture.
I hope they hatch.
You because I don't think you...
Actually, like, I strangely do give like a shit.
You're the sort of person who would ever change. You're so...
Remember those shithead kids that were chasing the geese?
Narrow-minded that you refuse to set foot in Iran. And I'm sure you haven't read the book that I offered you to read. It wasn't read...
Peptalks coming up, by the way.
Written by an Iranian or someone on the Iranian payroll. It was written by two Americans, one of whom is Jewish. But in any case, of course I don't accept Human Rights Watch. Go and look at where the funding comes from. Iranian people know and respect the Christian community here. If you go to any church in Tehran, if you go to any synagogue in Tehran, you see that there are no police officers there. Why?
Because
this
is him.
No one will ever think about threatening the Christian and Jewish community in Iran. But that same Jewish community is bombed by Israel.
Yeah, dude, I know.
Their synagogue is destroyed by Israel.
I've been thinking about that.
I haven't seen Human Rights Watch condemn that. And it's because they're anti-Zionists. And the Christian community, by the way, had martyrs in this war because of the bombing. And in Lebanon, they've murdered Christians. And I'm pretty sure Human Rights Watch is not too troubled about the carpet bombing in Beirut, but we'll leave it at that. But yes, I may go with the delegation. They have not asked me to go. If they do go,
this is not fucking
right
around.
now the
I like
Iranians have not decided to go to Pakistan, to Islamabad, because of the behavior of Trump.
Oh
and the Trump
shit!
regime.
Someone told me you sound like an owl.
At Bandit admits $2.
So we have a situation
Someone told me
here
you
where
sound
YouTube
like
has
an owl.
terminated the channel belonging to Explosive Media, the pro-Tehran group that got quite infamous for its Lego-themed animations mocking President Trump and the U.S. war. Let's take a look at some of their stuff to remind viewers.
Any treats for you?
I don't understand why you.
Yo, I ain't fucking playing any games with that. Yep.
The truth and shield the American administration's false narrative from competing voices. And as some people have pointed out, that's pretty rich coming from a regime that controls the press and kills protesters. And in your case, for example, makes you so supine to them that you dare not express any criticism of your government whatsoever, do you?
You stay.
You don't.
Nope, you stay.
Because I've invited you to, and you can't do it.
Oh, yes, I live in fear of the government. Absolutely. And I'm supposed to, when I'm on your show for like 10 minutes and then you're attacking Iran throughout and saying all sorts of nonsense, I'm supposed to sing along with you? No, of course not. And by the way, my Instagram account was deleted. My Facebook account was deleted. And so was many of my colleagues and students. All of the Iranian media
had to get his off
is sanctioned. Everything,
needs to stay away
government, semi-government, privately owned, that are major media outlets in Iran, they're all sanctioned. So, and it's not just Iran, Lebanese, Yemeni, Iraqi, any media outlet that doesn't mimic the Western
Thank you, Bandit, for the donut
narrative,
that,
or at least try to live alongside it without much criticism, it's banned. And so, but that's why people in the West can't hear anything from Iran. However, in Iran, all you have to do is turn on the TV, and you have hundreds of Persian language media outlets funded by Western governments that are beaming into our homes day and night.
You're off to bed. Thank you for the great show, Pep. Thank you, mods. Hey.
Okay, can you, out of interest, can you name me a high-profile comedy show in Iran that mocks the government in the same way that you have in America and the UK?
Good night. God damn it! I was gonna try and sound cultured.
They're different programs. I haven't watched television for
Buenos noches. There we go.
Years. I haven't watched. I only watch the news maybe 3 or 4 times a week.
I'm only
on
after
Iranian
one.
television. But you can right now, people can search, and underneath the comment section, people can put links to them. But by the way, many of them are banned on YouTube. I myself
disassemble.
Have many interviews on RT that have all disappeared. My interviews on Press TV, they've all disappeared. They're gone forever.
Well, the reason for that, I presume, is because you're perceived to... Well, the reason for that is you're perceived... Well, hang on. You're perceived to be a propagandist for the Iranian regime, okay? And I think I asked you last time, the best way to test this is I can be very critical, as I am, as I have been this morning on social media about my government and my Prime Minister. I've demanded that he resign, right? I've done the same about President Trump when I disagree with him. But could you right now, speaking from Tehran on this show, can you think of one critical thing you would level at your leadership in Iran? Just give me one criticism of them.
Everything, every day. If you just come to... I invited you to come to Iran. Press TV...
Well, give me one now.
Well, okay, I'll tell you. Press TV has said they'll broadcast live a debate between you and me for hours. Live in
that wasn't
Tehran.
my question. That wasn't my question.
Well, then
my question
you can
was,
come to Tehran.
give me one to prove that you do not live in a place which suppresses freedom of speech. I'm just asking you, as a critically minded professor who presumably likes to, explore all possibilities of thought and process. Give me one criticism.
Damn, with that kind of ratio of gray in your beard to like black in your hair, I don't know, just for men, like, is not your friend.
One criticism.
Just let it go, dude.
Of your current regime, your current leadership. Give me one.
Well,
one thing you don't agree with about them.
The government in Iran has problems with inflation. It has problems with crime. It has
symbol
problems
number 5.
with jobs.
Yes, got
it has
it.
problems with inflation. It has all sorts of problems. But my government does not help the Israeli regime carry out genocide. And you have never said that you do not
I just realized this has a few more. All right, so we're going to see this out to the end. I'm going to go pee real quick. Be right back.
Ethno-supremacism, because if you say you don't, that means you do not accept the legitimacy of the Israeli regime. Do you accept?
You have never accepted.
Do you accept?
You have never
I do not
accepted.
accept.
Hang on.
Tell me, do you reject ethno-supremacism? Do you believe that a regime that is based on ethno-supremacism is illegitimate or not?
Well, I don't exactly know what you mean. What do you mean?
Is a regime that is based on the concept of ethno-supremacism, is it legitimate or not?
Well, what I would repeat to you is what I've repeated to people about Israel for the last year. The Israeli government, not the people of Israel or the country, but its current government under Bibi Netanyahu has been doing a lot of things which I strongly disagree with. Yeah.
Do you reject a regime that accepts, that carries out a regime, not an administration, not a government, a regime that is based on ethno-supremacism?
Well, I literally last week...
That is why Hezbollah dies.
Let me answer.
That's why people in Hezbollah die for the people of Gaza.
Fine. If you let me answer, only last week I attacked the Israeli government and Ben-Gvir in particular for the way they brought in a new law which would only kill Palestinians who they deemed terrorists, execute them with a death penalty, but not Israelis. Right? I thought that was outrageous and appalling and probably an example of what you're talking about.
You know, if you were talking about apartheid South Africa like this, or if anyone was, you would be attacking them. If anyone had given me the same answer when I said, you accept a regime that's based on racial superiority or on racial preferences or hierarchy, you would have been totally aggressive and rejected it outright.
I've literally just told you. You didn't obviously watch it.
You didn't.
You obviously didn't watch it.
Yeah,
I've literally just told you. I've literally just told you that last week I did exactly that.
About a law. That's a law. I'm talking about the regime itself. That law is only brought about because of the nature of the regime. That's why people rape others, Palestinians in prison, and they're treated as heroes.
And what about your regime?
What
about your regime?
My lovely
what about
regime
your
doesn't do that.
regime?
No, my regime doesn't do
Theocratic
that.
fascists
So
who murder thousands
Okay,
of
tell me.
protesters for protesting against them. What about that?
I know. Okay, let me go. First of all, you're hiding the fact that you could not answer this question by saying this. However, I'm glad you raised this.
Wonderful.
This nonsense was all created in order to justify this war. Trump himself, just a couple of weeks ago, said that he sent weapons to the so-called protesters. How is it possible, if those protests were organic and they were spontaneous, that they needed weapons? How did he know who they were? How
many protesters did your regime kill?
I mean, honestly,
No.
No.
How many did you?
No. You don't get to answer a question with a question. It's basic. It's basic. You answer and then you ask your question.
He know that they even use weapons, that they could use weapons.
That's how you know that Piers is fucking completely God on this one.
How many of your protesters did
doesn't matter, dude. That doesn't matter. You don't get to fucking do this thing where you think that you've got the moral high ground.
Because he was afraid.
With the 5 subs, dude. Thank you so much.
To accept the fact that he
Hell
knew,
yeah, man.
and his intelligence agency knew,
Answer my
and the
simple
Israeli
question.
intelligence
How
agency
many?
used it.
Thank you.
These were not
How many
peaceful
thousands
protesters.
of protesters?
Bandit, I'm pretty sure that you've subbed to my channel for a long time.
How many thousands?
It's the one thing that that makes me sad is that you don't get your star.
Thousands of protesters did your regime slaughter in
I
January?
could just give that to you.
No peaceful
You got it.
protesters. No peaceful protesters were slaughtered by the police. In fact, the first 2 days.
What a disgusting lie.
You are
Also, shout out to the lurkers who just got a sub or a membership.
This is why people call you a stooge and propagandist for the regime.
Exactly. You're the stooge for the Zionist regime.
We did nothing
thank you.
wrong.
Televanji Mage.
No
Appreciate
peaceful
that.
protesters got killed.
No,
And
I
you
didn't
smirk
say
as
that.
You say it.
No,
That's a star. Gifted yourself one. Nice.
No, you're fabricating. I said they did not massacre peaceful protesters. The people that your government supported and gave weapons to, they carried out an armed insurrection. 3,117 people were killed, including hundreds of police officers and a couple of thousand innocent bystanders by people that your government armed. Your governments armed these people. Your governments murdered them. But you want to distract attention away from your own crimes, just like you're not willing to say anything about ethno-supremacism in Palestine.
There are so many layers.
You just became a member.
Okay, we'll leave it there.
That's what. Yeah.
The truth is, people can see
for
through
8 months. Thank you for
they
renewing your.
They know a government. They know a government
Sorry, guys, I'm
stooge
also
and
trying to count
propagandist when they see and hear one. And let the record
I'm
show
here in
that you have
Tehran
not
under
given
your
any specific.
bombs.
You've given.
I'm in here in Tehran
let the
under your
record show.
bombs.
It's locked out of the room.
Let the record show that once
record
again you have
shows
not leveled.
That when
you've
you
not
were
leveled
slandering Iran, I was in
You've
Tehran.
not given. You've not leveled
Under your
any criticism
bombs.
at your own regime. Once again, because you're not allowed to, because if you did start criticizing your regime on this show and it got picked up by the media, they would probably kill you too. And that's the reality
Good luck with
of your existence
Good luck with
as
your
a government
buddies
stooge.
on your show.
That was nice.
Good luck with your ethno-supremacist
I can
buddies on
express
your show.
myself freely and honestly.
Yeah, you're actually evolved into a mesh.
You have to lie. That's the difference.
You don't play Pokemon Yellow.
But we'll leave it there.
Actually,
Professor Randy,
man.
thank you for rejoining me on Uncensored.
Thank you.
That was bullshit.
Piers Morgan Uncensored.
Oh, so this is literally just his like. Here's my closeout. Blah 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 blah. We got music. There we go. Yeah, we do. Turn it up just a little bit. Matchbook 12. Been infected by the woke mind virus. Oh, it's the woke virus. Well, you know how that goes. God damn. God damn, god damn. Oh, man. Mods are asleep. No, you guys are fine. Everyone's fine. No, guys, I just want to say how much I appreciate y'all holding it down today. Because, yeah. Today wasn't like as much like troll heavy as it was like, oh, weirdo heavy. Like, we had some like Maga people in chat that were a little more odd than the usual. Does Pep even have mods? I don't know. But no, for real, guys, thank you for holding it down. You know that I always appreciate that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna smoke this with y'all, then I'm gonna head out because I got some dinner that I gotta get and eat and do the whole thing where I have a show tomorrow as well, and I got that whole other side of my life that, yeah, you know, sleep might help with. So oh god, all right, what time am I on tomorrow? 2. Oh yeah. Did anybody actually notice this, by the way? Like, I kind of did, like, a new thing where I changed it up just a wee bit. Nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. But when I sign off, I hope you guys notice, like, the little differences. I mean, I'm trying to keep it fresh. Let me know what you guys think about the, actually, you know what? Fuck it. Here, I'm going to end this. Start a poll. What do y'all about the There we go. All right, this one's just for y'all who are still hanging out. By the way, I just started a poll over in here. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to start a Q&A. That was my bad. I meant to ask like just a simple question. Nailing. All right, cool. Didn't really notice any difference except weren't you on earlier today? Yeah, I was on Propaganda, but that's a different show. You really didn't notice the difference? Oh. Well, that's depressing. Yeah, I figure you guys, some of y'all just get like the notifications, so you just kind of join as is. But yeah, whenever I find or want to find a new show or movie to watch, I go to conservative spaces to see what they're bashing as woke and go broke because it's likely a pretty good show or movie. Yep. Dude, I was watching Deep Space Nine, Season 7, and I gotta say, like, it is a just, like, almost point-for-point allegory about, like, you know, Gaza and all that, which I know that was always, like, kind of a thing, but god damn how they are nailing it right now is kind of crazy. So, yeah. But anyway, I appreciate y'all hanging out tonight. I'm gonna do one more rip with y'all, but like I said, I do have to eat. I like the new thumbnail. Hopefully they get some new eyeballs. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping. I just wish, like, when my VODs go out, like, if I had it my way, I would put my live videos where, like, my video videos are, and then put, like, my videos kind of, like, I would just do, like, a little swap-a-roo, because, yeah, I don't know, I got some attention from everything, like, it was pretty cool, though. Like, I got some attention from doing the Zorro Ranch video that I made for this space. But, yeah, man. I appreciate the honesty. Have a good night to all you. Good show, Pep. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Are you sure it's specifically, like, No. I'm just saying, like, it's very much, like, when you look at what they're doing, my brain immediately goes to, like, this is like Gaza. It's like, yeah. The Kardashians are essentially the IDF. Let's just put it that way. All right, but I do have to go. I appreciate y'all hanging out tonight. Yeah, join me tomorrow, 2 p.m. Got the new schedule here, and then yes, primetime propaganda tomorrow. So I will catch you all later. Appreciate y'all. See you guys tomorrow.
Who the heck is Peptalks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Peptalks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Peptalks.
Who the heck is Peptalk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.